needed a low-budget staff person for that. So a lot of it was the prior, Chair O'Connor, but there were some other here and there's of, at one point, Entergy covered some costs, at some point, the department covered costs, and where the costs have been covered has moved around a little bit in the history of the panel.
I'll just wrap up. I think, just for the panel, I was just trying to offer some, or think through the history of how we function in our expenditures. So I would imagine that even though 2019 looks a bit like an anomaly, it's probably reflective of what it actually costs to operate the panel when you're just having quarterly meetings, and frankly, not really taking on that, not doing a very heavy lift. So we're, from a budgeting standpoint or a time standpoint, however that translates into hours and effort, that's probably reflective of what it actually takes.
So let me throw my 2 cents in, because I'm really good at that. I think for us tonight, it's, if we decide to, I think it's a determination of a dollar amount, not necessarily how that dollar amount is spent. Representative Sabia and Coffey have laid out a fairly good plan of how those dollars that they propose could be spent, and the ways that they can be most effectively used. But I think for us as a panel, we need to determine a dollar figure of what it takes to run this panel, because as we transition over the next several years, those particular positions that are laid out in Representative Sabine and Coffey's proposal may change. The needs may change as we go through the decommissioning process. So I think a dollar figure is more important than necessarily how it's spent. That's my opinion, and I'm open to hear different opinions on that. I'm okay with the dollar figure that was set forth by Representatives Sabine and Coffey to help us to function appropriately, but I don't want to pigeonhole us into a specific way to spend those dollars. So I'm open to discussion on what we've heard thus far, and anybody's got an opinion outside of what I just said.
So I actually appreciated Chris's summary there, that the 2019 expenses as described at the bottom of page 2 of the Commissioner's prepared document is probably more likely the actual costs, as opposed to those costs that are itemized on the document from our representatives. Given the ease at which it is possible to actually review and account for those costs in state government. So I would feel that we may be underestimating what it would require to sponsor 4 meetings a year if we were to stay with the 35,000 as represented in our representative's proposal. And I think it would be better to probably work towards the higher figure, which is approaching $80,000, as represented in Commissioner Tierney's document.
I know we're all sitting here contemplating everything that's going on. Representative Sabia, you got something to say?
Well, I think I would most like to hear from other panelists if they have thoughts first. So, I can wait.
Tony, this is Emily Bodecker, if I could jump in with a question.
Yes, please.
So as I was looking at this, there's three things that I'm primarily evaluating. One is I think we need a permanent solution, a long-term solution, rather than trying to do something for an interim. So I'm interested in understanding how we can get to a permanent solution. And one hopes that we will continue to have good relationships with all parties involved, but money can get tricky at times, so I think a permanent solution, and by that one, which is, solid in law, is important. Who authorizes the costs for the panel, I think is really important, and so I too appreciated seeing what the panel actually costs, and would also be interested from some of the longer term panel members if some of the assertions about this being the right grouping of costs, that we wouldn't be looking for additional experts and things going forward. I'd just like to make sure that we have a good consensus from the panel for that. And so in terms of how we proceed from here, I would also like to revisit the question, I'm not quite where Commissioner Turney is, about ruling out a change this legislative session. I appreciate that there's a lot on the docket. There's some very big bills that House Energy and Technology Committee has. But if there is a very simple change, the few lines that Commissioner Turney had identified, I also don't want to rule out that possibility of potentially taking this to the legislator, getting clear language in the statute, and having this resolved so we can focus back then on the core work of the panel. So if anybody has any comments and thoughts on any of the statements I just made, I'd be very appreciate hearing them.
May I just have one thought that I would like to just make sure I am absolutely perfectly clear on. So this panel can move forward with recommendations for statutory changes this year? Absolutely. Some of the, you have heard me put forward some cautions, which are intended to reflect just the reality of the situation on the ground. But if there's consensus on this panel that they want to move forward with changes in legislation this year, they should do so. I have made cautions about making sure that it is clear what the panel wants, that there is a clear plan for supporting those changes in the legislature by the panel. And so that's it. I just want to make sure that it's understood. If the panel wants to move this forward, they should. I feel like I've tried to be responsible in letting folks know, here's kind of the situation on the ground. Representative Coffey and I have been cautioning folks for the last 2 or 3 meetings about the timeframes involved in this second year of a biennium. To the greatest extent possible, just to help inform and allow this committee, this panel, to have as much flexibility as possible. So.
And so I wanted to say 2 things. One is also, if I agree, the committee is going to be taking this up. It does mean that it gets negotiated in that committee and in a money committee. And that the recommendations from this panel are not the only recommendations that might come to that committee. There can be other folks who might want to weigh in on that. But I think what I'd hope that we could figure out tonight is what are we really hoping for the support of this panel, and how can we get there? Because, I think I've heard a lot of different, this is really just throwing something, it doesn't need to be necessary. These recommendations that we have, this is a brainstorm really about, these are the kinds of things. So I think I'd like to start, how does this panel want to work and operate? What are we doing well? What's missing? What are we've done a little, like the beginning of research. We got a letter from Ray Shaddis here about what they're doing in Maine. I really think because we're one of the states that's in the early wave of decommissioning these plants, and we have an opportunity. I mean, folks are going to be looking to this process as a model. So, and is it the best use of, our nuclear engineers' time to be setting up tables for a panel? I'm not sure if I, as a taxpayer, see that that's the best use of somebody's time. So could we kind of get into this a little bit? Since this is our main piece of business tonight, it would be great to have a sense of the panel. What is it that we need? How much do we think it might cost? Build in some flexibility. And then whether the solution is whether we do it in statute or whether there's a creative way to do it. I think there's a willingness from North Star to pay for some of these costs. I don't really think that is the question. I think it's about how we get there. So I really would love to hear from other folks and other folks who have been, I've been on the panel since September of 2019. So I want to hear from other folks what they think that we're missing. I mean, because I think we've heard from the public that the meetings are not very well advertised, beyond what the Department of Public Service can do on its website, and whether it's that we need somebody like a communications staffer or a part-time person or a very part-time person to get the word out on the meetings. Because I think it's really important that people know about these meetings and that there's participation from the public.
See, I would, personally, I would challenge that particular line of thinking, because when this panel started, especially through the sale process, the meetings have been always worn the same way. And we've had several people throughout the sale process attend these meetings. Our meetings were full. We had 30 speakers, times coming up and, voicing their concerns to the panel. And we haven't changed the way we warn the meetings in the time, like as far as the time length that, they get warned out and that kind of thing. As far as I'm aware, I don't think it's necessarily an issue of how the meetings are being marketed or put out to the public. I think it's just a lack of interest from the public to attend the meetings at this point, since the sale has gone through. That's my personal opinion on it, just basically from seeing where we started to where we are now, and the lack of public participation from the beginning of the sale process till now. And it doesn't mean that anybody's any more interested or not interested in what's going on at the site. It just means that less people are participating in the actual handicap meetings themselves.
May I say something? My comment is coming based on what people have come in and said here. It's not based on my opinion. So about participation, but I think going back to it, it's like, is this what we currently have in this budget that the commissioner has put together? Is this sufficient to do what we need to do, the work that needs to be done, or do we want to be, I've heard, there are a few people who are not here tonight who have advocated for having folks come and participate in this meeting, or for as participating in national conferences. There's been a wide range of ideas, and we haven't been able to get to those ideas because there hasn't been the funding there. So that I would rather have us have a conversation about that part of it for what we want to do.
So I would add, I think the vice chair has often spoke to the need to have potentially additional experts, et cetera. I know this probably is not official. I'm certain that it is not official, and certainly she cannot vote. But Representative Coffey and I and the chair did receive, and Tony, did receive an email from her at 4:30 this evening thanking us for putting together the draft discussion proposal, and noted that it seems reasonable.
Mr. Chair?
Going to go to Chris, and then we'll come back.
So, I'll just start with just what I think would be useful from as far as from a panel perspective, and this is regardless of anybody's proposals or anything. We basically have a roadmap forward about how the decommissioning and site restoration are going to occur, and we have reporting requirements in the board order that says what North Star and the state have to do at a minimum, and that all ties back to the March report, as I recall, to the state, and then I think the state is supposed to then provide like a report to the public. And what I was thinking when being involved in that docket around the sale was that a useful role for IndyCap would be looking at that schedule. And let me just tell for the panel members and the public who don't also know, if something goes wrong on the site, if North Star discovers something that wasn't expected that affects the timing of the decommissioning or the cost, they have to notify the state within 7 days. But I'm just talking about just the regular schedule. My thinking had been that a good structure would be plan a big, I don't know exactly what this means, but the big kind of annual meeting of IndyCap for like May or so, after the report's been in, after the state agencies had the chance to do some analysis, after North Star's had some time to kind of process what it all means. And so then we have like the big, I would say kind of the spring big annual IndyCap meeting. And then the meetings that would follow on after that are kind of check-ins to see how things are going with the regulatory agencies, with North Star itself, and if North Star's hear from the town of Vernon how they think things are going. But that we would kind of organize ourselves around that initial reporting of data, that kind of annual check-in. And then, of course, we would also, if something did happen and that you trigger that 7-day notification and something material has changed that's going to potentially affect the cost and schedule, then, of course, we would want to have another meeting. And so I was thinking that the real function of IndyCap is to take that information, present it as fully as possible to the public, allow the public to comment on the information that's presented, and then after that spring meeting, that could also inform other topics that we take up during those other meetings that we have. As for cost, I just have it seems to me that the costs of regulation shouldn't be externalized, and North Star should bear those costs. And as far as who ultimately does the work, as far as like whether it's a state nuclear engineer or if it's, Tony actually, doing his job as a nuclear engineer, and then other consultants are hired to provide support work, that maybe they're less expensive than state employees, maybe they're not. That seems like another analysis that we could do. You could have other supporting staff or supporting consultants to do the logistical work and other things that maybe Tony doesn't need to be doing. But that was the kind of structure that just for me personally, I had envisioned. Now, how we get there, what we need to change in statute, I've got some ideas, I think, but that could have some effect. I appreciate the proposals that the legislators brought forth to us. I appreciate also the position that the commissioner mentioned about the state budget. But as far as just like the actual function of IndyCap and its purpose that it serves, those were kind of my notions, and so I just wanted to throw that out there for what it's worth for people to respond to. I'm not claiming that I'm right. It's just that's an idea that I've had.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things. I thought what Chris just outlined right now is one very measured and clearly identified path for IndyCap to define the scope of its work at this time. And I think one of the things that's particularly appealing about it is that it meets the concerns that, or better said, the point that Representative Sibilia has made more than once about the need to ensure that a spotlight stays trained on the events through decommissioning, the progress of the company through decommissioning, so that the public has a genuine window into this. What I would add to Chris's description is this. It's one thing for this panel to lay bare or to make clear in a public forum what the current status is of decommissioning under the board order and the reporting events. It's another thing to provide a place for the public, having digested those events, to come back and to tell us what its concerns are. That too is a part of NDCAP. And it may well be that through those comments from the public, the panel develops questions or concerns that we can't sit here tonight and anticipate. Some of those concerns might, for all I know, best be informed by the assessment of an expert who could help this panel decide what advice it ought to give to the governor or to state agencies about whatever the particular concern is that has arisen. What has troubled me to date in my tenure has been the prospect that a decision about whether to retain such an expert would turn on whether I have money available in my agency. That to me is a very unfortunate confluence of events, and that's exactly where we have been for the last several years. And to my mind, it's a statutory change that removes that unfortunate nexus so that this panel, should the need arise, is in a position to avail itself of its ability to get expert assistance as needed. Turning to the particulars about who sets up tables and the like, I don't especially like seeing my nuclear engineer employed in this fashion, but those are the resources available to my department, and those are the duties prescribed under the statute. And so unless a change is made, I have to make do with those resources, and it makes even less sense. Mr. Lashinsky actually lives in Connecticut and is down here. It might be less costly, I suppose, to dispatch somebody from my agency who doesn't have the same hourly rate, but I have to figure out who that person is and what work I'm going to remove from that person in order to send them down here in advance of meetings. I suppose another possibility would be to turn to North Star to say, North Star, under 1702, I hereby exercise my authority to have you assist the panel by taking over those logistical arrangements. Those are possibilities as well. But it seems to me that it's the larger picture I've been concerned about, which is how to make sure that this panel is not starved of resources because a state budget is constrained. And to that end, I think a statutory change is needed.
Actually, make sure that panel member there gets his chance to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
I have, well, first off, I want to thank our representatives for preparing this discussion draft proposal. Getting the conversation queued up, it's helpful. I've been quiet over here just because I'm struggling with how much that I don't really know about really what the public needs. I don't know that there's a lot of consensus and agreement on this panel. And certainly that's just a reflection of myself, of what the public, whether or not folks in our community and the public have the same emotional reaction to this. I think that's, we can discuss that, but then also just more broadly and outside of, an emotional response to Vermont Yankee and to the decommissioning is what the public cares about. And I think that while it's true there hasn't been the same awareness and attention to this project and to this whole situation. That might also just be because there isn't a strong vector of what's happening in these conversations into the community, and so that lack of awareness is a little bit self-perpetuating. I can see both. And so the root of that question and me not knowing what the public needs and what the public cares about here affects the whole question of what this should be and what should it become. You know, it leads into, you know, I think that the question is a good one, which is what advice we ought to give to the governor and what experts we might need to bring in to help inform not just this panel, but the community also matters, which is what the public needs and what's the best way for this panel to be a vector and a conduit to the public. So my instinct, like what I want to do is to know that. And yeah, there's my science training, which is like already designing the survey, the public survey in my head, which, you know, to bring to the community. And I don't know if that might be, I know that that's an extra step. And I appreciate what our representatives and legislators had done to identify, while it's true that, you know, we could at any point make statutory changes, and that might be required in the long run, but I also appreciate the move towards expediting a change that can still be helpful and supportive of this panel and our mission ultimately. And if it can be efficient and done quickly, that would be great. And so I don't want to pump the brakes and necessarily open this up if it doesn't need to be, but I don't know, right now I'm taking a big step back and really wondering at the root of it, what are the fundamental questions that this panel should be asking? And I'm continuing to draw some question marks. I just don't know enough.
And I may be wrong on this, others can weigh in, and Emily, I really appreciate your perspective on this, especially being new to it. Just having been in this discussion for a while now. Part of the context and this is why I was going back to what the board order says, the Public Utility Commission's already kind of weighed in on what North Star what they have to report on. And I would hope that North Star would be really interested in knowing what else the public would like to hear from them. And, you know, and I think it's great, you know, it'd be a great idea for the panel, you know, through a survey or through other means to find out what would the public like to know. But I think from a procedural standpoint, there's the Public Utility Commission has already weighed in on what has to be reported and when. And so I was trying to kind of propose from that bare bones approach, you know, that we know that we've got an annual report that's going to be coming out, and it'd be, you know, and an opportunity to gather that information from the public is based on what you're hearing. What else do you need to hear? What else do you want to hear? What else do you want us to bring to you? So that to me was kind of more of an expeditious approach to it, which may or may not make sense. But I think we are limited somewhat. Like even if we found out from the public everything that they wanted, what we can actually pry out may be somewhat limited. But again, North Star, you know, hopefully they would stand up and go, yes, we would love to know more about what the public wants to know about our process and the transparency of our process, and you know, how the public would like us to communicate with them. But some of that's going to be voluntary on that part, which is fine, because they should have the opportunity to weigh in about what they, you know, how they view this whole process too. But I just wanted to kind of weigh in with that constraint. That's why we were, you know, the panel was involved, and maybe not as robustly as would have been desired, but you know and coming up with an advisory position on what to even communicate to the Public Utility Commission about what needs to be communicated to the public. But that ship in some respects is kind of sailed, but we can always build another ship.
Well, to that point, Chris, I mean, North Star has, you know, taken the steps to reach out in those respects through Mr. Hamilton, doing some community engagement with stakeholders to find out, what the communities are interested in, the community stakeholders are interested in. So I think those steps have been taken by North Star to this point, even above and beyond what the PUC has asked of them in that respect. I think they're resounding gong, and I hate to keep coming back to this, is that the public in general is, after the sale, is not terribly interested. I think there is a good sect that is interested in what's going on, at the plant, but they don't show up to our meetings. They're the silent majority, let's just put it that way. They look from the background and, watch for our meeting minutes and that kind of thing and see what's going on. But they're not necessarily showing up to INDICAT meetings any longer. So I guess the emphasis for this panel is to be able to keep those type of people informed, because they're obviously not here. They haven't been attending for several meetings. They haven't been, expressing opinions and that kind of thing through our panel hearings. But they're there. And to be able to keep those folks informed is our job, whether they show up or not, to our panel hearings. And the question tonight is how do we effectively do that as a panel, and what resources do we need to be able to do that? Again, I'll state that, what Representative Sabine and Coffey have laid out seems to be effective in that manner. Seems to fit some of the bills of some of the questions that have been asked by the public that does attend. How do we more effectively communicate our meeting dates? Further out, how do we effectively communicate what we're going to be talking about, and how do we get the community involved in that respect? Because really, in the end, that's what our INDICAP is for. We are a conduit to the public that is interested in what's going on in the decommissioning, and even those that aren't interested in what's going on in the decommissioning, because at some point they could become interested and be able to look back and see the work that the panel's done and be able to come up to speed in that respect. I don't know that we're going to have an answer to our question tonight, but I will yield the floor to Mr. Irwin to listen to his comment.
So, this is my 15th year of involvement with either the nuclear decommission, or I can't even remember what it was called before, the nuclear... VSNAP, Vermont State Nuclear Advisory Panel, thank you. And I can tell you that the things that are working now are obvious to me, and they are the results of the efforts of the Public Service Department. Specifically, the record keeping for this panel is exceptional. It is all open to the public. It is, while a government site, a place that you can go and find everything that has occurred under the NDCAP since its inception. Annual reports have been put together religiously, not always on time, but well-founded minutes, records of votes, records of issues, records of presentations. The actual documents are there. I can also tell you that attendance at these meetings is typically measured by the contentiousness of the issues. That when, and frankly in VSNAP, there was always contentiousness. But since the negotiated settlement, the sale, and frankly the turnover from one owner to another, the transition from operating to decommissioning, I think there are a lot of settled issues. What will likely occur is that if there becomes a problem that causes costs to go up, or delays, or other concerns among the public, we'll see attendance rise again. And we need to be prepared for that. So I would suggest that, one, I think we really have a great system of record keeping that I would be concerned about throwing out because it's not broken. And I would appreciate instead that we continue to do what we're doing with the Public Service Department's maintenance of the records of this panel and the availability of it. And I think the notices to the public of our meeting attendance, that they're occurring. I know we could do more. I don't know if there's anything that's happening in the local papers for notice that might be of use as well. Whether that's already occurring, I'm not sure. I appreciate your perspective, Chris, about a May meeting. I like that idea too, because I think there will be huge answers and questions in the March report. I know I can tell you as a state agency, I only have a timeline of work at Vermont Yankee that goes through December 2019 for the most part. And I'm anxious to know what 2020 has to observe as a state agency / regulator. And so I think there will be a lot to discuss then. And I do believe that the meetings in between those May kickoffs, if you want to call it that, are helpful to have each of the agencies and other stakeholders report on the status as we go from year to year. I do think that we are on a time table that has a certain end date, and that the sooner we act, the more likely we're going to benefit from a decision that we make. That if we wait another year for the next legislative session, we will be much further down this road that is rapidly moving. I can tell you, as someone who was at the site today, seeing what's occurred in just the last month, we are seeing rapid changes. We will see even more rapid changes in the coming months of 2020. There will be dramatic changes at that site, and we need to be able to accommodate those kinds of changes that might occur and interest that's likely to be generated in the public as they hear about these things. So I would, again, think of any sort of monetary figure or budget that might be associated with this to have some flexibility for where there were these kinds of dynamics and we needed to accommodate those. So I would say that, again, I like the estimations that were created by the Public Service Department because I know the care with which they were obtained. And I would put onto that some sort of language or a buffer or something to accommodate where there's likely going to be fluctuations over the course of time. And I would also say that I do believe that it could be much less expensive to have someone brought in to do the physical arrangements at the price much less than the state nuclear engineer, who I value immensely as someone who has toured the site with him numerous times to be able to look at highly technical issues that are occurring there. And it was a shame that we couldn't do more of that this afternoon because he had to come here and make sure that this meeting was set up. So I just wanted to make sure I covered everything in my notes here. And I think I have. Thank you very much.
So I guess I will bring it back to the question at this point in my mind, and I could be completely wet, but is what is the dollar figure that it takes to be able to effectively communicate to the public as IndyCap? And not necessarily how it's spent and who it's spent on and all that kind of thing, but what is the overall dollar figure of what makes our jobs viable to the public? And I don't know that we can answer that question this evening. I really don't. But that's what it boils down to, how the dollars get spent in the end, whether they're, because it has to be fluid, whether it be a specialist that we need 6 months from now, or whether it's a specialist that we need 2 weeks from now. In the end, it's a dollar figure. It's not necessarily how we spend it immediately. I don't think we can put forth a proposal that says, this is how we're going to spend all these dollars every single year going forward for the next 5 years. Because as certain needs arise, we need to be able to flow those dollars to those needs, in my opinion. So I think a dollar figure needs to be reached, whether it be this evening or a different time. God, I hope it's this evening, because I don't want to do this again, honestly. But I think we have a very good start with what the Public Service Department has put in front of us, what Representative Sabirian Coffee has put in front of us, to be able to determine that dollar figure. And again, everything falls back on you, Commissioner Taryn, how those dollars get spent. So I think it behooves us to determine that dollar figure this evening, and your department from there determines whether it's Mr. Lashinsky's time to set up tables or whether it's somebody else's time to set up tables. That's not in the purview of the handicap panel. That's in your purview of how those dollars are spent. What we're trying to determine tonight as a panel is what do we need as a panel to be able to effectively communicate to the outside world that wants to participate in this process.
So I'm concerned about the notion of, I'm concerned about a few things. I think, I'm not sure if the commissioner was explicit, but I think the notion of putting together an MOU outside with North Star for the support of this panel, I don't think is something that she would support. We probably should hear from her as to whether or not it is.
That is correct. I would not support that.
Right. And so that then becomes the place where we get a little sticky in statute. And so if we put in a dollar amount in statute, that's just going to be, I mean, it's fine. We can do that. We can try that. I think that there will be, we have to figure out, is that a tax? Is that a fee? Are there other businesses that would be assessed that kind of tax or fee? So if we're trying to put something like that in statute, and so if we're just putting in place, we're just shifting who pays, that may be simpler. And although I think it still would have to go to, as Representative Coffey has said, it still would have to go to probably Ways and Means and Appropriations Committee. And I would expect, as I mentioned at the last hearing, that having that be an unlimited prospect in statute will probably get some resistance from North Star. And as we've heard the commissioner say this evening, it has been limited. It has been limited. It's not limited in statute, but right now it's limited by the state budget. So I would just offer that for consideration by the panel. Mr. Chair, I would note that we are a little over schedule. I hate to, just in case you wanted to
Can I make
hear from
Mr. Leach?
If you will put this forward as a motion, I will second it for you. Or would you like me to put it forward?
I think that it might behoove us to, you can certainly do whatever you'd like to do. I think it might behoove us to hear from members of the public who are actually here and who I suspect may have some things to say that may be helpful in this regard, may not be helpful, but they will be instructive.
Okay, so to that end, we are kind of over our time allotted for discussion. from the panel on operating costs, potential funding options. So at this time, I will open up to public questions and input on the panel cost and funding options. Willing to hear from anybody from the public regarding that. It looks like you're being coerced. Come on up.
Good evening. I'm Chris Williams. I'm from Hancock. I work with Citizens Awareness Network, and I'm also with the Nuclear Information and Resource Service in Washington. I have a lot more questions than I had when I walked in the door. But after reviewing the materials earlier today, my thought was that perhaps the logistical costs could be assigned to Entergy, the non-controversial logistical costs.
It's North Star.
The department to provide funding for the expert staff time as well as outside experts if they become necessary. And somebody said it earlier, a lot's been said tonight. If you run into a cost overrun scenario where North Star might be saying one thing, it might be useful to have somebody to review what North Star is saying with regard to a particular cost overrun. Additionally, of course, if there are discoveries of both radiological or non-radiological contaminants on the site that are going to raise costs and have not been included in previous site characterizations, that might require an expert. But to take the non-controversial, just nuts and bolts costs of having the meetings and keeping the records properly, and sound, notice, and assign those to North Star if possible. And then look to the Department for experts. That's what I would recommend. So I look forward to listening to the conversation tonight and ongoing, and hope that in the future there's less talk about money and more talk about what's going on the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comments?
Hi, I'm Ann Darling. I live in East Hampton, Massachusetts. Before I say anything else, I want to remind you that there is no one sitting on the panel from Massachusetts, and there should be, and I hope you'll make the governor of the state that I now live in do something about that. Thank you. I want to kind of echo what Emily was saying about what I would like to see the panel be a vector and a conduit to the public. And besides putting things on the website, basically what gets out to the public is left to whether or not there's someone here from the press and if people read that story. Or if I write a letter to the editor, which I did a couple weeks ago. So, and it's true that people, what you were saying, Mr. Unruh, about people are not as concerned because people don't feel as threatened as we used to, or scared. Thank goodness. But I do think that, and things seem to be going okay right now, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm very happy. But they might not in the future. And I think somebody also said it's important for you to have a way to communicate with the public beyond what's on the website. And that could even be regular postings in some of the major ways of communicating, not just in Brattleboro, but all around New Hampshire, Massachusetts, but beyond Vernon. And it's wonderful that Vernon is very, very closely involved. You should be. I'm happy about that too. I'd like to see more people on this panel who are actual citizens, not representatives of, from outside of Vernon. It's good to have a lot of Vernon people. And I'd like to see maybe, a monthly piece in some local newspapers or some forums that could be put on BCTV and other cable channels. I think people need to know, and you said it yourself, Mr. Unruh, that it's your responsibility to keep people informed whether they're here or not. So how much you do of that is partially a question of money. But I want to hear a commitment from the panel that that's what the money will be used for. I really do.
Hi, good evening. I'm Clay Turnbull. I'm with New England Coalition on Nuclear Pollution. I'm a staff person and a trustee. And I was glad to hear that a report that Ray Shadd has prepared sounds like it was distributed to the panel. I just wanted to highlight a couple of lines from it. North Star will pay itself approximately 38% of the decommissioning fund to administer decommissioning activities. And there's a modest 10% overrun cushion built into the budget. In addition, North Star anticipates an end-of-the-day surplus in excess of $20 million to be divided 45% between North Star and Vermont Utilities. At Maine Yankee, we can get a rough idea of the kinds of monies that Maine Yankee spent on its cap by looking at a short list of the kinds of educative activities that Maine Yankee sponsored. The cap toward 2 sites deploying dry-fueled storage systems, at Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant in Maryland and Palisades in Michigan. The cap toward plants undergoing decommissioning, including Connecticut Yankee and Big Rock Point in Michigan. The cap participated in American Nuclear Society decommissioning conferences in Michigan, Connecticut, and Nevada, which included an engineering tour of National Repository at Yucca Mountain. The cap participated in meetings with counterpart advisory panels in Connecticut and Michigan. The cap participated in an industry decommissioning conference in Florida and conferences in Washington, Middletown, Connecticut, where travel, lodging, and expenses and conference fees were involved. One should include in any back-of-the-envelope calculations the fact that the cap averaged 14 to 15 members. This information provides not only a sense of scale, hundreds of thousands of dollars, not tens of thousands of dollars, but it also is hoped that a sense of purpose, that is, education without nuclear-related oversight, can only be arbitrary and vaguely effective. And lastly, Maine Yankee recognized at the onset that in order to communicate effectively, it needed to develop a commonly understood language about decommissioning, and this involved not only attentive and discerning listening to community stakeholders, but also offering them the opportunity to familiarize themselves with nuclear processes and regulation. I don't know where this panel, the line between this panel and the group that New England Coalition fought to get established as part of the MOU, where the line between them is, but to me, the education is a missing link. You know, that the company could be making more of an effort to provide some real education, whether it's to this panel or to the group that we're trying to fund. I think that the general public, there are people that want to understand the technical issues so that they can determine, so that they can say, okay, I'm not just taking someone else's word for it. And I'm, Bob Leach, you've got an entire career of education that lots of folks would love to understand. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think we're at that place in the evening where we would be contemplating a break. And before we did that, I frankly am unsure of how to proceed here. I brought sufficient copies of a draft statutory amendment that I would be happy to distribute to folks so they can look at what my thoughts have been about what we might do. I've heard the conversation tonight about the $35,000 figure. I've heard Dr. Owen's comments about a higher figure. It occurs to me that this language that I've put together could be, again, modified to accommodate some sort of cap. I just don't know where and how to prompt that discussion. But I wanted you to make you aware of that as an option for tonight. I do have that material here if it would be of interest to the panel members.
I think that makes two of us that I'm not exactly sure where to go from here based on the discussion that we've had both from the public sector and from the panel itself. So I will say that we are going to go to a 5-minute break, and if you'd like to distribute those materials that you have during that 5-minute break, you are welcome to do so. We will reconvene this meeting at 7:35. So we are going to head to additional panel discussion on operating cost and funding options. So during the break, Commissioner Tierney put out a proposed amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6, and I will allow Commissioner Tierney to speak towards that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I alluded to earlier in the evening, I had this language has been prepared in order to effectuate the outcome that I would prefer, which was an amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6, such that North Star bears the costs of hiring experts, contracting for services, and providing for materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses of the panel, as the commissioner, meaning me, may consider appropriate on the request of the panel from time to time. The idea is that by June 30th annually, the department would render a bill basically to North Star that details the amount of monies that have been expended on experts or the contract for services and the like. And in turn, North Star would then pay that bill within 30 days into the special fund that's been established per statute to support the Department of Public Service. It also supports the Public Utility Commission, but that's neither here nor there right now. The language clarifies that the monies so paid by North Star into the special fund would be paid solely to the department, meaning they would not be shared with the Public Utility Commission. And finally, the owners of the Vermont Yankee Station, North Star, would have the right to petition the Public Utility Commission to review and determine, after opportunity for hearing, the necessity and reasonableness of such expenses, and may amend or revise such cost assessments as what I put in here, but expenses will be fine too. Based on the conversation tonight, it occurs to me that we could insert a cap in here if the panel thought that was appropriate. And if we did so, I would propose that it be in the second line that is underscored from the top, such that it would now read, the owners of the VYNPS, as the Commissioner of Public Service may consider appropriate, comma, not to exceed. The number we've used tonight is 35,000, or whatever other number this panel settles on. And 35,000 would be would reflect what Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey came up with through their research. To be clear again, I have circulated a statement of costs for the panel to date principally to raise awareness of what costs are invested so far in the operations of this panel, for better or for worse. The Section 1 costs are those logistical costs that I think North Star ought to bear. The Section 2 costs are the PSD staff time that supports NDCAP. I'm not proposing that that be included in this amendment to Section 6G. I just wanted the panel to be aware that these costs are being incurred. And then the costs on Section 3, having to do with the agency participation, I think it would be fair to put that in, but not necessary. Certainly any per diem increase, as suggested by Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey, would be something that would be fair to include under that $35,000. I do agree with Mr. Unruh that there's no need to specify what the $35,000 is expended on, because with the way I've put the language into the statute, I think it's pretty clear that it is supposed to go, the $35,000 would go toward hiring experts, contracting for services, and providing materials, and other reasonable necessary expenses of the panel. So the Section 2 costs and Section 3 costs are not costs that I regard as fitting into that or being included in that language. Are there questions from the panel?
Go ahead, Laura.
So I have a couple of questions. When would this end?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and that's something that I was just discussing with counsel for North Star. It's a very logical question to be asking, but interestingly, it prompts a larger existential question for this panel. If you'll note, as we sit here tonight, NDCAP has no shelf life. So I don't think that it would be necessary for us to put an end date on here. I can certainly understand if there are folks who feel a need for that, but what you're really raising is the larger question of how long should NDCAP exist? I would say this would go on for however long NDCAP exists.
So I would suggest a termination of, at the time that partial license termination happens. Because at the time, I feel that NDCAP no longer has a value. I hate to say that, but it no longer has a substantial value, I guess, after the partial license termination.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
If I may add one point to that, there's also the site restoration part of this process that is exclusive to the Public Utility Commission jurisdiction. And it would seem to me that if there's going to be a termination date, that it should also include that. So it's not just partial license termination by the NRC, but also when site restoration has been achieved to the satisfaction of the Public Utility Commission, in my opinion.
Go ahead, Chris.
Just briefly, I would agree with that. And another thing that, and not to draw out the conversation, I think it's something that could be figured out later on, but I believe, and Clay, maybe you know, or maybe the folk with North Star know, I think both the Yankee Road Cap and the main Yankee Caps still meet once a year or have some kind of annual something. And so those continue to exist. Now, I'm not saying whether or not it should, but it'd be worth talking to those communities about, is there utility once it's just the ISFAC left on the site, is there value? And maybe that's not the Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel, maybe that's something else, but just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner, how would you envision the panel accessing funds? So you've spoken to the fact that we've had a push down because there haven't been funds available from the department. So would you see that changing with this language, with this cap in there, and how would you envision the panel doing that?
Yeah, no, those are also really good questions. And so, yes, if the funds were available and they were the responsibility of the company, I would expect them to then be available to this panel. The mechanism that presently exists is that at the end of the day, the panel makes its request to the commissioner for funds for these activities. That's the existing statute. And I use my best judgment as to whether to make those funds available. And what I have proposed here is that that would continue. That mechanism would continue.
And so experts have, again, that has not been something that's been available.
Precisely. And that's the genesis of my concern, is that they've not been available. Not only has, well, Chris will speak to this in a moment, I think, but I will loosely say, to date, on my watch, none have been requested beyond what Chris asked for in the sale docket, or it's a backstory I'm happy to go into, but the bottom line is we've not had any such requests, but I think it's fair to say that I have sent every signal possible saying there's no point in making a request because I don't have money. And that's just not good enough, in my opinion, which is why I've been so concerned about this issue.
And I'm hearing that that might remain the same.
It's entirely possible.
Because the cost, the $35,000 is...
If we wanted to take that out of my budget today, that's a non-starter.
Because $35,000 is more than what you are putting forth your agency spends on handicap right now.
That would be additional to what I already put in, that's correct.
So it would not cover what you're currently expending.
And I'm not asking to, what I'm looking for is for the company to be responsible for that 4,000 plus for the logistics, and then for whatever is left under this cap, that would be what's available to this panel for hiring experts and contracting for services. For instance, Chris mentioned not too long ago that there was a consensus-seeking process, I think, that my predecessor conducted. You and Dr. Irwin might know about this, or Corey, I don't know if you do too.
Yeah.
Judging by these figures, the cost of that, there doesn't appear to be a record of it at the department. But it's that kind of facilitation process, for instance, or educational initiatives or the like. Those are things that open up if there's money available to be charged to the company.
Can I mention just one brief thing, and they have to provide a little context too, which is when IndyCap was first started, and actually in docket and Public Utility Commission dockets before that, there was a concern about like when IndyCap was first created, it was envisioned that decommissioning wouldn't start for 60 years or so, and so there was real concern about the company funding that because it would be coming out of the decommissioning trust, which would then decrease the amount of funds available for decommissioning. So now we have a more discrete timeline, but I would say that it would be just in case anybody has any concerns about suddenly if North Star is bearing the bill, that suddenly folk are going to go crazy and want to spend all kinds of money. Well, we all have a vested interest in being very, very thoughtful about how those funds are used, because I think it's still coming out of the decommissioning trust. I think that'd be the likely source of funds, because that's the source of funds they have to use. So I don't know that that's exactly the case, but just in case folk remember those old arguments from back in the day about concerns about where the funding for a panel would come from, now at least we know approximately how many years we're looking at and what kind of budget we're probably looking at.
So I have additional questions. Looking at the final line here, I'm not sure that it may be a typo or maybe a punctuation issue. The owners of Vermont Yankee may petition the Public Utility Commission to review and determine, after opportunity for a hearing, the necessity and reasonableness of such expenses, and may amend or revise such cost assessments. So is that intended to be that the owners of Vermont Yankee may amend or revise such cost assessments?
No, it's for the Public Utility Commission. And-
So I read that as,
Yep, I can see why you read it that way. We could simply put a period after such expenses and say the Public Utility Commission may amend or revise such cost assessments.
Mr. Chair, I have two other questions, if I may continue.
Go ahead.
So, Chris, or does anybody recall, my sense is this language for handicap was likely drafted as part of the original settlement between the state and Entergy, 2013-14.
Just, I want to say it was 12, but it passed. No, but there must have been 13, must have been
Yeah.
1 or 13.
It was not part of the settlement.
No, but no, it was not part of settlement, no, but it was, but I think it came out of the settlement
Yeah.
concept. I
It was a
I think
logical, yeah.
It was not in the
Yeah.
settlement, but it was,
It was intended to be a successor to VSNAP, which had its own issues.
So my question, larger question is around, I'm guessing that there's probably some negotiation between the advocates and the company and the government.
I can't speak to that.
No.
I just know Mr.
Can
Anthony
anybody
has strong
speak to that?
feelings.
No? Does anybody recall that? And then, I
it was
guess.
done quickly.
Yeah. Yes. And then my last question, and I don't know if this is appropriate or they'll be willing to do so, but does North Star want to weigh in on this at this point?
We have panel members here.
I'll open it up to North Star members on the panel and/or North Star Council.
Sure. David Pearson.
No.
So, well, it looks like Mr. DiCarlo's going to step up, so we're going to hand it over to council.
Rick DiCarlo, North Star Council. I think this is a potentially workable solution, but we'll have to internally confer and report back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I think my final comment would be one that I had suggested to you earlier. If there is consensus on the panel or someplace on the panel, and the intention is to try and move this year, I would hope that there would be some consensus on the panel and that the panel itself would engage with the commissioner in moving this legislation forward.
Sure. So kind of let me recap everything that we've been discussing since we received this proposed amendment. From what I'm understanding, as a consensus of the panel, please correct me if I'm wrong, I will start at the, looks like the second sentence of the proposed amendment. Funds for this purpose shall come from the owners of the VYNPS, as the Commissioner of Public Service may consider appropriate not to exceed $35,000 annually, and to terminate at the time of partial license terminations and site restoration is complete. That kind of seems like the general consensus of the board, that $35,000 dollar number is acceptable, and that it is to terminate at the end of partial license termination and site restoration. And then at the bottom of that amendment, there add a period as of reasonableness of such expenses, period. The Public Utility Commission may amend or revise such cost assessments. Now I'm looking for a consensus on those particular terms of this amendment, please. Go ahead, sir.
Chair, I just had a question to the commissioner before getting to your amendment, if that's okay.
Sure.
Just for clarification, Commissioner, you're saying that this fund, if this funding were to become available, it would not go to pay for the costs of Department of Public Service staff?
That's correct.
So I'm wondering, so in effect, it does bring greater capacity to this work that we're doing here, so which I think is a very good thing. And I'm wondering if we can clarify some of the language, because I also heard that there were a couple of things that the public, or if we could add a word like public engagement, education in there, to the list of things that could be considered, so as to expand upon the possibilities that currently exist.
So you're talking,
On
let's
the-
look at the 1, 2, 3, fourth line down in the underlined portion.
Right, so
Service to hire experts, comma.
contract for services, comma, and provide for materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses for the panel. If the rest of this panel were to agree, I just think it would be good to add some language around, because we've been talking about whether it's attending a conference or doing some broader public engagement in some way, right? I've heard that tonight. So I'm not always the best at wordsmithing.
Okay, so service to hire experts, public engagement and education, contract for services, and providing materials and other, would that be satisfactory?
I'd like some specificity. Contract for services, cover expenses associated with public engagement, or and education. I mean,
May I ask as a point of clarification? I understand what you're driving at, Representative Coffey. In my opinion, that would constitute a reasonable or necessary expense if the panel decides that's what it wants to do, and the commissioner decides it's appropriate. Is it your concern that you'd like to have it specified such that it's removed from the discretion of the commissioner? And it's okay to say yes, I won't be offended.
It's mostly more about the intention of adding this in here to just reflect that. So I don't want to belabor the point. And so my second point is to follow up on the chair's comment about how long this funding would last. If we look at the full statute, I think I would prefer something simpler that said that this would not to exceed $35,000 annually for as long as the handicap or the panel exists. Because I don't think it should be linked to what we think the process is going to be. The rest of the statute doesn't do that.
Yeah.
So my 2 cents.
So let's tackle that portion of it, because the public engagement and education is easy enough to add into that wording. Let's look at the termination of this actual agreement, what the panel feels is necessary. I mean, we can feel it's necessary that we exist for the rest of our lives and get, involvement in this as long as the spent fuel sits on the ISFSI pad, which, if that's what the panel wants to do, that's what the panel wants to do. But at that point, North Star is no longer, in my estimation, is no longer on the site, no longer responsible for the site, because they probably turned it over at that point to some other entity. So how do we, as a panel, charge a company that's no longer in existence in the state of Vermont to fund a panel that we decide, we're just going to continue this because we have this money, because we still have spent fuel on the pad? That would be my only concern. It seems to be fairly open-ended in that respect.
Mr. Chair, if I may. I appreciate the sentiment that you're expressing. I really do. This has been an exercise in people of good faith trying to set reasonable expectations and reasonable limits. My memory, and others on the panel, and in the end counsel to the agency may be able to correct me, is that North Star has acquired this site So when decommissioning is complete, they don't simply turn it over to somebody else. It is their property. They may not have boots on the ground anymore doing decommissioning activity, but they do still own it. So I take your point, though, that we really are getting at the existential question of how long do we expect handicap to continue to exist. And the legislature, at least in prior iterations of this statute, has not specified an end date. I suppose I have sympathy for the simplicity that Representative Coffey has pointed to. But I suppose we could add some, I don't know, I would defer to my legislative colleagues. Is there sunset language that could be put in, or I really don't know.
I guess to your point, Commissioner Tierney, yes, they will still own the property after decommissioning is done, termination of the license, partial termination of the licensing, and site restoration happens. But what is it to say that, you know, they don't turn the property over to a developer, to the town of Vernon, whatever the case may be, and at that point, whomever that is, the developer, the town of Vernon, Wyndham Regional Commission, BDCC now owns the property, and we are continuing to ask North Star to fund a panel when they have no skin in the game at that point.
Well,
Just because we want to continue a panel because we still have radioactive material that sits on the ISFSI, but maybe they're out of the game at that point.
I take your point, though. I would note the language points to the owners of the station.
So that could potentially, this $35,000 could potentially become the problem of
whoever acquires the site, that's correct.
Yeah, the town of Vernon as an example.
And that's a problem. I completely see your point.
Yeah.
I think Chris had a question.
Well, I was just going to.
Which I will clarify, because there was mention from the public that as of yesterday, I have no tie to the town of Vernon. I am no longer a selectman in the town of Vernon. I have no, there is no tie for the town of Vernon with me any longer, with the exception of maintaining the office of Deputy Emergency Administrator. So I am not, I'm speaking in generalized terms at this point.
So I was just going to say, I'm looking at, I don't have the enabling statute in front of me, but I've got the our charter in front of me. And handicap, I think this is Paris language, handicap shall advise the Governor, General Assembly, and agencies of the state on issues related to decommissioning. That's nuclear. Now, I mean, I would like to see it go through site restoration too, but you could logically say handicap would sunset upon the completion of decommissioning, and then maybe leave an escape clause like this could be reconsidered by the legislature at that time, but that may be the language that you use because that's the actual purpose of I mean, it's imperfect to me, and I would defer to the rest of the panel because it seems like it'd be worthwhile for, to have the panel in existence for the completion of the non-radiological decommissioning as well. And maybe I'd have to look into in detail at the enabling statute because maybe it talks about non-radiological. But anyway, but that may be an approach to take, just reflecting on what it says. I'm just forgetting, I'm not remembering from the last meeting. Are we supposed to meet again soon, or is this?
God, I hope not.
So I'm almost wondering if we agree in concept with what the commissioners put forth, and if we've heard from North Star that this seems within the realm of possibility of something they would consider, and you'll take it back to your internal counsel, what if, and what if the Public Service Department, North Star had a conversation, come up with some mutually agreeable language, we wouldn't have to meet but get it back to the panel, but then frankly, the individual panel members could always go testify.
Sure. I guess to Representative Sebelia's point is that we need to come to a general consensus as a panel tonight on the dollar figure, a termination date if we so desire, and then I think your point is well taken that allow the powers that be go forth in making the agreement based on our suggestions. I guess I'll start with one particular item. Does look for a consensus of the panel of $35,000. Does that seem to be a good start or the place where we need to be to continue to grow from here as the handicap and get the things that we need to get done? So I'm going to ask for a consensus on that particular section. It is the $35,000 that was, brought forth to us by Representative Sebelian Coffee, acceptable to the panel as part of the amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6. But
So, can you ask those questions? I think the frame that Chris has, like if that's a goal, is for North Star and the department to see if there is something they can agree to with the items that you're asking for consensus. Is that what we're doing, Mr. Chair?
yes,
Okay.
that's exactly what we're doing.
Okay. So,
May I ask for clarification on this, though?
Yes.
I have tried very hard to avoid being in that very position of it being North Star and department. Go work it out. That's exactly why I prepared this language tonight, so that this panel can decide whether it wants to move forward on this basis or some other basis. If we get consensus on the $35,000, that's a very clear instruction. If we can get consensus on end date being when the handicap, for as long as handicap exists, appreciating there are members on the panel who don't necessarily support that, but if we can get consensus on that, that's clear direction. If we can get consensus on the public engagement piece, that's clear direction. And then I can speak for myself and say that I'm happy to take this amendment, if need be, to the legislature, or our legislative colleagues could put this in if they're willing or not. But I don't see what my speaking with North Star is going to add to this. North Star can certainly testify in the legislature as it sees fit. And I have high hopes that, based on council's comments tonight, that testimony would be largely supportive, but I would leave that to you. I think that distance is healthy, in my opinion.
So I guess that's my goal, is to hit those three things: the dollar figure, determination, the language of public engagement, get a consensus on those things. And I think what Representative Sebelia was kind of aiming at is that we come to an agreement on how that wording happens between your department and North Star. So the clear direction from the panel for dollar figure, for termination, for how public engagement should happen, and then you guys figure out the legalese between yourselves, because that's not our expertise as panel members, is to make those.
That's the part that's making me uncomfortable.
Okay. I would love to be able to give you all the legalese to make this thing work, but I don't know. Mr. Irwin, you had a question, comment?
Just on the notion of the possibility that another property owner would be potentially saddled with the responsibility for funding the handicap. I wonder if changing the language from owners of the VYNPS to owners of the VYNPS license or licenses would help in that regard, because it's either going to be the license for the ISVC and the plant in decommissioning, which are two different parts of the Code of Federal Regulations, or it'll be just the ISVC because the other part of the plant would have been fully decommissioned, license termination would have been completed.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not sure about anybody else. Go ahead.
I'd like to, correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, but the license won't really be terminated. What will happen is, once North Star has finished the decommissioning and reduced all the contamination to appropriate levels, the property will be released for unconditional use. They would still have the license for the IFAC, but the rest of the property would be released for unconditional use. Am I out of turn there, Corey, or is that pretty close?
That's very close. The Part 50 license will sustain until the IFAC is finally decommissioned. It's all the same license. But the general terms for which you're describing, I'm sure language could be developed that would satisfy what we're talking about.
And I think that's Mr. Irwin's intent, is that whomever the property goes to, that the onus still stays on North Star as a licensee of the ISFAC or whatever, still exists. Is that correct, Mr. Irwin?
Yes, that is correct. The license is really the key to the problem.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I've had a suggestion from my council, the wonders of technology. If we had a three-way involvement here where Ledge Council were involved as well in these discussions, that would make the department more comfortable, so that the legalese piece that you're talking about would be worked out between Ledge Council, North Star, and the department. That gives me some comfort.
And I'm completely okay with that. So let me circle back to where I started.
Sorry.
No, that's perfectly fine. We're working through it. So as a panel, I would like to get a consensus on the dollar figure of $35,000 annually is acceptable to us to be able to move our work forward. And just give me a yes or no. Please start with you, Chris.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Abstain.
Abstain.
On the phone?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a majority agreements on the dollar figure of $35,000 annually. Let's go to the easy part, the public engagement side of it. So adding the language, again, fourth line down in the underline, service to hire experts, public engagement and education, contracts for services and provide materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses of the panel. Noting that obviously this is how the money gets spent is completely up to the public service department. Adding simple language such as in public engagement and education. Is everyone happy with that, or general consensus? Chris?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Okay. So we have that. Oh yeah, sorry, on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a majority agreement adding simple language regarding public engagement and education to the list of things that will become necessary of the panel. So to the hard thing, termination. We heard a couple of different options regarding the owners of the VY NPS license or licenses is an option for us. That seems to make the most sense to me at this point. So let's get a general consensus of, does that make the most sense as a termination, standard?
You can say that.
So, let's see, funds for the purpose shall come from the owners of the VYNPS license holder. Is that correct, Mr. Irwin?
Yes, and I've been corrected by Corey that it is just one license,
Yeah.
so it doesn't have to consider multiple licenses.
So that would be the termination, the terminology used in that first sentence. So whomever is the license holder for the property is responsible for going forward.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I interrupt our process?
Yes.
So I need a moment to actually process the negotiation aspect that has been put out here. And it seems that we're going to do all of that like very publicly. So I'm wondering if we could get the department's counsel to come and we could ask maybe some questions just about process.
I guess I'm confused. What are you
So
looking
the
for a
department
process
is
on?
recommending that, the department council is recommending that rather than having North Star and the department go and kind of fine tune this and bring it to the legislature, that the legislature and the administration and North Star fine tune this. And so I'd just like to ask him to clarify and kind of walk us through that a little bit. Because I've had no time to think about that or ask legislative counsel or anyone. So, and I'm getting, like we're kind of almost at the bottom of the slide and I'm feeling like, oh, we're going to catch this. Do we want to catch this? So can we ask?
I'm certainly happy to ask Mr. Porter to step to the microphone, if that's all right with you, Mr. On the Road.
Absolutely. Come on up.
Thank you. Jim?
Almost made it out of here cleanly.
Yeah. Well, and I have to pick up a soccer kid.
Okay.
I have to leave in 20 minutes at the most. My question is, I want to understand the difference that you see between the department and North Star fine-tuning this, and the department and the legislature and North Star fine-tuning this, and what assurances you'd like to give me that Ledge Council will see those same.
So what was in my mind when this came up was the commissioner seemed to have some reservations about the department and North Star going off in a room and drafting the consensus of what you vote on tonight. And I guess my thought would be to have a lawyer from Ledge Council, since we are talking about a bill or a bill amendment, and we've done this in the past with other parties, just sit down with Ledge Council sort of as an intermediary, another party to be there, and we could just both talk with them, was my thought.
Okay, but I want to just make sure that we're all aware that whatever agreement we might put forward, we'll have to go through the whole legislative process. Any of the folks in the audience, in the public, anybody in the legislature that would like can engage in this process. And any legislator can access Ledge Council and, work to.
Oh, right, and to be clear, what I was only going as far as coming up with a draft of a bill that we would submit to the committee. And frequently, Ledge Council has little fixes that help with drafting as well. Just that I think we would then come back and share with the committee, not necessarily at a meeting, but.
Okay, great. That answers my questions, and I am comfortable now. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to the.
Mr. Chair, it appears North Star's council may have something to say.
Absolutely, come on up.
Thank you, Greg DiCarlo, counsel for North Star. I just want to clarify that my earlier comments were premised on termination at partial license termination, not later. Any questions about that?
You're aware that's not, there's no such thing as a partial license termination. It's a release of property for unconditional use. It's semantics, but words are kind of important sometimes.
It's the shrinking of the license from its current size down to the ISPC only is what I'm referring to. We can work on the proper language, but that's what we're looking at as a potential workable solution.
If I could be heard on that point.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I think we've gotten to the place where the committee itself has to decide what it wants to do. And then that conversation that Mr. DiCarlo is teeing up is one worth having, and exactly why I would want the antiseptic of Ledge Council being present. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about a piece of legislation that we will put into the hopper of the committee process. And at that time, I would expect North Star to, if we can't come to closure on the point, you show up and testify to that effect. But that shouldn't foreclose this committee from deciding tonight on what it wants to put forward by way of proposal. And I expect, I could be wrong, that we're going to need to have 2 consensus votes. One's going to be on this termination that's tied to license termination and site restoration, and the other to the proposal from Representative Coffey that the obligation simply be coextensive with as long as NDCAP exists.
Okay, I'm gonna abstain from weighing in on this last piece because I don't feel like I have enough information.
So I guess, Chris, there's a couple different options on the table right now, and I'm just going to be looking for the board, and obviously, you know, feel free to abstain if you feel the same as Representative Sibilia, that you don't have the proper information to make a decision. So we have essentially 2 different proposals on the table as far as timeline goes. One from Mr. Irwin about license holders, and that, you know, this is kind of perpetual to license holders to the end of NDCAP, and 2 to the partial license termination and restoration would be the second option to put an end to this particular agreement. So I guess I'm looking to you to see which one you lean towards to get a general consensus from the NDCAP panel. So we'll start with you.
So I have to start with a question. Because what I had originally thought was terminate NDCAP upon the, because just looking at what, I mean, at some level I'd like to change the statute to say site restoration. It's actually in our name because I was trying to figure out, was the intent of the statute nuclear decommissioning versus, you know, decommissioning and site restoration, but it's actually in our name, the Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel. So what I was proposing was that the NDCAP would sunset with the completion of the nuclear decommissioning, which I think goes back to what you were saying, is basically the license is the partial release, and then all that's left is the ISPC. And then I'd also suggested potential language would be at that point the legislature could take up whether or not to continue, NDCAP should continue once it's just the ISPC on the site. I know that sounds real complicated, but I think what I was, and I'm kind of looking down at Bill to see what he would suggest, because he's more of actually the expert on this question.
Well, I don't know if I'm an expert for sure, that would be debatable, but the language that is in the 2-page presentation by Representative Sibilia and Coffey, number 3, time horizon of North Star funding obligation, the language that's described here, where does that come from? Is that in NRC regulations? Because as Mr. DiCarlo just explained it, actually that is what I was describing. It does not eliminate the burden on the license holder of the ISPC. It just has narrowed it down to release of the rest of the site for the decommissioning purposes, which is everything but the ISPC. So I'm actually more comfortable with the original language as presented in the item number 3, time horizon of North Star funding obligation, than I was when this discussion started.
May I ask a clarifying point, Mr. Unruh?
Yes.
So, Dr. Irwin, if I understand you correctly, if we were to insert the phrase, North Star's funding obligation to support handicap activities shall terminate upon North Star's submission to the NRC of its partial license termination application, that would make you comfortable?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'd put that out for comment to the rest of the panel. I could agree to that too. I would be comfortable with that too.
Okay. Chris, you good with that?
Yes.
Laura, you're abstaining, or are you good?
No, I mean, that's clear enough.
Okay. Sarah?
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
Paul?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yes.
Yep. North Star representatives?
Abstain.
Abstain.
On the phone?
I'm good with that.
Yes.
Okay. We now have a clear directive from this panel to the Public Service Department, and from my understanding is that we are looking for the Public Service Department, the Ledge Council, and North Star Council to get together and make the legalese work. Is that my understanding, panel? Chris?
Yes, and then the idea, I think, is we wouldn't meet to discuss it again, but whatever's negotiated would come back to the panel so that we can, individually if we like, or whatever, or however we want to communicate it individually, communicate that to committee.
May I ask how exactly that is done? I'm hearing no further meeting, but come back to panel.
I just meant like Tony would send us, this is the language they agreed to.
And each individual, so there would be no hit return all.
Unless folk want to meet again, I just don't know that we're gonna, I don't know that this panel is the best way, and I'm also being mindful of the public input, so the public needs to see what it says too. I just don't know that we're gonna need to be in the business of wordsmithing legislative language. So I think what we're agreeing to is the concept that's been presented here, so we're agreeing to the concept, and then the answer frankly may come back, hey, Public Service Department, in a meeting with North Star, with Ledge Council present, we couldn't come to an agreement. But at least we know that we agreed to the concept that was presented by the commissioner.
So are you looking for, once the wording is acceptable to our parties, what are you looking for the handicap to do in your opinion from there?
Well, I'd like to be clear what handicap would like to have happen if North Star and the department don't come to an agreement.
Then we start all over again.
So, well, that's, so
Let's
that.
agree to this concept that was handed out
So,
by the commissioner.
that's right. So that's an option. So one option is the commissioner handed out language. We've made a number of different suggestions. And what I'm hearing is North Star come back with any fine tunes with the department and work with the legislative council to work that through. So North Star may come back and say, yeah, no, we're not agreeing to that.
So let's get a little bit of clarification right now why we can, and I understand, Mr. Carlo, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, and ask, based on what the handicap panel has put forth tonight, what is the general consensus? I know you probably can't give us a clear yes because you need to do your due diligence on your end, but based on what the panel has put forward this evening and kind of the limitations and that kind of thing, what is your general feeling of how North Star will react to a negotiation towards that end?
Well, you're correct that I can't make a final determination tonight because it's ultimately not up to me, but I am very encouraged by what I heard as the end result of the panel's decision, that we will be able to come to an agreement quickly. If in fact what has been discussed here is what ends up in this final draft.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, I'm not asking, I'm not asking for North Star's permission to proceed. but whether or not the panel would want to proceed or would want to meet again if there was some conflict. That's more what I'm asking.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I have great faith in the efforts of these three bodies that we've identified here to act on our behalf, given the goals as expressed here tonight. So I don't think that it would be necessary for us to go beyond our individual rights to go to the hearings about this matter and discuss them as individuals or as representatives of agencies in the legislative process. I think that we've made our position known fairly clearly, and I appreciate the language, the efforts that everyone's made here to provide us this really good basis to make these kinds of recommendations.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I? Representative Sibilia, I know we're about to lose you because you're turning into a pumpkin. And Representative Coffey, what is your best estimation as to the time remaining for what we need to accomplish? If the department is able to sit down with a representative of North Star and Ledge Council, say within the week, and if the department is then able to kick back to the members of the panel individually the revised version of the language I've passed out tonight, and if that is posted on the website of the department for public comment for an acceptable period of time, a week perhaps, do you think that is sufficient, that there is still sufficient time to have this then go through the legislative process this session?
So the bill will have to, as you know, it will have to go through crossover. So it'll have to be heard in the House. Crossover will be the week after town meeting. And then it will have to go to the Senate.
Yeah.
And then it will have to, if there are any changes made in the Senate, it will have to come back to the House. The House would have to agree or not, all of that. And then the governor would need to sign. So in terms of moving it through the House, it would have to move through the House by the week after town meeting. So the chair of the Energy and Technology Committee has been kept apprised by Representative Coffey and I of what is being discussed and the possibility for this coming through. It is true, we have some very significant pieces of legislation. So
So if the proposition is, what I am stumbling over the mechanics here more than anything else. If we are able to reach the latest greatest version of this proposed language and get that back to the individual handicap members for their review, and to do so electronically, do we run afoul of any open meeting laws or anything like that? And so if Mr. Unruh gets sign off from all the handicapped members in a manner that is lawful, then, and in the interim, the department has posted this for public comment on the website, it would seem to me we should be able to get this into the legislature in fairly short order.
Just for clarification, I don't think it's necessary for the handicap individual members to sign off on anything in particular.
Okay. That helps me. Yeah, that's what I'm asking basically.
But I think we've all expressed our opinion, and to Mr. Irwin's point, if we wanted to pursue it individually, we have that option.
As long as it's clear that the representation that will be made in the legislature is that this final version, subject to the guidance you've been given, is the will of handicap.
And I think I feel that we've done that tonight in a public manner.
And I'm certain the minutes will be
reflect as much.
Will be, helpful. And in terms of public notice, Commissioner, the public can engage on this legislation. It's hanging on the wall right now.
Fair enough.
So we have the bill that is up on the wall in energy and technology now. What we'll be doing is making changes to that.
Okay. So what I'm taking away from this is that the department has a mandate to proceed from handicap. meeting with North Star and Ledge Council to get the final version of this and get this thing rolling. Fair enough?
That's my feeling as well.
Okay. I feel I'm moved by the spirit to comment that I feel this has been a very productive meeting tonight, and I thank my colleagues for their patience and persistence.
Absolutely. Do we have any additional input from the panel before I turn it over to the general public?
Did we agree to this in concept?
We should probably do it formally before Representative Sibilia turns into a
Because the other ones
pumpkin.
we've gone through, you've got a yes, 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 you want a yes on this, what the commissioner gave us?
Sure, with revisions, absolutely.
So I would agree that yes, well, supporting the concept presented here by the commissioner.
With the revisions that were made?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there others?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
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 Okay, great. All right, so we have a direction, we have a means to an end, and I will open it up to general public comment to the panel. Seeing none, we are adjourned.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the sound bites. Ben Kinsley is here with me as co-host and co-producer and sponsor. Would you like to give a little... You did so well last week.
I'll keep it short because we've got a lot to talk about today.
A lot of guests.
Yeah, so I have a consulting firm called Imperium Advisors, and we do a number of different things, including policy development is really the core of what we do, and a little bit of advocacy work as well, mostly for nonprofits around Vermont.
Thank you very much. We are lobbyists, registered. Can you imagine? That's so cool. Anyway, we have a really excellent show planned for you tonight. Our guests, we have 4 guests this evening. It's going to be very interesting. Mary Moulton, who's from Washington County Mental Health Services, who is a repeat guest many times, Mary. Will Eberly, sorry, Will, and Zach Hughes, who are from the Montpelier Homelessness Coalition, and Rob Farrell, who's the director of the Good Samaritan Haven, and you will meet them in just a minute. This is a second show that we've done on homelessness. We had John Sales here last week, who was talking about food insufficiency and how it all ties in with homelessness, and all of the other challenges that some of our Vermonters are facing, and it's pretty tragic. So I welcome you all to the show. I'm very glad to be talking about this issue. And we just start and introduce yourselves, and maybe you can rerun another tape, Mir, from when and then we'll talk about the topic itself.
Sure. So Mary Moulton, and I'm the Executive Director at Washington County Mental Health, where we provide services to those people who have serious and persistent mental illness, so very set group of services to give people a lot of support in the community. We do outpatient therapy for children and adults. We have an open door policy for all Vermonters who need to come in for those services. We serve people who have developmental or intellectual needs, disabilities, challenges, as well as children, with a very robust children's system of supports for mental health as well.
That's great. Excellent, thank you. Will?
Yeah, my name is Will Eberly, and I've had a bunch of roles over the years related to homelessness and street outreach and providing support for people experiencing homelessness. I ran a mental health drop-in center called Another Way for a number of years, did street outreach for the Youth Service Bureau, and most recently work as a field director for the Agency of Human Services. In addition to working with folks who are homeless, I've also spent a number of years of my own life homeless, so very personally invested in the topic.
Thank you very much. Okay, Rob, you want to talk to us about the Good Samaritan?
Thanks for having me.
You're
Rob
welcome.
Farrell,
Glad you're
Executive
here.
Director of Good Samaritan Haven. We are an emergency shelter here in central Vermont. We operate 4 shelters with a total of 77 beds. One in Heading Church, which is an overflow shelter. Second overflow shelter is Bethany Church, right here in Montpelier. And then one over on Nelson Street in Montpelier as well. And then the mothership is Good Samaritan Haven in Barry, Vermont.
Right, excellent. And I know I've been there a couple of times just on tours and stuff over the years. You really do an excellent job.
Thank
I
you
was
so
kidding
much.
about my comment before. Anyway, it's a wonderful service. It
Thank
really
you.
is. Zach.
So,
This is Zach Hughes.
Zach Hughes, and I do a variety of different roles. I work part-time at Washington County Mental Health, doing peer support, but I also do a lot of homeless outreach, running a grassroots-based organization, nonprofit that I have run for the last 22 years. And I am a member of the Montpelier Homelessness Task Force, and that Will's also a member of that. So looking forward to some exciting discussion tonight.
Great, thank you very much. Well, Zach and I met when I was working for Barry City, and I think you were up really trying to encourage them to fix the sidewalks so there weren't any of these craters and stuff, because it was making it difficult for him and others to get around town. So, which is a darn good cause. So anyway, tonight let me just explain to you. We had Guy Page on a couple of weeks ago, and he's a political analyst, I guess one would say. And I asked him at the end of the show, what's the most important thing that you see? What's the biggest problem we're going to face in the future. And he said homelessness, which I must confess sort of surprised me because I just didn't realize how serious it was. Ergo, our guests. So, and John Sayles said some things too that really woke me up a little bit too.
Definitely,
That
yeah,
was-
because the food insecurity and you know, home insecurity kind of go hand in hand in a lot of cases. So, and one can be a leading indicator for another. So that's.
And I was surprised by the time how many things are all intertwined, and it's really all just one mess for these people to deal with, and it's pretty bad. So we're glad you're here. So why don't could you tell us a little bit about Washington County Mental, how you deal with homelessness? How are you impacted by this problem?
Well, you know, for Washington County Mental Health, we have to work with all of our partners, Pat, on all of this. So I just think back and have been in this field for a long time, just recognizing that as an agency, when people come out of hospitals, and as they did way back in the 60s and 70s, we needed to be invested in housing is the foundation to getting someone back on their feet. And so we did that here in Washington County. And now we talk about our homelessness situation and how it's so important to get people housing so they can get back on their feet. People with mental illness, people who are homeless aren't all mentally ill. So, you know, what we know is that there about 30% stats will tell us have serious mental illness. However, homelessness creates such stress that there's a definite relationship between being homeless and then experiencing the stress that causes depression and other problems. So, you know, I just have a real passion for getting people housed, as do people that work for our organization, and we work very, very hard to find housing for people who receive services from us. And we own some of that housing, and then we have to work with partners and landlords. We work with our shelter. Rob will tell you how we do that. We work providing supports and outreach, and there are a lot of efforts on getting people housed because really housing is health, and that's the way we really should look at it.
That's interesting that you say that because UVM Medical Center, who's a nonprofit, right, a couple of years ago, had some excess revenue at the end of their fiscal year, and because they're a nonprofit, they have to they can do a couple things with that money, but they don't have shareholders they can distribute it out to. One of the things they decided to do with it was invest in low barrier entry housing. So because they saw housing as a health need.
Correct.
So that's an interesting way to look at housing. If you had to pick, what were the top 3 reasons people may end up homeless in Vermont? What would you say? And this is really a question for everyone. What would you say those top 3 things are?
Maybe I'll pass that out there first.
Maybe we could each take one.
Yeah.
You know, a livable wage clearly
There
is
you
probably
go.
a good starting point right there. Certainly affordable housing would be a second one. And I don't want to monopolize this conversation by any means, but those two, and certainly services. We need those services to get folks into housing and to keep folks in housing.
I'll add substance use and abuse to that because we didn't mention that yet, and really statistics are showing that overall in the nation, the homelessness population has grown largely lately due to
And do you see that overflowing into the kids?
Absolutely. To families, yes.
Because I'm part of Prevent Child Abuse Vermont, and they said that the statistics for child abuse has come down over the years, but child neglect
is up
because of the narcotics and people just not knowing where they are or not caring about the kids is pretty bad.
The only thing I'd add, you know, people have spoken well about this already, but I do think that there will be more and more of a connection to draw between childhood trauma and and ongoing adversity throughout life. The ACEs study is something we're becoming more and more familiar with, But executive functioning is something that can relate directly to the experiences people have overcome as children. So a lot of people that we're working with that are experiencing homelessness, particularly people that are homeless for a long period of time, just had incredibly difficult childhoods, and as a result have a very difficult time doing the daily functions that would result in getting and keeping housing.
Is that largely a change in, like, we're better able to identify those early childhood traumas? Is that partly of what it is that we're able to better identify that, hey, this person experienced something as a child?
Rather than that there's more of that happening, you mean? Is that the
yeah,
question?
is it, yeah, like, is it?
I think teachers
Yeah.
are better trained. I know Prevent Child Abuse Vermont goes out and teaches teachers what to see and what to look for, and be able to identify them in kindergarten.
As well as pediatricians are learning more about that.
Right.
Absolutely.
So, can you talk? Well, first of all, I don't know. Can you talk about ACEs?
Yeah.
Tell people what that's pretty exciting.
Briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, adverse childhood experiences, in a nutshell, is what ACEs are, and there are 10 sentinel ACEs, and there's a pretty famous ACEs study at this point, which has drawn some rather startling conclusions about a person's chance of early death, chronic illness, high medical costs, things of that nature, based on those experiences that have happened as a child. There are a number of pretty well-developed organizations in Vermont and coalitions focusing on that. Building Flourishing Communities is one initiative that has been a profound opportunity for the state to take a closer look at that, and that has been a partnership across the human service sectors. Priscilla White and Kathy Hensey and the Agency of Human Services have spearheaded that and had an opportunity to do a lot of training around the state. So to Ben's point, there is definitely a lot more awareness about that, a lot more screening. And, you know, ACEs, it's important to understand the trauma, but the really uplifting part of that is to note that resilience is very possible, and just one positive connection to a consistent adult is often enough to totally mitigate the effects of no matter how heinous the trauma might have been. So there is hope.
Yes, that's great.
Yes.
I know every time Linda would say we write something, it has to be age appropriate and trauma informed. That's what we learn as a mantra in the board. But anyway, Zach, could you tell us a little bit about the Montpelier Homelessness Coalition that you and Will are on?
Of course, yes. But if you don't mind, I'd like to add a comment. I think there are challenges around different behaviors that happen with folks out there that can cause the homelessness to occur and be very challenging to place the individual back into housing.
Could you give us an example?
Yes, yeah. Well, challenging things can be past housing situations where they got evicted, and then the landlord, they don't want to go back, or the landlords don't want to deal with it because it's too risky. We've actually heard this very clearly in a meeting last year. One of the representatives was a landlord who spoke up and said, hey, we don't want to deal with these challenges because it's too risky. And I think it is a challenge, and so we have to find creative ways to house.
Is there any training or whatever with landlords so that they could understand and help?
It's more providing the support, like myself and other people that connect with that landlord, to be like a liaison. So that, and even Washington County, there's liaison with landlords in order to provide that connection with the landlord, can call and say, hey, help, because without that, the landlord's not going to be really interested.
Well, because he doesn't understand either.
In fact, the connected one that I have, I haven't had to use him again, but he really liked the fact that he could call me at any time and say, I need your help. And I think that's really important, because some of the choices people make are really challenging, like they choose not to pay their rent because maybe they spent the money on something else, which might tie back. I'm very cautious, but it could tie back to substance, or it could tie back to something else.
Like a health emergency or something
very
like
interesting.
that. So does anyone happen to know offhand, like how many people that get evicted end up homeless, or do they find other forms of housing?
Boy, I don't know the
That's a
answer
really
to
interesting
that.
question. Yeah, I don't have that on the tip of my tongue.
That would be curious to find
Yeah,
out.
that would be.
I know
Look into that.
Vermont Legal Aid just did a study on eviction, and that was pretty comprehensive. They might be a resource to follow up with.
Yeah.
They did
Yeah.
a pretty close look at some of the
The,
big
Yeah, we should. I'll
So
find out.
the homelessness task force was formed after a July meeting, the city council. It started out because of concerns of panhandlers on the streets
Oh,
here in
yes.
Montpelier. And it turned into formation of the group to look at challenges around Montpelier. We acknowledge that we're not going to be able to solve the problem. It was more of looking at ways to work together on the issues, and our charge was to look at different things from, what could we do to make things a little easier for people out there, the networking, the stuff like that. It's turned into continuous charge, because originally it was 3 months to maybe a year. Now it's continuous standing, because it's really important. So what we do in there is, like right now we're looking at like priorities. We work together here with Rob and City Council to open the overflow shelter a little early, and we managed to do that. I know we couldn't do it right away, but we managed to do it. I think it was within a couple of weeks before the scheduled time. So that took some work. You can't just, I think some people thought, oh, you could just do that.
Flip a switch and it's
right,
done.
you can't just, well, it was interesting, it was creative. It would have been something I would have done 20 years ago. Well, I think I can man the shelter. I don't need all these guys. But the reality is you do. Because what people don't understand, cities particularly sometimes, is I think Montpelier has a grasp that if it wasn't for the nonprofit sector, they would be paying for it directly. I think that's really important to understand. So that was a really, so just real quick, I don't want to monopolize, but I will say that the task force is working on like 3 or 4 areas, particularly around, shelter, the shelter situation, the making sure that we have all the resources, and trying to come together and not recreate the wheel.
Right.
That's another thing. And so we'll be going off to the area groups and representing, but we also believe the task force is important because we still can act on a local level. So things like that.
That's good, thank you. That's great. Rob, can you tell us about Good Samaritan Haven?
Sure. So I think one of the underlying messages we do is to provide hope for folks and to understand that folks coming through our door has experienced a certain level of trauma and often are in very much crisis mode. So one of the things that we also try to do is build a relationship with them. So not only with the folks walking through our doors, but all our community partners, because we really need everyone here. The folks we serve are a very diverse, complex population that struggle with both mental illness and addiction at times, and are probably some of the most wonderful people I've ever had the privilege of meeting. So again, so much of what we do is to help build that relationship, establish hope, and then try to find folks some housing. So that takes a robust relationship with all our community partners. Some we agree with, sometimes we don't disagree, but the good news is we have that relationship to have those difficult conversations sometimes.
It's a small world here in Vermont. You have to help each other. Right? How do people come to you? Because you said it's all open, but do they come referred by a doctor, by a nonprofit, or the state? How do people find you? And you accept them into your world?
Sure. We have essentially an open door policy. So people find us in lots of different ways. A lot is by word of mouth, through folks that have been at Good Sam before, which we're affectionately referred to. Certainly by our community partners, whether that's Washington County Mental Health, Capstone, Downstreet, Pathways. The list goes on. Homeless Task Force, which we feel very privileged to be working with as well. So our referrals come in a variety of ways. Hospitals sometimes.
So somebody can just walk off the street, knock on the door?
Absolutely. Yep.
You'll help them. That's
Absolutely.
great. Yeah. You too, Mayor, is that how they come to you, or do they need referrals?
All those, no, people walk in the door,
Really?
we receive referrals from the hospital, the emergency room, the shelter, the
Right.
schools,
Everywhere.
doctor's offices, however,
But people can just
wherever.
come and knock
yeah.
on your door?
Yep, or give us a call and, you know, we do an intake and get them into services.
Right.
And, you know, we are connected and we also have someone who works at the
right.
shelter that works for Washington County Mental Health that goes regularly
They're
to the
there if they
shelter.
need some kind of emergency help, treatment? Great.
Just to, you know, be there for support
Mhm.
and to kind of assess needs to
Yeah.
see if people need or want services, and then we can make a connection. So
great.
it happens
Has
that way.
things kind of calmed down at the hospitals lately? I remember you and I years ago were working on
another whole subject.
Yes, it is, because
Another show, Pat.
Berlin police were there to provide safety for the workers and the patients and stuff. But it was pretty
Well-
difficult when people were coming out of their
Right.
trauma.
Once when the storm took away the state hospital, there was a
Yeah,
lot.
right.
There's still people waiting in emergency rooms. I think the emergency rooms and the staff there have become very adept at broadening skills,
Yeah.
which are really important. And we do a lot of support there through our emergency team
Good.
in providing support and services to the people coming in waiting for beds. And the hospital, as you know, at Central Vermont Medical Center here in our community is looking at adding 25 beds.
Right, right.
From 15 to 25.
Right.
And so we'll have a few more years before that project is accomplished.
Right.
But certainly, you know, one of the things that we all experience in crisis beds or hospital beds is if a person doesn't have a home to go to, they are spending a longer time in the hospital. So
Right.
one of the things we're looking at right now are what we call barrier days to discharge, and that's to examine why a person might be staying in a hospital beyond when they should really
Oh,
leave,
okay.
and if in fact it's that there isn't appropriate housing, we might examine that to help improve our database, Ben, on something like what the medical center did with, and I'm not saying Central Vermont Medical Center is considering this at all, but what we're looking at is what's the data showing us around what is needed for housing if it's not available, and that's preventing someone from coming out, and what in our community could we do
It's
together?
the same in
to-
corrections, isn't it?
Yep, to fix
Because
it.
then they keep them in jail way beyond their
Exactly.
their time that they've
Right.
served, and
And
they
it-
should be out.
Yeah, and it's an absolute factor.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
to what degree it's a factor is, we need to get better and better at our data on that. So we're
Yeah.
all working at that.
Well, and that happens with mental health services as well. There's a, you know, if there's not a mental health treatment facility that has a bed available, and a hospital may end up holding on to someone a
Right,
little
exactly.
longer than
Yeah.
they might otherwise do because they don't have a place to put
To
that
go.
person.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
They don't
really
have a
tragic.
place.
I could give you some data at this point if that's helpful.
Yeah,
Seems like
do
a
some
natural
data.
segue.
Will's got
Hey,
a
we're all
smile on
about
his face
data.
because
We've
he's got data.
so one of the tools that we use to capture this is called the point-in-time count. And so all around the country on the same day, every community in the country it looks at how many people are experiencing homelessness on that particular day.
It's coming up.
That's coming right up. So most recently, our count for Washington County was 141 unique individuals and 111 households experiencing homelessness. Of those, we had about 33 households who were considered to be chronically homeless, which it's a very difficult definition to pin down, but you can understand that as generally about a year or greater of homelessness equals a chronic homelessness designation, or multiple periods of homelessness ending up with at least a year with less than a certain amount of days in between them. You could look at the HUD definitions to get that exactly, but I'll spare you the details. So those are the general numbers, but the thing that's important to look at is that our shelter partner here does extraordinary work, has worked with about 706 unique individuals over the last 3
Wow.
years. So if you compare the trend of the people that they see in a year to the point-in-time count, you see that our true volume is just about 40% greater than the official point-in-time count
That's right.
captures.
Now you said, I think you said 110 families. So there are
100 and-
moms, dads, and children.
Households.
Household. What is that?
Households. So a household could be comprised of either an individual or multiple adults or adults and children.
That's sad.
Yeah,
I find
it
that.
is.
I
And there
know
are quite a few.
It's all sad, but it's particularly sad
almost-
when it's a mom and
almost-
dad and kids. And
Yeah,
oh
think
my
of it as a
God.
family unit.
Yeah, just
typically.
Absolutely.
not
Similar
good.
to
And
a
while we're
household
talking
definition.
about it, for folks that want to learn more about that, there's something called the Vermont Coalition to End Homelessness.
Yes.
And they have a great website that shows all of the point-in-time counts for every county of the state for the last few years. A lot of detail is.
So just you're giving us all these stats. How many, I don't even know if you can do this, how many beds are we short in this state? I mean, not everybody's got a place to be, do they? There's still a need. So is that?
Well, there have been studies.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm catching you off guard here, but I mean, what's the scope of the bedless problem? What?
In terms of just units, how many units are needed compared
Yeah,
to how many
right.
people? Well, there was the roadmap to end homelessness, which we commissioned in the legislature,
Right.
which
Over
made
3,000.
very specific
3,000,
recommendations.
wow.
Yeah.
Because John, you remember John Sales told us he's only meeting 40% of the need with all the work they do, and they're 24/7 over there, and he's meeting 40% of what's out there, and that's staggering.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just wrong. They should, and he's working as hard as he can, and he's got, he's doing all that he can do, but it's only 40%, which is pretty
It's like,
unnerving.
always being behind, but just trying to.
Right, it's just running to catch up, and they work so hard.
Well, and there's, when a person is homeless, and Rob, you can certainly speak to this, we have what's called rapid rehousing, which is to get a person into housing as soon as we can. The organization or the organizational group that Will just mentioned, part of what they do is coordinated entry. And in our own region here, we have a group of providers that come together. So when you're homeless, you can put in an application, and that coordinated entry group works to get you as rapidly as they can into a housing situation. I think we're saying homelessness is so important because we're finding that that isn't rapid by any means. I can give you the example of a woman who we serve who was about to have a child, and we were looking to try to get her into one of our available housing units. And because it was an environment where she had flourished as a single person that didn't yet have a baby, we had a department open up and said, I think we could do that too. Well, what ended up happening is, in order for her to have a voucher and continue to work toward a long-term voucher, she had to take necessary steps and not lose that voucher. So if I housed her right away, she could lose her voucher. If I said, if you could have this for less money. So she had to go the hotel voucher route, and then after the hotel voucher route, she was what we call precariously housed because she used up her days, and then she was waiting for her longer-term voucher. So she was actually staying with friends and on a couch surfing, as we call it, with the baby, and then finally
she had the baby with all of this.
Yep, had the baby, and then got through finally to put the voucher system together, and it all in all took 3 months. So that is not unusual to have something go as quickly as you want it to, but it's not a week or 2 weeks. It's a period of time, and you're talking individuals under stress, you're talking families living in
I'm
hotels.
sure all they want is security and safety. They want to feel secure, and I'm assuming safe.
And to be quite frank, a housing market that might not be available to them. So we are seeing that vouchers aren't quite paying for what the rent might be set at in our region, and so that just is locking people out of housing.
Right. I bet Burlington, with all their high rents, that must be a field day over there. It must be, because they're
it's a
high.
challenge.
Yeah.
We run into this in the Monroe County also particularly. So we recently, within our Continuum of Care partners, took a look at how much affordable housing was in the county. And as Mary mentioned, there is an affordability standard for those vouchers, which sets the payment amount at a certain threshold. 30%. So we looked at what is it that is within that that's available within the entire county, and we came up with 3 available units in the whole county that were open. So it's very difficult.
And I'm looking, Zach, obviously you need your motorized scooter to get around.
That's right.
And what happens when people that need apartments have some disability and like Zach need access, and because that must limit the number of rooms too that are handicap accessible.
Depends on the situation. My first unit, some 22, I think 20 something. like 21 years ago,
Yeah.
was actually inaccessible, and I was forced to take it or be on the street. I don't think my team would have allowed that to happen, but I don't know.
Well,
So I took
people have gotten much better.
So I took the
about
first unit available, and it was inaccessible, and I actually had to break out of that lease once we found another place, and
Yeah.
it was challenging. I think that can be a challenge, and that does have to be taken into consideration.
Right, for sure.
We have served cases where they have a motorized scooter or wheelchair, so that does have to be taken into consideration, plus a whole host of health problems
Right.
go along, just because people who have healthcare problems can be on the street as well.
Yes.
I think that's really important to understand. People who are on oxygen or just not very, very good at taking care of themselves for whatever reason, and their conditions sometimes deteriorate. So they'll end up in the hospital more, and so we'll have coordinators from the hospital saying, "Hey, got this guy back again. He showed up at the ER again. What are we doing with him?" And this is so I think that's really good that you ask about that.
Yeah, because I'm sure if people need, I don't know how many percentage-wise, but that's got to limit the number of beds and places you have that are accessible, because we've got old housing here.
We have old
don't
housing
have-
stock.
Yeah.
Yep. So we have limited capacity, as we've all alluded to. God forbid someone's been evicted in their past life, which makes it increasingly
'cause it's on their
harder.
record and-
Very
Correct.
difficult.
I think one of the challenges is that we have a system that people are working very hard at. It is not a perfect system. But to hear the stories of the individuals who are waiting and waiting
Yeah.
for this housing to come through.
Very compelling.
Very, very compelling. And the emotional roller coaster,
Mhm.
for lack of a better way to articulate, that they go through is just very powerful to see firsthand and experience every day.
Yeah, this show has helped me. I always tell people I think I live in a bubble,
Yeah.
because I don't know and I don't see. Because I was surprised when a guy said homelessness. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I don't know whose fault it is. It's probably mine. But this show has really opened up my eyes to what's out there, because it just goes right over my head. That's a shame.
And I would
Shame
echo,
on me,
the good news is the awareness right
Yeah.
now
Yes.
that folks are experiencing, and without shaming and blaming anyone. I don't
Right.
think that gets us anywhere. But to see the homeless task force, to see so many people involved, and to have people like Mary and Will come to the table helps a lot.
That's great.
And and all the numbers that we've talked about are really just the people that have ended up in a home or been reported in some way. There's this other layer of housing insecure people
Yes.
that are a lot harder to get visibility into, and these are people that might have lost their home and are staying with friends or family. And are in a situation that's not going to last long term. It could be that family that's one disaster away from not being able to pay their rent. It could be, there's a number of situations where someone could be housing insecure and we wouldn't be able to find them. And so I guess it's also important to keep those people in mind.
Yeah,
as
how do you
well.
know they're out there?
Yeah.
Well, there's a percentage, and
Oh,
that's
there
what Will
is.
was, I
Oh.
think,
Very good.
alluding to.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say,
Is the unknown percentage?
Yeah.
or-
Well, as you say, it is very hard to get to the precarious housed figure, but it is, I think of what you said, the part that really resonates with me the most is that you just don't know how quickly that circumstance might change.
Right.
As recently as yesterday, a case I was involved with, a person thought that they could stay with friends indefinitely and felt relatively secure as they're working towards a long-term voucher. They're on the waiting list, they have the applications, everything's looking good, and then just instantly it fell apart, and they spent the night in their car with their kids, in the middle of the winter. So I mean, just the type of insecurity that people live with is truly heartbreaking.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that must be terrible.
I mean,
So-
we had two last week that I became really aware of, more high profile, and that's just, we have large caseloads, serve a lot of people, but two families, that were losing housing, having to move in with a large group of other people, raising risk for newborn baby, young mom. It's just, there are really difficult situations out there.
So if you take one of those, without giving anything away or identifying them, do they not have jobs? Do they You were talking about, the hourly wage,
Yeah.
that's an issue. I'm sure they want to be in the home and have a job and bring money home. What's happening in this unit or a unit?
People's, the affordability, you could have an elder caregiver, say a grandparent, who is not able to afford their unit when because they suddenly have to take on the care.
Right, and that's happening a lot.
Of a couple of grandchildren.
Yeah.
So that's one situation, where your circumstances change quickly,
right.
and certainly I've seen multiple times. We have young mothers who are perhaps still in school, and so they're needing to finish their education,
Right.
and their circumstances change if they become pregnant and then have a child, and they're trying to keep their child and getting support from their families, but another layer of care needing to be added in that makes the affordability of housing maybe
Overwhelming.
so difficult that they have to move again to a unit where there are more relatives, they're squishing in.
Right.
That's the precariously housed piece that we're talking about. And there are some that have, perhaps it's due to addiction of parents, and
Yeah.
we've had a few cases of this year, certainly more than a few, where the children are coming to school and they've slept in cars.
Right.
They've lost their housing. Certainly one thing that we know that I think, gee, if I just had a pot of money, and, we do
Right.
receive some money, but a larger pot that our community just contributed to where
Right.
we could make repairs to houses if,
Ah.
if they become damaged, to help landlords feel more support. And
That's an
certainly
interesting-
in Housing First models, I think Pathways has some of this. We have some of it. We want to keep people housed first, but as Zach was alluding to, landlords become pretty shy if they've had a bad experience.
Right.
If we could provide more assurance because we could fix a unit, it might help to open up some of these units that have become
Yeah,
closed
because
to
I know
us.
when I was in the legislature, the landlords,
Right.
when people, and they destroy, destroy
Sometimes it
the
can
apartment. I'm not sure why, but they do. And then the landlord walks in and there's a couple of $1,000s of repairs he or she has to make, and they don't get too supportive anymore.
It's also not only that, but it's also having to actually carry out the eviction process.
Oh, and which takes forever.
And I having, boy, that taught me a lesson. I'll tell you personally about the eviction process. I sat in 2 of them, and not for myself, but just watching that was very life-changing for me as far as how I would help people in the future with it. Because it's there to protect people, but it's also if I'm just going to say, if a low-income person loses in the eviction process, we all lose. Not only that, because they're going to have to pay, they're going to be affording more, and they're going to have to pay more. People are going to pay more because that's just the way it is. And so then landlords, of course, are going to have to shy out. Or try. We try to, think, yeah, that was a bad experience, but we can work this. And sometimes it works, and other times they're like, you know what? I don't trust you anymore. You told me you would work this out, and you didn't.
Right.
So, out
There's
the
a lot
door.
of responsibility. Both people, the renter and the.
But I think what's important to stress, we try to stress to the renter, is, hey, please pay the rent. Please find a way. I don't care how you do it. You can ask for my help. I can call Will up. We can work something out. Don't fool around with this. Don't lie to me as a provider, because it doesn't work. You're going to get kicked.
Because you're right, it would affect everybody. Just what the landlord's impression is would carry over. Yes.
Mary's point is phenomenal. This idea of having
Disposal,
having flexible dollars to sort of insulate landlords against risk is one of the most effective strategies out there. Risk mitigation pool is the technical term for that type of thing, and typically there are allowable uses related to damages, legal evictions, payment of rent. And so if there are people out there in the community wanting to be involved in this issue in a meaningful way, that would be a profound way to be involved. Particularly because many of the units that are not currently at play for the community we're talking about could be if there was some type of security for landlords
Yeah.
to take a risk on more risky tenants, which
Right.
then doesn't need the expensive development cost of always creating these new units.
Interesting.
So it allows us to retrofit more of those older
Right.
units
That's
that are
right.
already
Yeah,
in the
that
rental.
makes a lot of sense.
Exactly.
And we get locked out.
Right.
You know, people, it's so, there are a number of units that could just come off the market. And, you know, you ask about stigma a lot when
Well,
we talk,
yeah.
Pat, and I
Well,
think
that's
that,
another area.
so we're,
Yeah.
you know, this could happen with one person, but then when another person comes along who's receiving services, you know, let me say we have a lot of really excellent supportive landlords, but there are some folks that own a number of units that could become available if they didn't feel such a risk.
Yep.
Because their thought is, well, that happened with that one person, it's gonna happen with the next. Well, not especially, so maybe some education would help,
Right.
and certainly supports that we could provide in education, but it's still the stigma that sometimes
Because I agree with Rob,
cause
the
the lockout.
few, and there's only a few homeless people I have met just for being around. And they're all so nice, and they have a they have a sad story, but they're able to share it with you and sort of understand how they got to where they are. And I've never been afraid or anything. They've just been wonderful people to talk to. We had somebody who took shelter in the personnel building I was in when I worked in personnel. We all got to be friends, and
Yeah.
but he was comfortable with that life. He wasn't about to change. He liked what his lifestyle was.
One of the things that also happens that have been, talked about is that there is that stigma. And then there's the times I've called landlords to see if they have a place for rent, and then we kind of play around. And then they suddenly hear what I have to offer them. I've got this subsidy for you. If you can help me out. Oh, we don't rent to subsidies. And they're very, it was a shock to me because this is an open admission saying to me that they're willing to violate fair housing laws.
I was going to say, I don't think that's legal.
No, it's not legal, but they do it. And so it's a very scary thing, or we have to try to protect the person's information to the best of our ability. I've had people try to dig for information from me in order to get, like, can you house this person? Well, tell me their story. Well, I don't want to tell you the entire story. I don't think I should have to, and I don't. We protect. I know at the agency we do that as well. We have to protect the story. But the other thing I wanted to mention just real briefly is that my organization earlier this year took it upon itself to start a volunteer street team. And we do have some outreach people or volunteers who are out there right now as I speak, dealing with, homeless folks out on the street. We connect with people like Chad Bissett in Berlin. We connect. We just basically, we've been doing this for years, so we kind of connected together, and we're hoping maybe, to formalize it more. But this is kind of what we're doing.
Good for you.
And I do know that we are actively working to make sure that people out there have a nice Christmas this year. It looks like.
That's nice.
Yeah, Chad's been doing a great job, hasn't he, Bissett? I think that's his first name, yeah.
So following up on those last two points, are there any other things that we can be doing in Washington County or around the state to prevent homelessness? I think it's as true in healthcare, and it's probably true in this.
The
Prevention
key word.
is much easier
Piece of it.
than trying to solve the problem after a
it's too
homeless
late. Yeah,
situation
right.
has occurred.
I think we've started recognizing it, which is really important. Plus, we should, at an early time, when the kids start to come out on their own. Young, I hate to do, but it can happen at any age. But I would say, if we teach each other, really, at the beginning, listen, this is what your obligations are going to be. Really got to stay with it, and it's hard. But that's one area.
I think you're referencing, that transition age.
That's
is
correct.
Yes,
so
where they just
important.
fall off the,
Yeah,
fall out of services.
right. We have we have a transition age youth program, and it's teaching some life skills.
Good.
And trying to help people to understand what they need to do to get out there. They may not have had any kind
Right.
of
All of a sudden they're
parental
out there.
guidance on that, and they're just out there and they're trying to find a job. And so providing those kinds of vocational and life skills support is really helpful. I just think too of the Nest, and you mentioned the Nest, Rob.
Yeah. Now, what is that,
Yeah.
the Nest?
So that's a step-up program from Good Samaritan Haven for folks who have really engaged in the programming, and it leads to a little more independence. It's more like an apartment setting over there, where we're going to infuse a lot more of those life skills groups that folks might need some little fine-tuning on as they move forward in trying to find permanent housing. I would also offer, just piggybacking off some thoughts, first, I think Mary's idea is brilliant around the money piece, and I forget the name you articulated it with. You know, so much of this, I circle back to the relationship building, and if you can establish those relationships with the landlords, knowing you're going to go through that rough patch, like our community partners that I alluded to, but to be there with those not only support systems, but for the funding itself to help fix the damage done. And it's really honoring all parties here. You know, the landlords deserve a voice here too, as does the homeless population.
How much do the teachers weigh in here, because they see the kids face to face every day, and if they see the child starting to struggle and maybe not bringing lunch every day, or my favorite topic of not being able to get lunch in the line because you don't have enough money, but let's not discuss that. That drives me crazy. So they would know that maybe there's a problem coming up, and they should find out and signal something.
Yep, I know, you know, we have a school also at Washington County, and a lot of workers that work in the school, and that word comes back through, that a family's struggling, and so we'll start to work at it early on.
Good, because that could be the prevention piece, if you can get in there early enough to.
And you know, the working folks of Vermont are one transmission away from being in serious financial trouble. Or a refrigerator, or God forbid, a medical issue comes up. And that really derails people very quickly sometimes. Hardworking folks.
$6,000 for your furnace.
That's right.
Gone.
That's right.
Done.
That's right.
You know, when you talk about prevention, the thing that jumps out for me too is it's a slower thing. It's a slower cultural change that will take a long time to happen, but to normalize that it is okay to express when things are becoming difficult, whether it's with, you know, economically you're concerned, or maybe there's an issue with mental health, or maybe you're not sure if you can pay the rent, whatever it is, to slowly create a society where that becomes accepted and normal and even encouraged, so that it's comfortable to talk about these things before they get so acute that they're really difficult to solve.
Right. Exactly.
And I think we've come a long way with mental health in particular. I think, you know, there's still ground in other areas like homelessness to make up, I think, from the stigma side of things. But, you know, and we're not all the way there on mental health either, but I think we've come a long way.
I'd say the same about substance abuse. Excuse me.
Really? We're making headway, I hope?
I think so.
Slowly, yeah.
Yeah, we did a series of 8 shows here on opioids, all the different components of it, and it was very disheartening. By the time we finished with all 8 series, it was like, good grief! I'm glad to hear we're moving along. But anyway,
I know Rob said at the beginning, you know, affordable housing, and so if we could get ahead on affordable housing and build.
What is affordable housing?
I think it's considered at this point that you shouldn't spend more than, here in Vermont, it's 30% of your income, and that includes your utilities on your house and utilities. So, you know, if we could get ahead in some building, and that's been part of the discussion of putting some money into capital build. We did a little project here. Will's a big fan of tiny houses.
Oh, I love those things.
So really just looking at something like that. So groups coming together. So Washington County Mental Health, 2 years ago, maybe a little bit more, we filed a feasibility study to see if this would make some sense. We got the Department of Mental Health to say, well, if you did those, we would have some vouchers to attach to the homes. We got Downstreet Housing to work with us, and we went together to the Vermont Housing Conservation Board to get the dollars to build the tiny houses, and we went to Norwich University, who then had architectural students build them.
Didn't they just have something about trying to get a display
so
of them,
there are 2 that will be coming to Berry City, and Berry City actually changed their ordinance to allow more than one on a lot. And so
Great.
we have
Good
one
for
that just
them.
arrived last week. We have another one that will be
Oh,
coming
these are all
toward the spring.
prefab, they just
The
arrived?
students built them.
Oh,
And
nice.
now the next, so we'll have, this is a way of, I think, acknowledging too the importance of options for people.
Yeah.
We all want to live like we want to live, right?
Right.
So not all of us can tolerate living in a group with someone. Not all of us can tolerate living in an apartment house where we have a shared wall, and some of us don't want to live in a house. So
Right.
we have to have options. In this case, with the tiny house, we're acknowledging that not everybody wants to
Right.
live with a solid wall, and
Yeah.
so there'll be two side by side with support services, which are important
Nice.
nearby. But again, not to say that all people who are homeless have some kind of mental health problem,
Right,
but
right.
people who have chronic housing problems do need more support.
Yep.
And so that's what this option is going to do, and we'll see how it goes.
So
That's
our,
great.
so over at the agency side, I'll put that hat on briefly. The peer services area over there will be staffing that to provide those services jointly with a couple others on a team from a clinical point of view. We're not clinical, but we had a couple people who will be on that team who are.
Great.
So that person has, our peer person has been hired at this point. So we are really moving on that, and I'm excited to hear
That's great.
more as it evolutionizes. Real quick, we also do a peer bed over there in our peer services.
Oh.
It's located here in Montpelier, and we do deal with homeless issues as well over there. So someone stays. In both of our beds, there are two different programs, but they may be homeless and, they're waiting for a place to go, or they come out of jail and they don't have a place to go
Right.
at all.
Right.
So we have to kind of stretch it a little
Right.
bit. So I just want to say that peers are doing their part as well.
Yeah,
And we all
really
work,
good
and
point.
we all work together, and it's just. I think it's also worth noting in the closing moments here that not everybody wants services.
Right.
I think that's the hardest thing. So I'm sitting at a task force table, here in Montpelier over the last few weeks, and all I hear from one of the task force members is, well, what about just referring them into a counselor? Well, the issue is I've come back and said they don't want to see a counselor. They're all set out in the woods right now. They don't want to come in.
Right.
And so the idea would be to, have the outreach people be able to go out to them.
Right.
And
Because
I
they're
think
probably afraid something's happened in their past that turned them off.
that's true. And then, I would say afraid, but I would also I tend to like to turn to the person and say, well, I'd like to respect their, their
Right.
needs. I mean, because we may not be, it's all easy. I think when I first came out, and I used to talk to Mary about 20 years ago, well, isn't it easy? We could just refer these people in and they can get the services, and can't you guys do your job? That was me 20 years ago.
Yeah, right.
So now we're working
Change your tune
together.
We're a little wiser. We're a little wiser, Zach.
That's
Well,
right.
we only have 4 minutes
Yeah.
left, and I want to make sure we cover
Thank you.
whatever you feel is the really important crux of this. I know transportation's got to be
Yeah,
a dandy in this state, because you may be able to find housing, but how are you going to get the people there?
Or get them
So-
from housing to work.
Yeah, to
or
work,
if they
back and
wanna-
forth,
If they
yeah.
want to do that or have the capacity to do that.
Right.
Yes. Fortunately, we have a little bus that goes back and forth, but that's just one, so.
Yeah.
What key issues would each of you like to talk about?
So I'll
Go
lead
ahead.
it off.
Yeah,
We
Rob,
used to
lead
say
it.
back in the old days, meeting the client where they're at.
Yeah.
So, and having, there's a whole bunch of us that want to do really good and help out, and I think sometimes we're prone to force feed what we want or what we
Well,
think
that's
is
a good
best.
point, right? That's what Zach
So,
was
so
saying.
really letting the folks that we have the privilege to work with drive the bus here. They in fact know themselves
Yeah.
the best. They know their barriers, and how can we best support them in getting
That
through?
is in such, we had doctors here in one of the opioid shows that talked about how they're treating the whole self.
That's right.
Now, instead of just
right.
drugs and giving you shots of something, whether maybe a counseling could help or massage or whatever. And that's what you're doing. You're treating and helping the whole person, what would work for them. That makes a lot of sense. We're finally getting there. Who knows? Do you want to go over?
Sure, just briefly. I think that on the one hand, it sounds overwhelming. Homelessness, there's this huge volume of people, there's this huge volume of need, millions of dollars, thousands of units. But on the other hand, Vermont is extremely small, right? It's a, you know, you look at any one of the towns in Washington County, and there's only so many people there. And people that are homeless, there's only so many people that are literally out there in the woods or in the median or whatever. So we have a real opportunity to know people, to make, you know, to Rob's point, to form those relationships, and to do something just as simple as, you know, you see somebody that is, you know, flying a sign, needs some money, and maybe you don't have money at that moment, but you could just stop and talk to them, look them in the eyes, smile, give them some encouragement, wave, you know, just, it could cost you nothing, and that could totally change. Maybe the last 20 people have flipped this person off or been mean or given someone, you know, a line that isn't at all helpful, and then you being, you know, human, treating them with dignity and just a basic level of respect can really change, you know, how that feels. At the same time, I think there are a tremendous amount of resources in each of our communities in Vermont, and people could consider, if you own apartment buildings perchance, to rent to people that maybe you wouldn't ordinarily think about renting to, or to extend that job offer to somebody that maybe needs some on-the-job training, or to, you know, to just kind of leverage some of your own social capital in your network to really give people an opportunity to get to the next place in their life, to pay it forward.
Mary?
For me, I think it's community. You said it. It's just recognizing whether people are coming out of corrections, whether they're in a shelter, whether they've just come out of a psychiatric hospital. They're part of your community, and so, you know, outreaching to them and helping them feel like they're a part of the community, because they indeed are, and there's so much that we offer each other. Actually, helps them to then, you know, and us to help succeed in getting housing and keeping it. So whenever I hear about someone that's homeless, I'm thinking, it's just that one. We can do it. But, you know, it's a little harder getting there sometimes, but we can do it. And we're going to have to work together to get there.
I think from where you were talking about respect, I bet that plays a huge part in it. If you show the person that you understand the situation and that you respect him for whatever, and I think that's got to be a big part of it.
It could be you, it could be me. That's the thing.
That's true. That's right. There, but by the grace of God, as they say.
Amen.
But anyway, yes. So thank you all for tuning in. This was a great discussion. I wish we had now we'll have to have 2-hour shows.
I know.
So I thank our guests very much for coming, and we'll see you next week. In the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 357th edition of Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and the amazing Tom Fennell. In the flesh. Okay. Well done, Tom. Every day I get up and I do my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. You can go there and read the articles that we reference.
Some of them worth reading.
Yes,
Some of them definitely worth
one or two of them is worth reading. The rest you can ignore.
Well, that's about right.
Thanks, Tom. It takes a lot of work to do this. You know, I spend about 4 hours every day doing it, and nobody pays me for that. I do get donations to the blog, and they're just about enough to cover expenses.
Well, that's encouraging.
It is, and the donations that we got for the show were just about enough to cover it too. We came just that close to it.
Okay.
So I'm going to pay a couple of dollars extra for my membership dues this year. Anyway, what happens is the news goes up daily at geoharvey.com, And if you want to read one of these articles, which we will start with on January 30th, you can go to the blog and click on the calendar for, the date starting January 30th. We'll try to keep you up to date on when these things appeared. And you can click on it, and then you'd have about 15 articles usually to search through to find the one you want. So.
Well, obviously I read the articles.
Yeah, Tom reads the articles.
And some of them, as I mentioned, are worth reading, and I'll try and mention those that are.
Yeah.
Because some of these are long.
Some of them are long. The long ones I do not read all the way through. Tom reads the long articles all the way through. And I, on the other hand, have to look at about 400 titles every day to figure out which ones we want. And if you think about this, over the time that blog has been active, I've probably looked at over 1 million titles.
I wouldn't be at all surprised.
So there we go.
Let's get started here. We got a picture.
We have a picture.
An UPS truck.
And I'm not going to make an appeal for money today, because this is, we're into a new cycle.
That's an UPS truck.
That's an UPS truck.
It's funny because I have just to make it fit on my computer, I've shrunk the picture.
Oh.
So on my computer, it looks like a much longer truck.
Oh, really?
It looks like here.
It does not look like it's low and long. It looks a lot like those self-driving shuttles that we've had.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I mean, in terms of the shape.
Yeah.
Those,
very much so. We'll be talking about one of them a little later on.
So this is from Clean Technica.
And let's...
What?
I'm trying to get somebody up here like me.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Okay. Tom is the engineer who maintains this thing, which is why a lot of the time he looks like a deer in the headlights, staring in the headlights, because he has to look at... We've got monitors all over the place here.
Yeah.
Including one behind us, but we don't even look at that. Go ahead, Tom.
Well, you'll look at the picture in the background, but it's a UPS truck.
Yep.
And UPS orders 10,000 electric delivery veils from Arrival. Now, that sounds a little strange until you realize that Arrival is the name of a company.
Yes, it is not a rival, it is Arrival. Arrival's electric delivery vans are priced about the same as conventional delivery vans. That's important. They're the same price, but have 50% lower operating costs.
Now, that's significant.
This turns it into, a squirrel could figure this out. Arrival's unique skateboard. The skateboard is the whole bottom of the vehicle. It's the motor, the wheels, everything. The skateboard platforms allow the company to create vehicles in any weight, type, size, or shape to match customer requirements.
It's sort of like the old Beetle VWs. You could take the motor off, take the body off, and still drive it.
Yeah. And you could take the body off and put a body on.
Which I did.
Did you? What did it look like?
It was called an Aztec Avenger GT12.
Oh my gosh, I remember those.
It looked like a...
Porsche.
Maserati. It looked like, and it wasn't a very good car because it made a lot of noise because the plastic that the body was made of just rebounded sound.
Oh dear. Well, there were a lot of those. There was one that looked exactly like an MGTD or whatever.
Oh, there's all sorts of Mizugai, and we're still driving one.
Of course, VW did the same thing. They had the Carmen Ghia, which had the same.
Basically, it was the same thing.
car.
Yeah, just put a different body on it.
We are digressing monumentally here.
Well, the market, this is a couple of takeaways, or are they
takes away?
The market for delivery vans and trucks is huge. Okay?
It's
which
huge.
you could expect.
Well,
worldwide,
10,000 vehicles.
More than 300 million commercial vans and trucks on the road.
Yeah.
Worldwide.
Yeah.
UPS will buy 10,000 electric vans between now and 2024, and possibly another 10,000 after that.
Yeah.
They're going to place these vans in service in Europe and North America, and just to keep Arrival on their toes, Amazon has ordered another 10,000 electric vans.
Now, where is Amazon? I mean, Arrival based? Do you remember? I don't remember seeing
I
it.
think it's American, and I think it's a startup, and I didn't make too many notes about it.
Okay.
But
I don't think there was much about it in the article.
I'm sure they're American because.
Did you actually put that up so people could see it better than?
Well, I had it up there. We'll take
You
another
did.
look
No,
at it.
don't worry about it.
Well,
there you go.
There it is.
There's the new
Right,
UPS
Joe.
truck with. As we sat down today to start the show, Tom was talking about how big that windshield is.
Yeah.
It's a big windshield. Okay.
Well, let's move along here.
From Green Tech Media, we have an item.
Renewables set to overtake natural gas in the U.S. power mix, according to the EIA.
Now, this is the first of 2 articles that we're going to have about this particular thing.
This week?
This week, yeah.
Right.
And, you know, as I put this together, I was thinking, why have I got 2 of these? And then I read the 2 and realized there's a reason to have the second one. The DOE's Energy Information Administration has finally come around to the view that renewables will overtake natural gas in the country's electricity mix. The EIA has long been known for its implausibly, I want to repeat that word, implausibly conservative predictions about renewable energy. They keep saying year after year, well, they kept saying, they haven't been saying it in the last year. Every year they would say, renewables have been growing exponentially, but that's going to stop in 18 months.
It ain't stopping though, is it? No. I got a little quick takeaway here. A year ago, the EIA predicted gas would remain the company's top power source through 2050.
Right.
It's changed its mind. All power generation sources will lose market share by 2050 except for renewables.
Yes.
Okay. And the USAIA annual energy outlook for 2020, wind's share of the renewables mix will fall to 33%.
You know,
that's renewables.
You know,
okay, solar will rise to 46%.
Yeah, and I've been keeping an eye on these things. And
there's a lot of changes coming.
I've looked at this, and in the last 2 years, the number of the amount of capacity for upcoming additions to our generating capacity, the amount of capacity that comes from natural gas is like falling off a cliff.
Well, it's been a disappointment.
Disappointment.
They're not getting anywhere near the yields they predicted.
Well, not only that, but people are just not building natural gas burning power plants as much as they were.
Well, they cost money to run. They cost more to run.
And the capacity that's in line today is something like 50% of what it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So this is really, I mean, that's a 50% decline. But
we'll be mentioning that again.
Yeah, we will. Okay.
There's a picture here I'll bring up. It's making steel.
There it is. Wow,
and
that's
if I can get this
bright.
mouse here.
There you go.
There we go. Get the mouse up.
There you go.
And there is steel being made.
Yeah, if you dropped your toast on that, it would burn.
I think it would. I think it would get around pretty quick. Well, the article says a Nordic steel giant to use renewable hydrogen to produce fossil-free steel by 2026. That is significant.
It sure is. This is excuse me. We've seen things about this kind of thing in the past. This is just another one of these. But still, it's really interesting, and it makes sense to look at. Momentum is growing toward the decarbonization of one of the world's most energy-intensive industries. Svensk Stål, which is badly pronounced, I apologize for that.
Swedish steel.
Yeah. Is turning to renewable hydrogen to replace coal in the production of steel nearly 10 years earlier than it thought would be possible.
Well, this is very interesting. I got a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
The production of steel is highly energy intensive.
Yes.
Okay. Significant amounts of heat are required to melt the iron ore to produce the steel.
Right.
In addition, carbon is an essential ingredient. The carbon is added to the iron to make it steel.
Yes.
Okay, so they have traditionally used coal.
Yes.
For this purpose. Now they can't eliminate the carbon because then it wouldn't be steel.
Yes.
But they're eliminating the carbon-based heat.
Yes.
Okay, so the use of hydrogen for thermal heat dramatically reduces the amount of coal required. So this company, Svensk, expects to have fossil-free, carbon-free steel. They say carbon-free steel.
They mean it has the carbon in it.
Yeah,
but it's not. They're
steel's
not using
actually an alloy.
Well, yeah.
Between iron and carbon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a weird idea to think about. Why is it that you take something as soft as carbon and you put it into steel and it all of a sudden makes it into iron and it all of a sudden makes it steel? Well, you can think about that and ask yourself, why is it a diamond is so hard? Because that's carbon too. Carbon's a very funny thing.
There's a bunch of images in this particular link.
Yes.
And it says here, well, this is from the images. Breakdown of the steel production process using thermal coal versus using hydrogen. So if you want to get technical, you go look at
It's
the
an
graphs.
interesting article with interesting material with it. Okay, we've got an item here from Utility Dive, and this is one of the articles that I thought was really interesting this week because of its implications. Go ahead, Tom.
Coal plants increasingly operate as cyclical, load-following power. That's interesting.
Oh, man.
You're going to explain what that means.
Leading to
inefficiencies and costs.
Yeah. Increasingly, coal plants operate as cyclical or load-following generation units as the power market becomes more saturated with intermittent resources.
Well, they traditionally didn't. You turned them on and you just left them run.
Yeah. A white paper from the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners says, well, these are the baseload power plants that people used to say and still do. We can't run without these plants because you have to have baseload to know that your electricity is going to be there when you turn on the light at 2 o'clock in the morning.
But now we have different ways of acquiring baseload.
And we don't, more and more, we don't need baseload plants. So the coal plants, in order to keep operating, have to stop operating as baseload plants and try to make sure that they can.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, the
follow
times
the
they
load.
are changing.
Yeah, and one of the things to remember here is that a power plant, coal burning power plant, natural gas burning power plant, any thermal plant, nuclear, is like a gigantic tea kettle. You have to heat up the water in it.
Yeah.
Well, it takes a long time to heat that water up. So it's really
they keep them running.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to change the output of one of those things. I see nuclear plants come online after they've been down for a while for maintenance or fuel refueling or whatever. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 weeks to get them online.
I was thinking days, but you say weeks, huh?
Not very often, but sometimes it takes a long time. Yes, it always takes at least days. So, we're up to Friday, January 31st, and we have an interesting
nice
picture here.
Coming up here.
This, to me, is an interesting picture.
Yeah, that's Block Island. I've never been there, but I looked it up on the map.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out where they were taking this picture.
Yeah. And one of the things that I find interesting about this, they took this picture from a long way away. Those wind turbines, it's hard to believe, but those wind turbines...
They look like they're right adjacent to the island.
Yeah, they're 3.5 miles from the island.
Okay, so this is really a telephoto picture.
Oh, man, was it.
Big time.
And it was a telephoto picture taken from so far away that it's got all 5 of those wind turbines. But just look at how small the boats are in the harbor.
You can see.
They're tiny. So anyway, what do you got?
U.S. government sees renewables passing natural gas in 20 years.
Yeah, this is the second of the 2 articles that we had about this. For the first time, the EIA's default projection replaces renewables as the largest single source of electricity generation, with renewables surpassing natural gas sometime around 2040. But the renewables prices seem to make the report's projections obsolete already.
Well, a takeaway from the article, these reports are very conservative. And they've done a terrible job projecting the rapid growth of renewable power.
Yeah, but there's one line
that
in
just
this.
came right out of the article.
Absolutely, and there's one line in this article that's really important that people have to understand, and that is when the EIA is making the projection, it assumes, for the purpose of the projection, that the political environment will not change. So they're assuming that Donald Trump and company will be in charge of things for the next 20 years.
Well, it's all a hoax, so why bother?
Yeah, well,
let's move along.
He's been let off the hook by the impeachment people, but It's not going to keep him in office. Okay.
U.S. wind hits 9 gigawatts in 2019.
Yeah.
Now, I've always said gig is big.
Gig is big. The wind industry has experienced its third strongest growth year on record in 2019, with 9,143 megawatts added to the grid, according to the American Wind Energy Association.
Yeah, that's where they get 9 gigawatts.
That sure is. Utilities and businesses also set a new record in 2019, announcing 8,726 megawatts of new purchase agreements, this power purchase agreements. So this stuff that's going on the grid is almost all being sold under power purchase agreements. So the third best year in the history of wind isn't depending on incentives. It's depending upon the fact that organizations like Coca-Cola and GM and Nike are signing up to buy the power for the future. That's right.
Well, the PPA is proportional to demand.
Yeah.
Okay. When more people need power, they buy more PPAs.
Yes.
Okay. Well, a quick takeaway here: there's now over 100 gigawatts of operating wind capacity in the U.S. That's more than I would have figured. Comprising more, and you ready for this one? 50,000 wind turbines.
Yes.
In the U.S. Another 40 gigawatts of wind projects are either under construction or in advanced development.
Mm-hmm.
This is changing the whole picture.
It's changing the picture. And a lot of that, by the way, is offshore. We're
And
starting
much more
to
of
see,
it's going to be offshore
Yeah.
because it makes sense.
Absolutely.
I mean, we got a shallow Atlantic coast there.
Yeah, that goes a long ways out.
All the way down to Virginia is real shallow, and it is still shallow to Florida.
Yep. And a lot of the Gulf Coast is pretty shallow,
And
too.
the Gulf Coast is and Lake Erie is shallow too.
That item, by the way, was from Renews.
Renews, yep. So we got another picture coming up.
We do. You want to put that up, Tom?
No, but I will anyway.
I don't blame you for not wanting to put it up. What do you got for a title?
Well, we were just talking about this before we started.
Yeah.
Canberra residents flee their homes as state of emergency is declared.
This is from the Daily Mail. Out-of-control bushfires are forcing residents near Canberra, the capital of Australia, to flee their homes as a state of emergency is declared. The worsening erratic conditions have prompted authorities to release a series of urgent leave now alerts and to people in affected areas. And we will be saying more about this in the next item that's coming up.
Well, this article is a long article.
Yeah.
There's 20 pictures in it. They're mostly fires.
Yeah.
There's maps. This is one of those links, I think, that if you got time, pick it up and read it.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. I want to say, by the way, as I've been watching these fires, I've been comparing them with what has gone on in the past, because the Prime Minister of Australia, Scott Morrison, has been saying, well, we've had these fires for a long time. They've always been here, in fact. And
well, there's truth in that.
There
but it's
is
still
truth
deceptive.
in that. There is a difference in these fires, and we talked about it last week. The number of acres burned is not the largest in history.
Right.
The number of people who have been killed is not the largest in history. But what we have been seeing in this particular fire season is fires that are so aggressive that they do something that they have never done before, which is to burn peat bogs and rainforests. They've got
so they're burning stuff that's never burned before.
Yeah, the gum trees that
Yep.
catch fire that are like gasoline-soaked rags as they burn.
And the koalas and
the koalas live in them.
kangaroos.
Eucalyptus. Those burn. They burn. They will not recede if they don't burn. And,
yeah, that's part of their life cycle.
It's part of their life cycle. But this peat moss burning, that's a little bit different. Okay.
Well, I got some takeaways here.
Okay.
For those who don't know, Canberra is the capital district.
It's a capital city.
Well, they call it the Australian Capital Territory.
That's right.
It's just
it's
analogous to Washington, D.C.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's located within New South Wales, but it's not New South Wales.
Yes.
Okay? It's near Sydney. It's got about 400,000 residents, so it's not
A lot
an
of people.
insignificant place.
Yep.
Well, the ACT is facing its worst bushfire threat since poor people died and 500 homes were lost 17 years ago. Okay? There's a running narrative about that in the article. An extreme heat wave swept across Australia on Friday. Now, that's last Friday. High temperatures and dry winds expected to spark more bushfires over the weekend, which happened. Okay, and there's more than 80 blazes are still burning as of this article, which was a week ago.
Now, we're up to Saturday, February 1st, with an item that continues this, and this is from the BBC.
Yeah, we do. Australia fires. Residents are told to seek shelter in the Canberra region.
A bushfire near Australian Capital Territory grew to more than 35,000 hectares, which is 135 square miles. So if you want to think about this...
It's a 12-mile square.
Yeah. On Saturday, as officials closed a major motorway, residents in some areas near the capital of Canberra were told that it is, quote, too late to leave, end quote, and they should try to seek shelter. In other words, the roads that they have to get out of where they are, where the fires have been cut. Yeah. They can't get away. Yeah. So they have to find some place, you know, to protect themselves.
No, there's a 1-minute time lapse of the fires burning in Canberra, okay? And this is what this is what they're being told. They're being urged to fill up their bathtubs, buckets, and sinks so that when the fire arrives, they have access to water to extinguish flames and to drink. They can't even leave.
Yeah.
They got to sit there and watch.
Try putting out a fire in your house with a bucket load of water. It's not an easy job. However, I want to point something out, and that is we won't talk about it much this week. Next week we might.
There's more stuff happening.
There's more going on, and what has happened is the entire east coast of Australia has been hit by torrential rainstorms.
Yeah, you were telling me before the show started.
Yeah. So
what'd you say, 7 inches of rain?
In one town in Queensland, they had 7 inches of rain.
Wow.
And a lot of this area in New South Wales and Queensland, we're talking about, they had torrential rains a year and a half ago that were so bad that they couldn't plant their crops. And then that was followed by a year and a half of drought, which ended with these fires, and now they've got torrential rains and flooding again.
Kind of crazy.
Well, this is climate change is producing
it's a hoax.
Very strange. How the Chinese are having effects in Australia, I don't know, but okay.
Well, we got a picture coming up here.
We do, and this is a picture of the Newport Bridge.
Which has absolutely nothing to do with the article.
Except that it was taken by the author. This is from Clean Technica.
I've been over that bridge. It's a nice bridge that runs along, pretty much along the coast of Rhode Island. The road does.
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful view from the bridge. Well, what it says here is, oh, by the way, it costs you $5 to go across the bridge. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, well, that's what you're supposed to say.
Yeah, it is.
Republican strategists praise carbon pricing as a way to win votes.
Who'd have thought? Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell called for conservative solutions to address climate's consequences. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who is also a Republican from California, talked of a possible existential crisis for the party. Republicans are starting to talk about carbon pricing. The Republicans' leadership is starting to recognize that they have to do something about climate change.
I think you're right.
Even though
Absolutely.
it's a Chinese hoax.
Well, this is kind of, how would you say it, cynical, but conservative solutions, call it a hoax and eliminate regulations. Well, carbon pricing, for what it's worth, is a market-based solution that offers a cost-effective and fiscally conservative
This is
option.
what they say. It's a market-based solution. So it's not a tax. It's a market-based solution. Because they want a free market, so they're going to have a solution that works in the...
Well, yeah.
Playing games with words.
I think so. Well, let's move along here.
Yeah, another item from Clean Technica.
Donald Trump's EPA, ruled by the swamp, is letting companies dump sewage in our rivers. And this is happening, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah, well, let me read this first. The EPA under Donald Trump is now allowing cities to dump raw sewage into rivers. A New York Times article says the Trump administration has decided to reverse almost 95 environmental rules because it considers them too costly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, tell people in New Orleans
right.
who drink water that comes from the Mississippi River that it's okay to dump sewage into the Mississippi River and see what they
It
say.
makes it taste interesting.
Oh dear. Oh man.
Well, the
You know-
rules, I got a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
The rules that the EPA reversed protected more than half of our wetlands and hundreds of thousands of small waterways from pollution. And these protections have been in place since Nixon.
Yes.
So this is not even
This
a
is
democratic
stuff,
thing.
This is stuff that was signed into law by Richard Nixon and some of it by
A long time ago.
Ronald Reagan. And they're trying to undo Richard Nixon's legacy and Ronald Reagan's legacy. Is this something that a real conservative would do? They would try to undo Theodore Roosevelt's legacy if they could do it. In fact, I think arguably they are.
They're trying. In
They're
some
trying
cases,
to.
anyhow.
Is this really conservatism at work?
I think it's money at work.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Oh, we got another picture coming up.
We
here.
do.
Well, let's get a.
This is
get a look at
what
this.
in the article is called a sea can.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that.
It means
Let's take a
shipping
picture of it.
container.
That's exactly what it means.
It's a term that
That's
exists.
an interesting picture, though.
Yeah, it is. It's a term that exists in a country where people speak English, not American.
Okay.
This is from Canada.
From Canada.
Yeah.
Well, a company braves high winds with high hopes of renewable energy in Nunavut.
In Nunavut.
Nunavut.
Yep. Okanagan. Spearheaded by the Arctic Research Foundation, the project titled Nauervik Inuktitut for fall growing place consists of 2 sea cans. The picture's got one of them.
Well,
Outfitted to grow vegetables that
picture up
proponents
again.
hope will ease Arctic food costs. They're powered by the wind. Now, they can't power these things with sunlight because they want them to run in the winter and they're north of the Arctic Circle.
6 months of the year, there's no sun at all.
So they have to run them with wind power. But you know, if you think about it, wind power is intermittent, right?
Yeah,
Plants do their growth intermittently.
yeah.
Somehow there's a match there.
I would think so. Well, this is a quick takeaway. In Nunavut, which is in far northern Canada,
Yeah.
and it's about as far north as you can get and still be
Yes,
in Canada.
that's right.
Power is generated from astronomically priced diesel fuel. You got to bring it up there.
It has to be brought up there. And how do you do that, by the way, in a place where there's no roads? Well, the
With
answer is
difficult-
you have to take it by
Dog-
airplane.
Or dog sled.
Well, you could take it by dog sled, but I think that would be even more expensive.
Well, this entire project is run by wind, and there's only 6 months of sunlight available, so they can't use sun. So.
Yeah.
And I'll put the picture back up.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. The picture is still up.
Yeah. Now,
Duh.
what this reminds me of is that I did an interview with if you go down to the co-op, there's a company that sells vegetables in plastic containers down there called Leaf, which is L-E-F with a whatever the bar is above the E.
And what's unique about them?
Well, it's a New Hampshire company.
Okay.
And they have a greenhouse. They might have more because I interviewed them, I think, a year and a half ago, and they were talking about building another greenhouse. And greenhouses, as you probably know, could go up pretty fast. But they're doing hydroponic farming in the greenhouse, and they can produce 1 million pounds of produce in 1 acre.
That sounds
each
like a lot.
year. Well, it's 20, 25 times as much as you would get out of a place that's
An acre of ground.
Right. And so when you look at this shipping container, that shipping container might supply vegetables in significant quantities to an entire community. A couple of those would. So this is not a Chinese hoax. Let me put it that way.
Well, this is a very sparsely populated place anyhow.
It is,
Getting,
yeah.
getting whatever you're bringing up there is costly.
Yeah, buy lettuce in
Yeah.
in a place like this.
Well, I would bet that a lot of those people have never even seen lettuce.
Yeah. Well, and their historic, cultural approach to vegetables is a little different than ours too.
Well, these are what people we basically call Eskimos, and they have not been big on vegetables.
No, they have not been, but they are big on fermented seal fins.
I'll take that. To fermented seal fins, huh?
Was it that or fermented seal liver was what it was? Can you imagine such a thing? There was a cookbook that came out from a school looking for support for the school. So they decided they were going to mimeograph off and sell cookbooks. This was about 20 years ago. And they discovered that the cookbook was reviewed by a newspaper somewhere on the West Coast. The school was in the Aleutians, but they all of a sudden got orders for thousands of these things because they had things like fermented seal liver. You take the seal liver, you put it in a snowdrift, you leave it there for 6 months, and then you cook it up and serve it. And the article adds, the recipe adds at the end, children generally don't like this.
I wouldn't bet against that one.
No.
Well, let's move on here.
Okay.
Documents show scientists revolt at Trump's crazy hurricane claims.
Oh dear.
I remember
right.
seeing him talking about
Yeah.
this.
And those, he was talking about this Hurricane Dorian crossing Florida and hitting Alabama, and he had a chart that had a little thing drawn on it. Well, we talked about that at the time.
Yes, we did.
But it's come up in the news again. And this item, by the way, came from the Sydney Morning Herald, which was just a convenient place to get it. It was all over the news. A flurry of emails from NOAA's top officials and scientists show their consternation and alarm after President Trump falsely claimed Hurricane Dorian could hit Alabama. The emails were released in response to a Freedom of Information Act request. Now, that's what puts it into the news now, is that all of a sudden we can see what was going on in NOAA, where, among the weather scientists and so forth, who are, saying, wait a minute, the president is saying something that's absolutely false, and anybody who believes him might want to evacuate or
I can
board up his
remember
store.
seeing him making this presentation.
Absolutely.
And I looked at it and I said, that's crazy.
It is crazy.
Well, this is the takeaway. In September, Trump was depicted in the Oval Office holding a chart with an extended impact zone of Hurricane Dorian.
Yeah.
Okay, Trump claimed that Alabama was most likely to be hit.
Yeah.
I don't even know why he did that.
I don't know, but I will tell you, I don't think that this is a conspiracy at work. I think it's just a symptom of the way Donald Trump thinks.
I think you're right. Well, the National Weather Service in Birmingham corrected him.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
and a top NOAA official called the president's behavior crazy.
Yes.
I don't think he even knows why he did it.
I don't think he knows why he does anything, to tell you the truth. Everything that Donald Trump does. Well, I'm going to get into politics.
Well, we got another picture coming up.
We do indeed. This is a guy. I actually saw this guy once up close.
I had dinner with him once.
Huh? Did you?
Yeah, a long time ago. He was mayor of Burlington.
I remember when he became mayor of Burlington, and a couple of very conservative friends of mine were outraged that a major city in the United States had a socialist
Oh,
mayor.
my God.
All right, we're up to Monday, February 3rd, and this is from Politico.
Power to the people. Bernie calls for a federal takeover of electricity production. That isn't exactly what he said, but
It's not, and this is sometimes we have to correct these things. It's not what was said there. It may be that what they're implying in that title is actually less than what we're going to have to do, because at some point we're going to have to make up for lost time. Let me read this. Sanders laid out a $16 trillion climate change plan that would transition U.S. electricity generation away from fossil fuels toward renewable resources like wind, solar, and hydropower by 2030. That's far faster than any other Democrat candidate's target.
Let's mention this. This is a long and detailed article. It's interesting. There's a 6-minute long audio clip talking about it, and it's radical.
It's
but
radical.
It's interesting.
But it's interesting, and one of the things that I find interesting about it is that if you look at this and you look at things that came from Mark Jacobson and things like that, it becomes clear that this could save us a lot of money.
I think it could. Well, this is what he's trying to do. He's not. The article kind of implies, you know, he's trying to socialize America.
Well, that's what the title implies.
That's what it implies. This is what he says. These organizations, though Sanders wants federally owned utilities that already exist, okay, like the TVA,
right,
to build massive amounts of wind and solar power,
right,
on their own in their own territories. Okay?
Yes.
These organizations currently provide power from hydro dams to 33 states. They're doing this already.
Yes.
Okay, and they would be able to sell the increased green energy to local utilities nationwide. But nobody's making them buy it. They got to be competitive. So Sanders has defended his plan as the only one that could reduce greenhouse emissions quick enough to meaningfully combat climate change.
That is something that I absolutely agree with Bernie Sanders on. And by the way, just to be clear about this, you know, fair disclosure, I voted almost straight Republican from 1968 until 2002.
Yeah.
In 2004, I did not, because in the interim, I had figured out that climate change not only was a serious problem, but was being covered up by the top level people in the Republican Party. In the last election, faced with a choice between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, I voted for Bernie Sanders as a write-in.
Okay.
With Tulsi Gabbard as
vice president.
Vice president, and she, by the way, is the person who was the vice chair of the Democratic National Committee, who left that position in order to endorse Bernie Sanders.
Okay.
Now, obviously, right now she's running against Bernie Sanders. And she
who's on first?
Yeah, she made a bunch of points that I've been following, and one of them, and this is something that I think is true. You know, I was looking at emails from her and stuff like that, and saying I don't understand why she's doing what she's doing. I respect her a great deal, but climate change is the biggest problem we've got, and she's talking about solving the problem of forever wars and things of that nature. And then I realized when she voted present on the impeachment in the House as a Democrat, I couldn't understand that until I saw her email explaining why, and then I realized we're not going to solve climate change if we can't talk with each other. That's where she is.
Hey, she's got a very valid point.
Yeah. So
we'll move along here.
We will. We have an item from The Guardian, and here is more fires.
I got Clean Technica.
Oh, yeah, and I'm putting up a picture too early. This is an item from Clean Technica.
Yeah. Super Bowl ads announce Hummer electric truck and the, quote, quiet revolution. And by the way, the Super Bowl is the biggest single day in advertising.
Yeah. 30-second ad costs $6 million or something.
Really?
Phew. General Motors will start selling a battery-powered Hummer pickup truck in May of 2020 to whet the appetite of the truck-driving public. The new Hummer is a topic of a 30-second television ad. Did you see the ad, Tom?
I did.
Yeah.
You tell us you can see it here, and you can.
Yes. Running during the Super Bowl, and I was infuriated by this ad.
Were you?
Yeah. I mean, they're coming up with an electric vehicle, and what do they say about it? It'll do 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. It has 1,000 horsepower. And I'm telling you, it's saying we don't have to change our attitudes. We don't have to change our dedication to power, to being number one. What we need to do is just, you know, do it electrically, because that's what sells. And it made me really mad.
I can see where you're coming from. I can see where you're coming from at all. They're not they're all they're looking at is dollar signs.
Yeah.
They're not looking at anything else.
Okay.
Well, we got a picture.
Now
coming
we've
up here.
got
I'll
the
try and
fires
find it.
near Canberra, and this is from The Guardian.
That is Canberra, and the article says, if there is a silver lining in the clouds of choking smoke, it's that this may be a tipping point.
As a climate scientist on sabbatical in Australia, I've had plenty of conversations about the climate crisis lately.
When did you do that?
Well, I'm quoting this guy who wrote, this is an opinion piece. Although the Murdoch media make it seem as if there's plenty of debate, the reality is that most Australians I talk to get it.
Well, Australia's horrific bushfires could be the catalyst that pushes the world to a mass recognition that it's time to act.
You know, there was an article that I didn't put into for the show, and I don't even recall whether I put it up on my blog, but it was saying basically, in the United States, most Republicans want to deal with, they want us to move to renewable energy, but they are not willing to admit that there's a climate crisis.
Puts them in a box, doesn't it?
It does, yes. Okay. Are we done with that one?
Australia's horrific bushfires could be the catalyst. It pushes. I said this, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
It's not a physical tipping point where the global climate undergoes dramatic, irreversible, and catastrophic change, but a psychological one.
Yes.
The fact that the bushfires tore through Alaska as we ended the hottest decade ever recorded is no coincidence.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, we're up Tuesday, February 4th with an item
we got
from
our friend here
Clean
again.
Technica. Oh, no picture of Greta.
No picture coming up.
Yeah.
No. Oh, you gave it away. Greta Thunberg, nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Wow, she's only 17 years.
This is the second time she was
It's the
nominated.
second time.
She was nominated last year by a Norwegian legislature.
Yeah.
This time, well, you're going to tell us who.
Two members of the Swedish parliament nominated 17-year-old Greta Thunberg for this year's Nobel Peace Prize. Thunberg started just 3 years ago with alone climate protests on Fridays at the Swedish parliament. Since then, she has emerged as a world leader.
Well, people know who she is now.
They certainly do.
Action for reducing our emissions and complying with the Paris Agreement is an act of peace.
Yes.
Okay, that's not me talking.
Yeah.
Last September, Greta delivered a strongly worded speech to the UN Climate Action Summit in New York City, in which she said, and I remember her saying this, "How dare you? You've stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words."
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now we have
an
item from the BBC, a very colorful item of an oil terminal.
It's an oil terminal. It's an oil. Yeah,
this
that's a
I
terminal,
thought was
isn't
a
it?
really interesting article. It was something that I did not expect to see in the news.
Coronavirus and oil. Why crude has been hit hard.
The world's biggest oil producers could be about to reduce output as they grapple with fallout of the coronavirus. As China has responded to the medical emergency, travel restrictions are in place. Factories, offices, and shops remain shut. The result is a 20% reduction in the demand for oil.
That's interesting.
Oh, man.
Quick takeaway here. China is the world's second largest economy and a key engine of global economic growth.
Yeah.
Any negative impact in China is almost certain to ripple across the world.
Which is why Donald Trump has got a trade war against it.
Yeah. The cost of crude oil has hit its lowest level in a year after falling 20% since its peak in January. That's last January.
And by the way, today in my news, there was an article that said that ExxonMobil has lost 41% of its market value in the last 5 years. Yes.
Wow.
And
that's significant.
It is. And I looked that up and found that, guess what? You know, there's a Dow Jones Oil and Gas Index. The Dow Jones Oil and Gas Index has lost 47%. So ExxonMobil is actually doing a little bit better than other oil companies.
That's interesting.
But, you know, I mean, they're in trouble, and the
Well,
trouble...
at times they are changing.
I guess. Okay, we've got an item from CNN.
That we do. Scientists find another threat to Greenland's glaciers lurking beneath the ice.
The warmer air is not the only threat to Greenland's ice sheet. A study published in the journal Nature Geoscience found that the ice is being attacked from below. Warm water, ocean water is moving underneath the vast glaciers, is causing them to melt even more quickly.
This is Greenland.
This is Greenland.
Last week we talked about Antarctica.
Antarctica, yeah.
Something very similar, or at least
is-
they're trying to find out why it's melting so fast.
Yeah.
Well, there's an interesting 1-minute video here which depicts a bunch of sled dogs
Yes.
sitting in a lake. It's interesting.
We
because-
actually had that picture at one of our shows
I think we did,
quite a
yeah.
long time ago.
Well, mass loss from Greenland's ice sheet is currently the single largest driver of sea level rise globally.
Right.
Okay, it is currently melting 7 times faster than it was in 1992.
Wow.
The ice sheet holds enough water to raise global sea levels by more than 24 feet.
Which would put...
Well, it's going to take them a long time to melt all
Yeah,
of that
yeah,
ice.
it
We're
will.
talking like 100 years. But,
Yes, we are. But, you know...
but still, it's significant because every little bit counts.
That's right. There was an article the same day about a guy who jumped into what they call a supraglacial lake in Greenland. Yeah, this
I
is
bet he was surprised.
No, he wasn't. This is a. I was surprised. I mean, he put on goggles.
Yeah.
And he put on just ordinary bathing trunks.
Yeah, he
And
didn't have a wetsuit.
No, and he just went into the water. The guy's
Whoa.
50 years old, and he said it was really kind of frightening. because-
Invigorating.
Invigorating, yeah. This is one of those guys who goes swimming in ice water.
Yeah.
You know.
There's one every year.
Yeah, he
Makes the
said that
newspaper.
he saw that there were super glacial lakes, something like 65,000 of them or
Oh, yeah.
whatever, in Greenland, and he wanted to go and investigate. So he did. And he said, under the water, there are tunnels going through the glacier, and that water is able to move.
Dissipating all over the place, huh?
It's crazy. He said it was really frightening. Not because it was cold, but just because it was frightening to see what he saw. Okay, we are up to Wednesday, February 15th. We're just cooking along here.
Yeah, we're cooking along. We'll
And
have to
we
go
got-
back and revisit some of these. Well, the Saugeen, or Saugeen, I don't know how you say it, Ojibwe Nation has saved Lake Huron from a nuclear waste dump.
Now, you know,
This
this
is
is
significant.
from Counterpunch, and this is the only place I found this. But Counterpunch generally publishes articles because of things that actually happen. So I don't know what the truth of this is, whether they actually, that Ojibwe Nation actually stopped the thing, but this is sufficiently...
Well, they did because of an agreement. An agreement was made about 2 years ago that this couldn't go forward unless
Without
the
their permission.
Ojibways gave them
So they
permission.
actually did sink it. I missed that.
And they
in
voted
the
on it,
article.
and it went down.
Okay.
It went down significantly.
In a major victory for Canada's First Nations, the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation overwhelmingly voted down the proposed deep geological repository for storage of low-level and intermediate-level radioactive nuclear waste next to Lake Huron.
Well, 85% of them said no.
Yeah.
And in saying no, they passed up $150 million.
Wow.
Okay. There's a nice article, nice sub-article on this article called A Sordid History. A Sordid History. If
Yeah.
you got the time, read it because it's interesting.
Yeah. Passing up $150 million for
A small tribe, that's a lot of money.
I wonder how many people are in that tribe. That's a lot of money.
There's not a lot of people in it.
Yeah, that's a lot of money per
It's
person.
a lot of money.
So, yeah.
Well, the First Nations in Canada are starting to exercise their power as independent nations.
Yes.
They have that status in Canada, which they don't really have down here.
They're supposed to have
They're
it.
supposed to have it, but it's been diluted.
The United States, as far as I know, has never been truthful in treaties with the American Indians.
Duh. Didn't they make movies about that?
Well, you know, there was a guy whose name was Christian Herter, and I think he was the Secretary of State for Franklin Roosevelt.
Uh-huh.
But his family ran a company called Herter's, which went out of business and then it was revived, and I think it's still back in business now, in Minnesota, where they sold sporting goods and they sold guns and they sold
That kind of stuff.
You wouldn't believe what their catalog was like. It was unbelievable. They'd have an item about a silent dog whistle that they sold.
Yeah.
And they would tell you that you could do wonderful things with this silent dog whistle. And then right below it, they'd
Everything
have a
but
thing saying...
Everything but call a dog, right?
Yeah. And then they would say right below it, silent dog, another thing for sale, silent dog whistles don't work. Use this one instead. This was the way they did things. It was hysterical. But anyway, Christian Herter said, anybody who trusts the federal government of the United States doesn't have to think beyond what it has done to American Indians to know that it can't be trusted.
That's a valid point.
You know,
That's
I'm not quoting him there.
No,
I'm
it's definitely a valid point.
But that's the point he was making. Okay.
Well, we'll move along here. We're talking about Indians again, but this time it's a different kind of Indian.
Yeah?
Thanks to renewable energy, electric bulbs will finally glow in 1,200 Indian schools.
This is from the Kashmir Monitor, and you know, I have to check.
That's Kashmir, India.
Yeah, that's right. I have to check these news sources. CNN, I'm pretty sure that if I put a link into a CNN article, when a reader for the blog goes to that link, it's going to
CNN
get
links
there.
are all pretty good.
They're usually pretty good, but when we're talking about when I come across a news site and I don't actually know in my mind.
You mean like the Kashmir Monitor?
Like the Kashmir Monitor. Counterpunch. I didn't know. Can I rely on Counterpunch?
Mhm.
The fact of the matter is, I've seen things like the Sydney Morning Herald go squirrely because, or BBC, because there's an article. I put in the link to the article and the little blurb about it. And then for some reason I click on that to see what's going to happen, and the
Something
article
else comes up.
disappeared.
Yeah.
Something else comes up. That was what happened. Well, I had to check this Kashmir Monitor. So I'm sorry, I went on a little diversion there. Students in far-flung areas across the Kashmir Division have a reason to smile as more than 1,200 government schools will be provided with round-the-clock electricity from clean, renewable energy sources. Previously, only 36% of the schools had power.
There's a quick takeaway here. Solar power will generate a kilowatt in elementary schools, and in secondary and high schools, 5 kilowatts.
So
where they didn't have any power at all.
They didn't have any power at all. So all of a sudden they're going to have light bulbs.
Yeah.
Which are probably going to be LEDs. But I had to check this Kashmir Monitor to make sure that people would be able to get to it.
Yeah.
And it seemed to work out.
I think it was slightly a different article, but the message was the same.
Really?
I think so.
No,
yeah.
that's another thing. They changed these
It just
articles.
had a different title. It was basically the same energy.
Okay.
Same.
Okay, and we are up to our final item for
We got a
today
picture
from the
here.
CNN. And this is a picture that reminds me of my brother. I'll have to explain why.
Well, that's Billie Eilish. And
Yeah.
I didn't know who Billie Eilish is.
Did you try to find out?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
I went to YouTube and I listened to her sing.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, she has a very nice voice.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, what the article says is from Billie Eilish, or is it Eilish?
I don't know.
Like E-I-L-I-S-H. It's E-I-L-I-S-H.
I will say Eilish.
To Maroon 5, green touring is becoming the new normal.
Green touring.
You're going to have to explain to us what
Yeah,
they
right.
mean by that.
Green touring has been around for decades with musicians including Neil Young and Bonnie Raitt among the movement's pioneers. But effects of climate change, as the effects of climate change continue to intensify, the music industry is now making this approach mainstream. There are a bunch of musicians that this article talked about.
There's pictures of about 20 of them.
Yeah, who have decided that they're going to approach, their touring
Well,
thing.
I'll explain what they're doing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Green touring venues are banned from giving out plastic straws and are required to have water refill stations, which are expected to eliminate over 35,000 single-use water bottles. So they're doing something.
Yeah. And in the case of Billie Eilish, whose picture you should put back up, she has made her hair green, and she's made her clothes green, and she's under green lights. My reference to my brother, I have a brother who lives in western New York State, and he has done something that I think he should be very proud of. He's a ceramics engineer.
Okay.
And he's lived all over the world. And he developed a filter that is ceramic. So you make this filter and you just put water through. The water actually goes through the ceramic because it's got pores.
Yeah.
And you can backwash this and get rid of whatever junk
sediment is in the
accumulates.
water.
But he figured out that if you do this and you wash this with silver compound, silver nitrate, for example, and then you treat it by, for example, firing it, you get silver all over the. It's not terribly visible, but it gets all over the ceramic, and silver is deadly. It's deadly toxic to microbial life forms.
Is it really?
And when he was living in Bangladesh, the government of Bangladesh took one of these things and tested it by putting water straight out of the Ganges River into it. And they came up with water coming out with a bacteria count of 0.
No kidding.
And
That's significant.
Yeah,
that
especially
could be very
considering
helpful worldwide.
Well, Bangladesh has got a third of its population dependent on wells that were dug by the British before they left.
Yeah.
And the British tested those wells every which way to find out that the water was safe, except they forgot one thing, and that was arsenic. And the result is a third of the population of Bangladesh, and this is millions of people, are suffering from potential arsenic poisoning. A lot of them are dying of cancer. So they were thrilled about this. Reed has got patents on it, and the patents are utterly worthless because any village potter can make one of these things for about $3 anywhere in the world. So how do you maintain a patent on that? You don't.
You can't. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You want to put that up?
I don't, but I will.
There you go. It's time to say goodbye, so we're going to say have an unmistakably ducky week.
Huh?
This is. Why don't you put us both up so we can wave goodbye? This is part of my effort to say goodbye. You know, my daily thing.
Yeah.
All right. I take the.
Now you get a weekly slogan, huh?
Yeah, I do a thing like this every day at the blog, and so I figured I'd do it for the week. So, see you next time, or hope you see us next time, because we won't see you.
Okay, so let's call the meeting to order at whatever time the clock over there says. 6:31. Okay.
Sorry.
No, don't. You're almost like perfectly on time. Okay, so I'm going to skip right over to. So we're going to start off, and it's not on the agenda, right? But we're going to review the annual meeting, which is. Under old business, it's like the third line item down. We do that so people can't stay for the whole meeting if they have any questions. So everybody should possibly have the nice little booklet that went out. Does anybody not have that?
There's copies.
So we'd like to thank Anita for for putting this together for us again this year. I think it really helps to get the word out to people. And we're definitely looking for comments on what people think about the pamphlet. One of the things is, if you look, last year we just put the budget in as a we just did the major headings. So we did more of a budget summary than an individual line item. And this year we try to put the line items in. And some people, it was a little fuzzy just because of the way it came out from Lori's office to Anita to being printed. So we will work on that next year. But if you have any comments about the handbook, please let us know. So if you go to page 5 in your booklet, and it's the warning for the 2020 River Valley Unified School District annual meeting. It is. Legal voters of towns of Dover and Wardsboro, Vermont are hereby notified and warned that pursuant to Title 17 BSA Section 2655, they are to meet at the Dover Town Hall in Dover, Vermont on Tuesday, February 11, 2020 at 7 p.m. to act upon the following articles to wit. And there's a note up top at the recommendation of our district clerk that Article 13 to be voted by Australian ballot at town meeting in Dover and at town meeting in Wardsboro on March 3rd, 2020. And those are the election of officers. And both towns, Dover and Wardsboro, had always elected from, Wardsboro had always elected from the floor, and Dover had always elected by ballot. And unfortunately, for the first year, we were required to have everybody elected by ballot for the first time around. But after that, folks, there's booklets up here. We're reviewing we skipped over to town meeting first, or a school district meeting, because we were hoping there's a meeting booklet. So we're on page 5 of the booklet. So you'll vote, so from now on there'll be, if nobody resigns during the year, nobody leaves us, we'll be voting 1 3-year term in Wardsboro and 1 3-year term in Dover from now on, instead of multiple, because we only have 3 in each town. And the ones in Wardsboro will be voted on at your town meeting from the floor. And that, your town clerk told me she thinks it's gonna probably be around 11 a.m. So if you wanna run for the position, maybe be there at 11. If you don't wanna run, make sure you leave about 10:55 so nobody can pick on you. And in Dover, unfortunately, you had to be on a ballot. So you don't get a chance to run out there. You actually have to work a little bit to get it. And then, because this year is a presidential election in Dover, that you start voting at 7, what time, Andy?
7 a.m.
7 a.m., so you can actually vote early. Like in Chicago, vote early and vote often. So Article 1 is to elect a moderator to serve for the fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30th, and to set a stipend at $200 per meeting for the moderator. Does anybody know who our moderator is besides the school board?
Really?
Yeah. Not you, though. Besides the school board. So Dr. Backus is the school district moderator, and he couldn't make last meeting or this meeting. He will be here next Tuesday, and he would like to serve again if the voters would so have him. Our second article is to elect a clerk. Is there any questions or comments on that article? Article 2 is to elect a clerk to serve for the fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021, and a stipend of $2,400 for the clerk. When we first formed the district, we talked to both town clerks, Wardsboro Town Clerk Jackie and Andy in Dover. Jackie didn't have any interest really in serving as the district clerk, so we told Andy he kind of had to, because we thought it'd be important to have one of the town clerks serve. And I believe Andy said he'd run again for us because we made his life easy. He doesn't have to commingle ballots anymore. To elect a treasurer to serve for the fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021, and set a stipend of $2,400 for the treasurer. And this currently Marco Tellini, the treasurer in the town of Dover, ran for that and would like to serve again too. Article 4 is to elect 3 auditors to serve from July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021, and set a stipend of $200 per meeting for the auditors. So we have 3 auditors, and Andrew's gonna help me because I mess up on a couple of them.
Oh, gosh.
So we have a lady by the name of, who just got appointed at the last meeting,
Danielle.
Salway. And then we also have the pastor at the Eastover Baptist Church,
McIntyre, Bob McIntyre.
Bob McIntyre, and Randy Capitani, who actually
Yeah.
served on the, he served on the committee, the Act 46 merger committee, and was really active in the beginning. So those are your 3 auditors. As far as we know, none of them have said that they do not want to serve. So I think all of them would serve again if somebody was to make a motion to appoint them or elect them.
Are there term limits?
Yeah, you can only do it till you die, and after you're dead, you're not allowed to run anymore.
That's the deal.
Yeah, no, there really isn't any term limits.
Okay.
Do you have interest in a position?
I very well could. I'm pretty new to the community, so I'm just getting involved and
Yeah.
possibly could show an interest.
So if whatever town you're from, if you're from Wardsboro, you just have to be at town meeting if you want to throw your hat in the ring for a school board position. In Dover, you have to actually file a petition, which requires a certain number of voters. I think it's usually 12. This year it was 12. It depends on the total number of voters. The Article 1, 2, and 3, those are voted from the floor at the annual school district meeting, which is, this year it's next week, but it's, we're hoping to change it as we go further on. So if you want to serve in one of those, you just have to ask somebody to nominate you from the floor at the meeting, and then you would, a nomination in a second, and then there would be a vote.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, sir. Everybody good up to Article 5? So Article 5 is to pay your school board, and we're looking at directors at $2,000 and the chair at $2,500, which is the same as this year. And all those numbers up top, the $200 per meeting, the $2,400 for the clerk treasurer, and $200 for the auditors, those are the same amount as we are currently doing for this year. And then Article 6, so the voters approve mileage reimbursement at the federal reimbursement rate for the month in which the mileage occurred. And we do that because, the numbers bounce around quite a bit depending on, where a lot of different things are. So the government sets a mileage reimbursement rate every month for government workers, so that's what we use for our number. It's currently, Bill, I believe around 50 cents.
0.575.
So 57.5 cents.
Got it.
So it's really good if you got an electric car. If you've got a big truck, it's not as good. Everybody okay with that one? Article 7. So the voters of the River Valley Unified School District authorize school directors to withdraw money from the reserve fund to offset the homestead tax rate, but not more than $200,000. So both Dover and Wardsboro came into this unified district with a few $100,000 in reserves, close to $1 million altogether. When we get to Article 10, we're going to talk about, so because we became a new district, both Dover and Wardsboro had their money assigned to different reserve areas or for certain purposes. And because we became a new district, what the law said is on July 1st of 2020, all our money had to go into one pot. So last year, you folks voted $200,000 to help offset the tax rate, which is 3 to 5 cents on the homestead tax rate, depending on a lot of other factors that aren't settled yet, including what the yield is and how much the state's going to give and how much you're going to pay for a lot of their categorical grants. So what we try to shoot for is a tax rate that's fairly similar to the previous year's tax rate, so there isn't a lot of ups and downs. The reserve fund is money that you've already raised, or has already been raised by the voters, so you don't have to pay tax on it again. And the reason we look for $200,000 is that's what we've done the last few years. It doesn't take all the reserve money all in one year, and it doesn't make that big a tax rate difference. It's not like we're dropping the tax rate 20 cents, and next year, if we don't have any reserve money, then you're gonna have an instant increase of 20 cents on the homestead tax rate. So that's the thought behind that article. It's pretty common. Wardsboro had done it before. Dover's done it before. It's not anything new to the river valleys. Is there any questions about that? Sir?
Is this like Social Security for the tax increase? So that we aren't affected by a tax increase, or is this a tax increase that we have to incur to continue to keep
Okay, so it's not a
2,000
tax
annually?
It's not a tax increase.
Okay.
Okay, so we have money in the reserve fund.
Right.
Okay, we're asking you to take 200,000 and put it against the amount of money we're gonna spend next year. So that means we don't have to raise $200,000 in taxes. So it will be a tax decrease.
It'll prevent an increase.
It will prevent an increase, correct.
The purpose is to try to level the taxes every year, or try to keep them as level as we possibly can. We really can't do it because, as Rich said, there are so many things that are still not decided on the state level, like what they're going to pay us back, or our common level of appraisals have not come back yet. There's a whole bunch of different things that go into the formula that create the tax rate. So what we've always done in both towns is to keep a little bit of money aside each year, or not to take the whole amount that we have from prior years and spend it all at once and decrease the tax rate significantly, which could happen. So what we do is we try to keep the tax rate as level as we can. There's always some sort of an increase or something that comes in at the last minute, but in general, we try to level it off as best possible using those funds.
Last year, we were even moving 200,000. At one point, we were looking at almost a 20-cent tax increase. And but then when the legislature met and they found some one-time money, and they found they increased the yield, how much they give us, and they don't say it's per pupil, but they give us a block grant. So they had increased the block grant. So by the time it was all said and done, I believe last year we were pretty flat on the tax rate. But when we presented the budget in February, we were looking at a fairly significant increase. And this is just one way to help prevent that.
And there are other things too. I mean, it doesn't mean your taxes aren't going to necessarily go up because the rate stays the same. I mean, your appraisal can go up, and things like that can also impact the amount of money that you have to spend every year.
We're allowed to put like half of this into an annuity that had a greater interest and greater gain, so that we could use those funds later, or?
There's really nothing that's paying very well. If you, on a 2-year CD for $250,000.
No, an annuity, not a CD, like an annuity that's paying like 5 or 6% or something greater.
Okay. We can't risk our money, so the only thing we can put our money into is we can't play games, we can't play the markets, we can't play, and we need to have it fairly liquid. So we need it to be available to us. So the only thing we do, and that our treasurer's done, is we have invested in CDs. At one time, I know in Dover, 15 years ago, we were making close to $50,000 in interest a year. It's not there anymore. There was a city out in California that invested really well in a Madoff fund, and they did really well for a few years, and then they didn't do well at all. So they're still trying to. So we really can't. It's not our money. We can't risk it.
Still reveling from the loss, I bet.
Yeah.
No, I understand.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Real quick, how does the reserve fund get replenished in future?
So the reserve fund can be replenished by raising taxes to put more money in the reserve fund. So one of the things you need to all understand is that we have a tough time a little bit with our budgets because our budgets aren't really easy. And if you're part of a high school district, if you're a pre-K-12 district, you vote a budget and you're pretty well set there. Both Dover and Wardsboro, and the reason we were able to combine and become a unified school district is we tuition our middle and high school students out. And that's a benefit a lot of people seem to like, but it's also becomes very difficult to plan a budget. So we may say between the two, and I'm just going to use fictional numbers, we may say there's 100 secondary students, 7 through 12 between Dover and Wardsboro. Depending where those students decide to go, and depending if they stay the full year, and depending if people move in and people move out, is what we actually pay. So right now, we're trying to predict a year and a half out, and I'll get back to your annuity thing in a little bit. So we're trying to predict a year out, saying, okay, next September, when school starts, how many secondary students are there gonna be? Because, you know, there's a lot of people in and out, so we say there's 100. Well, if 10 move out and nobody comes in to replace them, then we have about $170,000 that we planned on spending. We raised the money to spend. You got tax to spend, but we didn't have to spend it. So that would come back to us as a surplus, and you'll see that in another question down. So that's how we replenish the reserve funds sometimes. When you have a specific reserve fund for a project, like we're gonna talk to you in Article 10 about setting aside some of our reserve money to go into a fund for building maintenance. So, and there's also a fund for transportation for buying school buses. Those sometimes will raise tax money and will say, hey, look, if a school bus costs $100,000, if we have to buy that all in 1 year, it's a little spike in the tax rate. What if we put $10,000 away for 10 years, the bus lasts 10 years, when the bus is no good anymore, we have the money to buy it without changing your tax rate. So there's a couple ways that money gets replenished into the reserve fund. And I have a joke at Dover Town meeting I told for years. So we're trying to predict something a year and a half out, so kind of into your annuity thing. If I knew what was gonna happen a year and a half out, you know, then we probably could know how to invest and tell you exactly what things are gonna be. But unfortunately, we can't do that, because if we could, we probably wouldn't be here. We'd all be some tropical island enjoying our lives, having lots of money come in. So it's kind of a crapshoot for us, really. And, you know, a budget is a baseline. So there's some things we know are gonna be set. We know that we're gonna have so many teachers, and if none of those teachers resign and all resign their contract, we can tell you exactly how much that's gonna cost. We can tell you how much our health insurance is gonna cost. But then we get changes where we may have had a person that was a family plan that's several $1,000s, and a person may come in to replace that person if they left, and that person may have a spouse that has an insurance plan, so we don't spend any money on their health insurance. So there's always variables in the budget. So remember, what we do is, in the way we build a budget, is we go to our two administrators, Tammy and Matt in the back, and they talk with Lori and Bill from central office, and they talk with their staff, and they talk with the people in the school building. They say, what do we need for an educationally sound budget? And they put that all down, and they see how it fits in to a budget. They present that to the board asks questions, we make some changes, and then we have a budget we present to the voters. So, are we okay on the 200,000? So Article 8's the big one. We're gonna ask you to expend $5,680,223, which is the amount the school board is determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $19,868 per equalized pupil. So if you go to page 7 in your book, that starts your budget. And as an overall summary, last year with the Dover and Wardsboro forming the river valleys, we basically, pardon?
I said it's a trick, they're all page 5.
Yeah, exactly. In the book, I think he means.
Yeah.
Are they all page 5?
Oh, in the book. No, sorry.
Not that I would.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, in the booklet, so.
They are on page 5s in this one.
Yeah.
I think Bill's computer automatically makes everything page 1 out of 5. Notice that on a few of your documents.
Keep you guys on your toes.
Pardon?
The budget part is the same, because it's just the budget, and that just has all of the articles in it.
So yeah, there's some just budgets, there's some articles. I think just budgets have blue on them. And the ones in the book have a gray border. But anyways, so the first year of River Valleys, we basically took the Dover budget and Wardsboro budget, put them together, And although Act 46 is supposed to, create some efficiencies and be able to put us together as one building, we're still required to report a lot of stuff to the state by building. So it was some of it was a little bit of a fallacy. Basically, this year, the budget we are presenting to you folks to vote on from our administration, if you were to go to one of the schools, you probably wouldn't see a whole lot of difference. Some of it was just accounting. One of the things is the preschool teacher in Wardsboro also teaches kindergarten. And last year, we just had them under K through 6 teachers, not the preschool. So we took part of their salary and put it into the preschool just for a better accounting. So if somebody said, how much does preschool cost us? We can tell you, okay, you look at these line items and there's your preschool budget. I believe the only staff changes is, last year in Dover, we had proposed there was a teacher to help students that were struggling, and that was gonna be a position within Dover or within the river valleys. And it was decided to have that position work through central office. And what we do is we have, in the central office, we have called an agency fund group of educators. And those are people that, like the school band, person that does band for the schools. No school can have a full-time band teacher. There's just not enough need. And it's really hard to get a person to work for half a day or a day a week just during the school year. So what happens is Wyndham Central hires that person as a full-time teacher, and they take their benefits and their salary, and they figure out how much it costs per day, or half a day, which is what we call an FTE, full-time equivalency. So if you have that person for 1 day a week in your building, you pay 20% of that person's cost. So Wyndham Central doesn't make any money on them. They don't add any management fee. But it allows us to have better people and people that will stay longer because it's a full-time job with benefits versus a person that maybe works in Wardsboro for a day of the week and then goes up to Winhall and then maybe goes to Brattleboro. It allows them to have one boss and work under one contract and have the benefits. And it's worked really well. People have had children with band. We've had several different band instrumental music teachers. And we've always seemed to have good ones, and we wouldn't be able to get that. We also, under agency fund, utilize some of the librarian staff, some health, nurse. There's all different positions. Some of that moved, and then in Dover, the media person, we used to call them librarians, but now they've expanded their title, and we reduced. That was reduced a little bit in Dover to more fit with the number of students. We've had less students in Dover, so there's a slight reduction there. But if you have a child in either building, you shouldn't see much of a difference between this year, currently, and next year. The exception being, contracts haven't gone out. Some teachers may decide to retire, some may move. So it should be pretty similar. Lori's looking at me, I may have missed one.
No.
Nope.
You're doing a great job.
So that's pretty much the budget. Now, the other thing is we also looked at transportation and we looked at some other things. And one of the things we were kind of hoping, when they first presented Act 46 to us, we thought we were going to get to invent a new building from the ground up or a new school structure from the ground up. But unfortunately, the state put so many restrictions on it, we really weren't able to do that. So we basically, the first year we said, have some faith in us. We're going to take the two budgets, put it together. We're going to have our staff working on some stuff, and we're going to see what we can do for the following year. One of the things we looked at was a focus in the Wardsboro school, so we did put some money in for the focus, and it was decided by the staff and the voters and the parents and the students that Wardsboro's focus was going to be called STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And we were really impressed because Tammy and her people in Wardsboro did a wonderful job, because we're thinking 2 or 3 years down the road we would start doing some STEAM projects. And if you look out in the hallway and you've read the Bucketville News here, which is important in Wardsboro, and even the newspapers, They've done a lot of projects. They have a half a day or a full day a week of STEAM. There's a lot of good things going on with it. We're hearing a lot of good reports. And that's all within a few months of us, saying that can be a really good focus. And we felt as a board, and after input from parents in both Wardsboro and Dover, that it would be better if we could have both buildings have different focuses. Because it would be a lot easier for us to justify to the people in Montpelier, the reason we have two buildings so close together is because they're totally different. They have different focuses. And it's really a really cool focus, and it's neat because it really complements what Dover does, and Dover complements what Wardsboro does. If you want the international feel, Dover has the IB focus, and if you want the technology and the arts and the maths, there's a good focus of that in Wardsboro. And there is movement allowed, and I'll get to you in one sec. There is movement allowed between the buildings. So there is some money in there for that. One of the other things we want to look at was transportation. Was there some savings in transportation? So the other thing that happened with Act 46 is the state of Vermont went to a new accounting system for schools. And we're one of maybe, 13 districts, Laurie?
Probably about that, yeah.
So there's maybe 13 districts that have moved to this new system. Luckily, Lori was able to take some of the grant money we got from the merger of the West River Group and the River Valleys Group, and she was able to put a lot of time and effort into building on the new accounting system. So we're actually we're operating under the new accounting system with this year. There's a lot of other schools that haven't even started it yet, and it wasn't as simple as, push a button and everything transfers over. Lori had several people working a lot of hours, and Lori was a lot afraid because I'd see her come to meetings and her eyes would be bugging out of her head. It was really tough, but we're now operating on that system, so I really feel like we're a leg up, and we're really hoping that next year Lori's not going to be focusing on trying to get us transferred into this new system, closing out all the old schools, because there were several different there was a Wardsboro district and a Dover district and a Newfane district and a Newbrook district and a Brookline and all those different districts, and now everything is a little bit more streamlined. So we're hoping that the business office and also at the central office, under Bill's superintendent budget, which over the last 5 years has seen maybe a 5 or 6% increase. They've been able to realign staff in there, so they haven't had to add people, but they've been able to give us more services. And one of the things we hired starting in August, I believe, was a facilities manager, facilities operations manager. So now there's somebody at central office that when Matt has a problem with the water system, like unfortunately Matt's been our principal in Dover for the Dover building for 3 years, and every year when he goes to open the school, he finds a water issue. But maybe not this year. And Tammy's had some heat issues, so instead of our educational leaders who are supposed to be leading our staff and our students, instead of them worrying about how to flush a toilet or make the water drinkable, that can be done by a person who does that for all the buildings. So we're hoping that's going to give us some efficiencies too. So that's kind of your budget in a nutshell. And then, did you have a question, sir?
Well, does this school have a special education room?
Does this particular building?
Yes.
We have a special educator.
A special educator, so you're just pulling kids from class and...
Some is the push-in model, and some is, yes,
Right.
pull out.
So what I noticed is that in moving to this state and moving back to southern Vermont, our child who is autistic and considered nonverbal has always had the place to go in his other four different school
I need to
districts.
interrupt you for a sec.
School
We're really not
districts.
supposed to talk about specific students.
I'm not talking about specific students. It could be any student who's nonverbal
Okay.
and autistic. But these students don't have a place to go within these schools so they can continue to be educated with their brothers and sisters. They're being shipped out of district.
Okay, that's a specific question that we can't discuss. We can't discuss specific students. We can say in general terms, hang on a second. In general terms, we have a special person who's in charge of special education throughout the district. And they sometimes will have placement outside of the school building because there's not the services available in a specific school building, and there's either programs or services in other districts. But we still take care of that. But it's not cost effective if we can put 4 or 5 students together that have similar needs with one instructor. A lot of times that's what they'll do. Instead of having 5 or 6 instructors in 5 or 6 different buildings for less students. But that's specific to individual cases because every student who has needs like that has an individual education plan. And that plan is written by both the parents and the educators, the administrator in the building, the special ed instructor. And that plan determines what goes on. The school board does not get involved in those plans. We're not aware of those plans. We know that there are plans, but we are just told this is how much we need to fund these plans, and we don't go into the specific plans.
Well, with all this funding, I expect that there would be certain plans set aside and made for these children with disabilities.
There is.
Well, not within the school, within these walls.
It's within the school district. It doesn't have to be within the walls.
Well, not when my child's being sent out of district.
Okay, now we can talk specifically about your child.
Are you asking for like what plan, like what lane you should go down to help make that available in this school? Is that what the question is? Like
within this
like
district,
what
right.
Who do you talk to and how do you make that a plan that comes into place? That's what it sounds like your question is. Like with you see the funding, so what's your next
So what are
goal?
we funding to have our children sent away from the district
Right.
and not funding to have them placed within
So while this
within
isn't
the walls of these
the
schools?
meeting for it, I think the question is
The
how do you
question is you
make
need to go,
that
you need to bring that up when you discuss an IEP. So any parent is involved in their IEPs and they have to sign off on it, and that's a place to
Have you been to an
discuss it.
IEP meeting, sir?
Pardon?
Have you been to an IEP meeting?
Not in a long time.
Okay. They don't talk about that in an IEP meeting.
Yeah. I think it's a school board question.
Yeah.
No, we're not allowed to talk about individual students.
We're talking about a class of students, a group of students.
Okay. And we have a special person who's in charge of special education who handles that, who deals with that at the district level.
Maybe that's who you should talk to then.
Yes. But they're also at the IEP meetings.
Well,
They actually are in charge of the
person
IEP.
who's in charge of
Pardon?
so the person who's in charge of all of the stuff from that isn't at all of the IEP meetings.
They used to be, I don't know, because
Yeah, no.
again, we don't get told,
So
we
maybe
don't.
just after this meeting, you could let them know who the person is. And
Well,
we know.
Oh, we know who the person is.
Oh, okay, so then.
So we don't work with that person specifically.
But you have the ability to talk to that person.
I think we'd have more luck bringing the issue up here and planning for it here. To be honest.
Okay.
Then they go to that person if they don't get what they need, they can come to the board following that? How does it work, the process?
So if you don't think what's happening is right, you need to go to your child's teacher, you need to go to their administrator, then to the superintendent. If after you talk to the superintendent, you don't feel like your issue's been resolved, then you can send a letter to the board.
Well, the superintendent won't speak to me, first of all. We have been through this.
Okay, we're gonna get off this topic because this is specific
I just
to
think
your child.
there should be planning and budgeting for all students.
There is planning budgeting for
But
all
not when you
students.
send
If
them
you
out of-
look at the
not when
special
you send them
education,
out of the district.
because sometimes that's the best thing to do with the student, that we can't provide what the student needs in district. There's just not enough resources to be able to do that. There's not enough people, and there's just not the ability to do that. Certain students require more that can be done in this building. And believe me, both Dover and Wardsboro work very, very hard to be inclusive and not exclusionary. We spent thousands and thousands of dollars and hundreds of staff hours to get away from people being taken out of the area, to be able to be taught in the school, in the district, in the classroom. And we probably have some of the best special education in these two districts, in the Dover and Wardsboro, or this district, in probably all of Vermont. We've had people come down and do studies for us, and our special education program has been complemented throughout the state. Unfortunately, there's just some stuff that we cannot do in-house just because there aren't the resources, and sometimes we have to go outside the immediate buildings to do that. And without going into specifics, because we can't talk about a specific
I
person.
thought this was meaning to create the budget so we could.
It's a
plan for
means
those.
to review the budget to vote on.
Right.
So we do have money in the budget for some students. We do send outside for outside placement, and that's in the budget. So it is taken care of by the district.
It was advertised as a question and answer, just so
Right.
you know.
No, but it's not a
Just
question
saying,
answer
it's not
about a
just
specific,
review. Yeah,
specific
I don't
child.
think he's talking about just his specific child. I think he's talking about the wide range of special education in these areas. And I understand where you guys are coming from, that there isn't enough of, I mean, there isn't, maybe if there was 30 children in our 2 schools of a school district that were autistic and nonverbal, maybe there'd be more of a need in school, but that isn't necessarily the case.
We've tried, our special educators really worked hard to bring stuff in, try to do stuff in-house and send less people out. But there's, every case is a little different, and sometimes the best results are to go outside of the building.
And is that paid for by the?
Yes. Oh, yeah, no, we cover everything.
Yeah. I was just curious.
Transportation to and from. Any other questions on the budget? Comments?
So I noticed in the budget, there's a section with
What page?
page 5. There's a section that talks about foreign languages, and I know that is an option in Dover. Is that something that is coming up to Wardsboro as well?
No, so what we,
Yeah,
in the budget.
pardon?
Yeah.
I was hoping. Yeah, me too.
I mean, it's in the budget, and that's something
Right.
that like.
So this is a budget for both buildings.
Right.
So there's also a section in there for STEAM. And that's not done in Dover, that's only done in Wardsboro. So there are some things that are
Dover does
specific.
skiing as well.
Steam.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But that's our,
Hey,
sorry.
can I answer the question?
Yes, you can. But they have funding for IB as well.
Right.
And we don't have IB funding, but we did get, we are looking at STEAM funding.
Right,
So-
because that's because when we
So-
first met with the parents, and we met with all the people in the district, when we were starting to form the district, what it was gonna look like, there was there was talk about having a separate focus in the Wardsboro building, and that seemed to be something that a lot of the people in Wardsboro wanted. And then when we asked the people what they wanted for that focus, they wanted to have the focus be STEAM. The foreign, hang on, you've asked me a question, can I please answer? So one of the things is, the IB program is an international type program. That's why there's foreign language there. That's why we have money for different technology stuff in the budget for the Wardsboro building. So that's why it's not available to all. Now, one of the things that's been brought up is that if you think you really want foreign language for your child, or the IB, you think that would be a better focus for your child, then students are allowed to apply to go to the other building as long as they stay in district. But if you live in Wardsboro, you can go to the Dover building, and you can vice versa from Dover. If you don't like the IB program and you thought technology was more of what your child would be interested in, they can come to the Wardsboro building. And one of the things we did is we put in a process to do that, and we did limit the number just because we didn't want to see a huge movement one way or the other that would affect classroom sizes too much. But it is something that we agreed to review every year, because if we had every student from Dover trying to get into Wardsboro, then we would need to maybe look at why they're doing that, and is the IB not the appropriate program? Maybe we want to do the STEAM or vice versa.
Well, I don't believe that we had music in Wardsboro, when the districts, came together and such. And now
We
we
didn't have chorus.
We didn't have chorus, and now there's the chorus program because the teacher comes up here
Right.
and does that program. So I thought that was something that we were looking at for foreign language as well.
I agree.
Because even though IB does say foreign language, like that's something that a STEAM school would benefit from as well. And I think
Yeah.
all of these kids would benefit from across both schools. So. And I was at those meetings as well.
Me too.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that language is just important in general. And I also thought Spanish was something that was coming over to Wardsboro, that there was gonna be talk of the Spanish teacher. And just because we're not IB, I mean, plenty of schools are not IB focused, but offer Spanish at elementary level. So I agree with Kate. I also thought it was coming over regardless of our curriculum focus. Spanish or any other language feels like its own box, and then our curriculum focus feels like a different one. So how do we fix that for next year?
Shall we tell her?
We need to fix it this year.
You stand up, you raise your hand at the meeting, and you say, I'd like to increase the budget by $50,000 for next year, so that we can offer Spanish language to our students.
Okay.
And then people vote on it.
Okay.
Also, you should talk to your administrator, talk to your principals. You know, this budget comes to us from the administrator. We don't set every line item. We ask our administrators, our principals, to tell us what they need for their schools, and so they give it to us, and we rely on them. So we don't decide what gets done. They decide, and we agree to it.
Okay.
So really, just talk to your administrator, talk to your teachers, and come to the. What Andy's probably gonna talk about right now. Go to your meeting and tell them you want to raise the budget.
At the town meeting,
At the
you
town-
said?
at the-
No,
at the annual
at
meeting.
the
Oh, the
school
one that's
district.
skipped over.
You say you want to
Yes,
raise
yes.
the budget by 15,000.
But I would, before you do that, I would talk to your administrator.
To see if it's something they even want.
And will they have the time to do it
Okay.
with the other time commitments? And then that way there can be a number and we can be told that ahead of time. Because
Okay.
if you, like Rick's example, $50,000 is, pretty much a full-time teacher, three-quarter teacher.
You have a lot of Spanish.
So,
for that.
yeah.
Just taking a number out of the air.
No, and so we would want
I
to
think
look at
that's
it,
what it
we
costs.
would want to, we would just want to have a realistic number.
Does Dover have a full-time Spanish teacher? Do they have somebody that comes in like periodically, like the music teacher and the PE teacher?
It's not an agency fund position, it's a position we hire somebody at less than full-time.
You guys hire somebody less than
Not,
full-time?
well, remember, it's
No,
not
no,
us
I mean
guys,
Dover,
it's-
like as a Dover.
The River Valley's district
Okay.
hires them to teach at the Dover building.
So there's a part-time Spanish employee that River Valley pays
Certified
for.
teacher.
So they could potentially be a little more part-time if you have two
Yeah,
schools.
and the problem sometimes with specific people like that, just so you know, is maybe they do a day a week there,
Mhm.
but they're 4 days a week at the high school or something.
Sure.
So it's not always that you can get the same person, and
Yeah.
that's one of the things we're kind of hoping for as the district had more students and was bigger,
Right.
even though we're in two buildings, we could share more
That-
resources. One of
That was my
and
understanding
again,
early on.
Right, and we're hoping a lot more of that's gonna happen in the future. It's just, we really haven't had a lot of time. We're kind of like fending off a lot of little things we're trying to deal with. And we haven't really been able, well, you were on the transportation committee. We would have really liked to have been able to do a really deep dive in the transportation and see if we could have done something either more for the money we're spending or spend less money or, and it wasn't that easy to get everything together in time to.
Right.
And that's one of the things we're hoping to be able to do more of as Lori's time frees up a little bit. And, her staff, and then the operations facilities person comes online. And also as your administrators, we have two principals we've thrown a lot at in the last couple of years. I mean, we asked them to come up with a second focus, we've asked them to plan it, and, and again, I can't compliment them enough. And, within months, they were ready to start doing some stuff with the STEAM. Not, like the IB program was almost 5 years in the making. And, we didn't have that kind of wait. So, there's just a lot of stuff going on, and we hope to every year improve a little bit. Unfortunately, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Sure.
So Andrew, I'm sorry.
It's quite all right. I love the fact that people are showing up to these meetings with questions and concerns. And I was wondering, I don't want to put a lot more work on anybody's plate, but if maybe some of the concerns aren't ready for, introducing an amendment at the annual meeting, you'd like to see some more communication before that happens. In the Articles of Agreement, Article 17 is local participation in policy and budget development. And it says that The board may establish for each school a building-based school advisory committee. The board will appoint members representing parents and the community at large to each committee. The principal will serve as ex officio member. These school committees will meet regularly under the open meeting law to advise the Unified District Board. Maybe something like that would be a good place for the kinds of questions we've been getting at these two informational meetings to sort of play out over the next year. Just a thought.
Thank you. Yes.
I had a question about the whole, I don't know if this is, but you were talking about buying a new school bus, that whole situation. Are you guys thinking about maybe getting like a small bus to like help with like the busing people to like Brattleboro and stuff like that? Sometimes it seems like it's kind of interesting to have like a handful of kids on a huge school bus. Like it might be more cost effective to have like a small bus that helps with doing transportation.
It's funny you ask that question. Dover used to have small buses. And we had everything from a van that was painted yellow to, like they cut most of the seats out of the middle.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a 28 passenger, 32 passenger bus.
Yeah,
and what we found is the cost isn't all that much different than a big bus, and the cost to operate them is not that much different. It all depends on how many, it's all by the weight. It's how much weight the bus is pulling. And the other problem we had is we would have a bus then and we kind of always plan for the worst case scenario. So if every student who could ride the bus showed up, would there be enough room for them? And then the other problem is one bus would get a lot more mileage than the other one. So we were trying to balance out the buses and the mileage and to keep them kind of similar without destroying one. So it's definitely something they can look into. But again, it's when we go to buy a bus, we've actually looked at trying to hire an outside service to just do all the transportation and us not have any vehicles. Remember, Dover had buses and Wardsboro didn't. Wardsboro is part of the West River group and they were able to take them on. When we went to the West River transportation people several years ago, they didn't have enough resources to be able to deal with us. The state of Vermont passed a law several years ago that said all transportation has to be done at the supervisory union level. And we actually get a special waiver, both us and Marlboro, because there is nobody who'll take us on because there's nobody that has enough employees, vehicles, and can do that. And again, the transportation thing, we're hoping that next year we do have a transportation committee, which sounds like you'd love to serve on. So definitely give your name to your administrator. And the girl right there is on it too, so you can talk to her. But we're hoping to be able to do a better, would it make sense to do that? Would it make sense to have a van? Maybe, the special ed transportation, Lori, one of the fires she wound up putting out was we used to hire just any parents, anybody who wanted to drive students to different other placements or different events. And there was a huge liability issue, so we actually wound up finding a company. That's why sometimes you see actually yellow cabs driving around a little bit. That was because for insurance purposes and liability purposes. So we also have to be a little careful too. And it's really getting harder to find people that want to work. I don't know if you guys have heard the Kosmeskis transportation thing. I'm a retired banker and I get to take my grandchildren and I drive bus. It's really, I know West River Todd is having a lot of trouble finding people. And, it's not really easy to find the people to fill positions. It used to be you'd apply, advertise a position, you'd have 10 or 20 people applying. And then now for every 10 or 20 positions, you might get one person who applies.
Yeah. Especially in this area.
Yeah. So can we, so on the budget itself, is there any other questions on the budget? Yes, sir?
I just wanted some help in identifying certain line numbers that I didn't understand. Like 5219 HRA, I didn't know what HRA
is. That's a health insurance savings plan.
Okay,
For the staff. So you'll see that in several different categories.
Exactly.
So we break it up like in preschool, there's an HRA for the preschool people that get the health benefit. And then there'll be some in regular education, that's for the teachers that fall under there. There'll be some in maybe library, media. Wherever there's a certified staff member who qualifies for insurance, we have to offer an HRA.
And FICA is just federal income tax.
Well, it's a social security tax.
Social security tax.
Yeah, it's not federal income tax. We don't have to pay federal income tax, that comes out of the check and just goes to the state, but we pay a share of FICA, we pay a share, we pay towards the HRA, we pay for unemployment, we have to pay some towards this workers' comp. So that's why you'll see a line item there, but like you don't see a line item for state income tax because we don't have to put anything in. State income tax, we take it out of the employee's paycheck and we just send it off, so it doesn't have a line item. We don't have to add anything to it.
Okay, and what's Beamer's 5234?
That's Vermont Municipal Employees Retirement System, and staff that isn't certified doesn't get to take part of the teacher's retirement system. So people like your administrators are part of the state teacher retirement plan. Those that aren't, people like your bus drivers, your custodial staff, and your administrative staff, not administrators, but administrative assistants, that's a retirement plan for them.
So like paraeducators, they're no longer would be able to be part of that?
No, paraeducators would be considered because they're not certified teachers.
I see. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Oh, just one more, I'm sorry.
Shoot.
Line 5591, I wasn't sure what that, it looks like a Public Vermont LEA.
Yeah, so 5591s, I have to go to my notes, but that's the ones we pay to the central office, right?
Yeah.
So those are things that we purchase through the central office. So if you notice, a lot of the line items are the same. So they're coded the same, they're just in different subcategories. So those are items that we pay to Wyndham Central. As it could be things like, well, 5591 is your
That's the agency fund.
agency fund. That's what we were talking about where we hire the band teacher.
And so that's why you see that in most of the other, all the other line items.
There'll be several of them.
Categorized.
Yeah.
With these other items that I questioned.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you guys are all set then, we'll move on to Article 9, which is shall the voters of the River Valley Unified School District set the annual tuition rate to approved independent schools at $17,990 for the, typo. Oh, you know what? I've got an old one. For the 2020-2021 school year, mine says 2019-2020. So this is, we kind of call it the Burton rate. So what we have to do is, because we don't have a high school, middle or high school, we're required by state law to pay the public school tuition rate to any public high school or middle school that you want to send your child to. So let's just say that you want to send your child to the Island Pond High School and the tuition was $39,000 a year, we have to pay that. We have no choice because it's a public high school. What we do is for all approved independent or private schools that you may send your child to, we would pay the statewide average tuition rate, which is usually less than what we pay for the local high schools. And we have to pay that rate unless there's another rate voted by the electorate at the annual meeting. So this article has to come up every year, and if you vote this article down, we'll only pay the statewide tuition rate, average tuition rate. If you approve this article, no matter where you send your child, we'll pay $17,990. So if you send your child to the Island Pond Private School of Pond Frogs, and it costs $30,000, we'll pay the first $17,990. You're responsible for the difference. And
I'm confused. So do you pay for the tuition or do you just pay the?
We pay the tuition to any public high school.
Regardless of
That
what
is,
cost.
that's a state law, you're not voting on that. The state law continues to say that you will pay the statewide average tuition in any private or independent school. If you want to, which is quite a bit less than this $17,990. It's gonna be about 16 something.
The average is 16 to 46.
So we would just pay that. okay? But this article allows us to pay up to $17,990 if you approve it at the meeting. If you don't approve it, we go back to the lower number, 16.2. We use this number because both Dover and Wardsboro had become sending schools to Burton, and this is the Burton number. So Burton says if you pay $17,990 and you vote that, we'll take any student from Wardsboro or Dover. We won't say we're full.
Mm-hmm.
They've never been full in the past. They've never turned a student down, they tell us. But it makes sure that we have that tuition. Plus, if you send your child to Burton, there's no difference. If you choose to send your child to another private, independent approved school, and the rate is higher than the $17,990, that's all we pay. You're responsible for the difference. And this is something you're gonna see every year from here on out till the law changes.
So the variance will continue to be greater.
I'm sorry.
The variance for the district revenue will continue to be greater.
The variance for I'm not sure I understand your question, do you?
Not revenue.
This is an expenditure.
Yeah, it's an expenditure, so every year we take the number that Burton gives us, which this year is $17,990, and that's what we put on.
So we don't know if it would be greater or not.
I'm sorry, say again?
So we wouldn't know if it would be greater or not next year.
It will go up every year by a bit.
It will.
Oh, no, yeah, we've never seen a school tuition go down.
Right. Okay.
But if this is not voted in, then the children who do go to Burton, not only would the district be paying less, the 16 and change, but the actual price that Burton charges would be higher, because we wouldn't be an official sending district.
And parents would have to pay more.
And parents would end up having to pay a lot more.
Or pay the difference.
Yeah.
But yeah, what we do is this number changes every year. I mean, I've never seen it stay the same. Some years it goes up more, some years it goes up less. But this is also a number that can be amended at the annual meeting also.
Just for reference, Leland and Gray's tuition this year is $17,900, so it's only $90 less than Burton. Okay.
Do we know what's like Twin Valley and Bratt?
Twin Valley's 15.5, Bratt's 15,750.
That they hit the 16.
So, it's close. So the other two high schools are a little cheaper. That most of our students either go to Leland and Gray, for public high schools, go to Brattleboro, Leland and Gray, and some to Twin Valley. And that number changes too by family and makeup. There was one year in Dover that we used to send a 66 passenger bus to Leland and Gray, and if every child rode it, there wouldn't be enough seats on the bus.
Right.
We've also had one student going to Brattleboro at one point. We actually had none going for a year. And then, now Brattleboro seems to be a pretty big receiver of Dover students. Wardsboro, it's still, I think, Leland and Gray, but a lot of them are choosing Burton. So it'll vary. You'll see, fluctuations over the years. If there's a big class, and they're all really tight, and the families are all really tight, a lot of times they'll all go, to a same high school. We did have one person in Dover. It's kind of a funny story. His child wanted to go to Leland and Gray in the worst way, so he sent his child to Leland and Gray, and a week later he was going to Wilmington High School because it was 3 times in that week he had to run stuff over to his son that he forgot to bring to school, and he said, I've had enough of this, and I'm going to run to Wilmington. I'm not driving all the way to Leland and Gray anymore. Right. So a lot of it's convenience for the family, where family works, being able to pick up kids. But it is a really nice benefit, and a lot of people would really like to be able to have school choice.
Absolutely.
Because, high schools like Leland and Gray has some really good programs. Leland and Gray at one time had a great marching band, and Twin Valley usually always has great soccer teams, and Brattleboro has a career center. There's a lot of advanced placement stuff. A real big school. Burton has some really great outdoor programs that they're working with. So it's nice to be able to send your child to what fits them the best. We good with the tuition? And everybody's fairly used. If you've been to a town meeting, if you've been to a school district meeting, everybody's familiar with this. This isn't something new. Article 10 is going to get a little confusing, so bear with us, okay, folks? So the voters of the River Valley Unified School District establish reserve funds as set forth by the school directors and fund each account with money in the current general reserve and special reserve funds from Wardsboro and Dover districts as follows. So before we go on, we're not asking you to raise any additional money. This money's already been raised. It's already in an account, a reserve account. What we want to do is we want to just assign it to different reserve accounts to better account for it, and also to better prevent Montpelier from maybe saying, wow, you got a lot of money, we need some money, let's take your money. So does everybody understand that? This is already raised, we're not raising additional funds in taxes. So we're going to ask for a reserve fund, and we're going to ask to fund it with $564,143. As an aside, out of that money that's in there, we committed $200,000 to offset this year's tax rate that we're currently in. So we don't know how much of that we're going to have to move over. We may not have to move any of it over. We may have to move it all over. We won't know till August sometime when the stat report's done and Lori closes out the books. But we did commit last year at our school district meeting for $200,000. If you look at Article 7, we're asking you to commit another $200,000 for next year. Same thing, same program. So out of that, even though that looks like a lot of money, it only leaves $164,143 total. Does everybody get that? Does that make sense? No?
No, but it's okay.
Are you sure? Okay. Then we're also asking, we want to have capital improvement funds, and we want to have 2 of those. And one of them is for buildings, specific to buildings. And we're asking that put $200,000 into that fund. So just as an example, Dover has, who would ever believe in Dover, Vermont, of all places, that you put a flat roof on a building. Not only did we do it in the 1970s, we redid it again in the 1990s. So they're flat rubber roofs, and the issue with a membrane roof is they work really well until they don't work, and then when they don't work at all. They're like, they call them a mirror, and once they get a crack in them, that's it. They're just done. And they're about $100,000 worth of roofs. So, you know, this is money that we will go to you folks before we spend it, but that way we don't have to come to you one year and say, wow, we need a roof on the Dover building, and we need a septic system at the Wardsboro building, and we need $200,000 this year. We have some money to start with.
And the lead in the pipes, like all, you know, like the lead levels were high and over. That probably needs to be.
Yeah, but that's probably won't come out of capital because that's not that much money. We'll have to look and see, but that's something that the state set aside money for. So that may just be covered out of the operating budget. And then the second one is $100,000 into the transportation. And this is not to transport your students, but this would be specific to buy a new bus if we had to. Now, if we decide in the future that maybe we're not going to do transportation, that we're just going to hire that out and pay an amount of money every year, then we'll come back to you folks and say, okay, what do you want to do with this $100,000? Do we want to put it towards the building, or do we want to put it into the general reserve fund? Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah?
It wouldn't just go toward the cost of hiring that company?
No, that's an operational expense.
Gotcha.
So now you can move that into the reserve fund, and then we can move money from the reserve fund to help offset taxes in the future. Okay? Everybody, yes?
So even though you're breaking this lump sum down into separate categories, it's not irreversible?
No, we can change it any year, every year. So one of the reasons we're doing this is at one time we had over $1 million in Dover, and I just can speak to Dover because I was on the board at the time. And one of the things I got concerned about is the state then started saying, hey, what happened to all this money we gave the schools that they didn't spend? So, you know, we were thinking that they may want to start looking. Now, there's never been we've never had to report it back to the state. Now, there's some districts that have several millions of dollars. There's some supervisory unions that could build a brand new building and not have to tax $1. But we thought that if we had it in different accounts, that we could show that, hey, this wasn't just money that's just laying there, you know, it's money that has a purpose, that it would be easier to justify. So when we formed the River Valleys, we had a discussion amongst the board and, you know, whatever public was here, and we felt this would be a good move to do this. The third one, the special revenue funds of, now you're gonna look at this and say 29, 424, how'd they come up with that number? Well, that's how much we have in a bunch of different special reserve funds. So Wardsboro has some money that the Stratton Foundation gave them for certain things. We have some money for a music award that a family established 20 years ago in Dover. So a Dover student gets a $20 gift certificate or a $50 gift certificate. We had some Act 250 money. We started asking Act 250 projects. So they said, we don't want to make a payment just to go towards your operating budget. We want something you use to enhance. So we've used that like for the playground or to buy snowshoes for the kids to use during gym. So there's $29,424 in these 5 or 6 separate funds. There's some after-school fund money in there. There's some some internet money that was made available from Dover to the school to pay when SovereignNet was building their big fiber optic network. And there's also a negative $1,000 in there too that we got to account for at some point. But Lori's going to do her bookkeeping magic and make that go away.
It's all restricted funds, though.
Yeah, so we can't just move it into operational. That 29, but we try to be transparent and upfront and really let you guys know what's going on. So that's why we're asking that it be funded this way. So this does not change your tax rate at all. So if you vote this down, you're not going to save $600,000 in taxes or $700 or whatnot. And
Money will just stay in the general fund.
It will stay in the general reserve.
It just stays in the general reserve fund, and it's not broken out.
Is that good with everybody? And believe me, this does help a lot because let's say 20 new students move into high school and we wind up running $100,000 over. Other schools wind up in such a cash crunch that they have to borrow money, and to borrow money is really expensive. It's funny, they don't give you anything if you put it in there to be in savings for interest, but if you need the money, their interest rates are really high. So this has really helped us in the past. We've had other schools, even in the district, that are like right at a zero fund balance. So if their budget goes over at all, they're really scrambling and trying to make up money. So, you know, we really should commend the previous Wardsboro boards and the Dover boards and the voters and the taxpayers, because we've set up some pretty nice nest eggs for ourselves. Yes.
I have a question. Who would I talk to, or how would I go about, like, if we needed like $1,000 put away for a scholarship fund for families in the program in both towns that can't afford to do the ski program? Because like in Dover, if you can't afford to do the ski program, then you have to pick your kids up at 11:45,
Yeah.
and that's it.
So
but
talk
like
to your
I was thinking, oh, I'll fundraise, yeah,
Yeah.
but like I'm
So you
really
can-
busy.
you can
Like,
fundraise
maybe if
that.
there's $30,000 floating around,
That's
maybe we just put
that
one.
restricted fund.
Yeah.
So
'cause then it
talk
could
to
just
your
help
building
families that are
administrator.
struggling. Who have,
Yeah, talk to your building administrator. You can do fundraising. If you do fundraising in the name of the school, it has to go to the school, and because our auditors and our treasurer has to be aware of it.
Mhm.
But it can go into that restricted fund, and that it would only, so we wouldn't let it be used to buy the new bus. You know, it would go for whatever purpose it was given to the school for, as long as it's legal.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely talk to your building administrator and they can work it out with Lori. And then if you want to come to the board and just tell us about it, that's fine. But if the administrators approve it, the board doesn't, would be fine with it.
So that's potentially something that could be taken out of the capital fund to help. the local-
Well, you would put the money in. If you wanted us to give you $1,000,
Not give me
of
$1,000.
reserve, well, to
it would
give
go
the,
to family.
if you wanted us to put $1,000 specifically to that, then we would have to ask for that. We would ask the voters.
Mhm.
That
But-
would get voted in.
Pardon?
So that would get voted in.
Yeah, that would have to
It
be
would
voted in.
become a
If you
line
wanted to
item in the budget.
fundraise and give the money and it'd be held by the school, to be dispersed, that can be done.
My point is that if I don't want to fundraise because I'm really, really busy. But it isn't fair that some families who have 3 children or 4 children can't afford to send their kids to the ski programs, then they just are missing out on that extracurricular. I'm just wondering what category could that potentially be taken out of?
That would probably come out of operational.
In Wardsboro, it's off the books. Just go to the school club.
Yeah,
Right.
we have a
Which
really
is what I
awesome school
told her.
club that-
Yeah, which doesn't
help in Dover.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is. But
Don't
it's
you have an
not very
organization?
open. I feel like
that-
if there
I
was
mean,
like
don't they
Sure.
fundraise for things like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
So I don't know.
it just keeps it out of the whole school accounting.
Right.
Well,
Not
it
that-
does for now. Well,
For now.
the
For now it does, right? I mean, there's
Well,
nothing.
the parent groups, yes.
Yes.
But there's
What school club
also
is.
some student activity accounts that need to come into the,
Well,
different things.
Right.
But there are different ways of doing it.
So I think the question is,
Well, hang on, first off.
Raise his hand first.
Yeah, and then we had a guy in the back with his hand up.
So, if I went and I talked to my administrator about moving some of the surplus into a fund.
No, so I misspoke. I thought she was talking about doing fundraising.
So let me ask my question.
Okay.
All right. So if I went to my administrator and I said, I'd like to move some money from this reserve fund, or I'd like to create another reserve fund, right? And the administrator says, no, we can't do that. Could I go to the annual meeting and stand up and say, I'd like to amend this motion to include another reserve fund and take, $5,000 out of what you have slated for transportation and put it in this special reserve fund to help families on a need basis to participate in the ski program. Is that something I could do at the annual meeting?
So, my first suggestion would be, go to your administrator.
I said that.
No, hang on a second.
is that something you can?
And ask them, is there a reserve fund that has money available for a scholarship program?
All right,
Okay? I would start there.
right, yes.
Yes, you can amend a motion, you can amend any motion, only twice. And yes, you could amend the motion to say, in this special reserve fund, I'd like to add another. So you would say that under the special reserve, instead of 29,424, I wanna do 34,424. And I wanna take that 5,000 out of the reserve fund, so that would only be 559.
Yeah,
Making me do math in my head, which is tough. And yes, you could make that motion.
okay. Thank you.
But, and if you say specifically what you want it for, then, and the voters agree with it, then we would definitely do, we would support. We always try to do what the voters say. Just remember, on the budget and all these, you have bottom line responsibility. School boards don't have line item responsibility. So you can say, I would like to have you increase the bottom line, but you can't increase a line item. You can tell us why you're increasing the bottom line and where you expect the money to go, but it is the board's decision. You had your hand up and then.
I actually, another parent, and this is my first meeting, so I'm not too sure if this is something that we bring to Matt or not, but field trips, they forgot the budget for field trips in the budget. And I think
No, that was
budget.
That was last year's budget.
That was last year's, not this year's?
Right.
Okay, so, well, the reason why I'm concerned is because my sixth grader is going on a class trip that they deemed to go to Lake George, but now it's become more like a singular, independent, each family goes, pays for everything themselves, and it's okay, now you have to pay up front by the 28th of this
So
coming
there are
month.
2 different types of field trips.
And
There's
so that's-
school-sponsored field trips. So like in Dover, Camp Cawaden is a school-sponsored field trip.
Right, which we did
But
last year.
Right, but they do raise money sometimes for that to help out because it got very expensive and we were actually gonna take it out of the budget.
Mhm.
Then there's a 6th grade class trip, which is not a school-sponsored function. That's something that had been set up by 4 former principals ago, to just kind of celebrate the students that were graduating 6th grade, because that was really the last time they're gonna be together as a group. And back then, students hardly ever got out of the valley, so he's taken the DC, but we tried to plan a class trip to get them out of the area to see something they may not get to see if they weren't, going up with that class trip. So that is raised by the parents. It's not a school-sponsored trip.
Okay, which we're doing through bake sales and trying to create as much.
Right,
revenue
that's
as we
why
can
you're doing it that way.
In those avenues, those venues.
Wardsboro's the same. It's parent-led, and I've talked to Dover parents that it's, the parents take that trip on because it's specific to that class, not impacting the whole school. So we do, ours is set up a little bit differently, but we're also responsible for raising the funds for that trip.
I mean, bake sales theoretically can sponsor Six Flags, not the Great Escape Resort for thousands of dollars
Right.
in a 3-day venture, so
Well-
it becomes a little more challenging.
Yeah, but, we've said the kids have gone to Canada before, so they're able to raise money. Nita?
So I guess the discussion was, does the board have the internal power to create and designate scholarships? Or it always has to be an article at an annual meeting that the voters vote on?
No. Question was, can we establish a reserve fund specific to that? And if so, I thought the original question was, can we fundraise for it and then put it towards that? And then it was like, no, they don't want to fundraise towards that. So, pardon?
See, I will, I just was
Yeah.
wondering.
Okay, we all set? Okay, Article 11, shall the voters, did I miss an article? No, Article 11, shall the voters of the River Valley Unified School District move the district annual meeting to the second Tuesday in April? So here's why we want to do that. We started working on the budget in December. Our new district had only been operating for a few months. We don't have a lot of numbers. Something happens beginning of January every year in Montpelier. I call it a Kool-Aid Festival, but a bunch of people that got elected throughout the state go up to Montpelier and they make a whole bunch of rules and laws and pass a whole bunch of budgets. And they usually don't get that done till sometime in April, May. So right now we create a budget and we're actually can give you an idea what we think the tax rate is gonna be, but it always changes and it's never been the same. People from Dover can remember years ago when Act 60 first started, we used to postpone indefinitely the vote on the budget. And we would postpone until May, because then legislature would get out, so we could give you exactly what our tax rates would be. So what we're doing is we're asking to move the meeting to the second Tuesday in April, so that we would actually we would start discussing the budget. So a lot of questions that you folks have been asking would be really good to have while we're first looking at the budget, not after we've kind of created a budget, published a budget, sent it out, and got prepared to vote on it, so that if we wanted to make some changes, if you want to bring Spanish in, you wouldn't have to stand up at town meeting or at the school district meeting and raise your hand and make a motion. You could bring it up to us, we can have a discussion about it, and we can say yay or nay, and then we can just add it to the budget. Once it gets to the annual meeting, we've presented the budget. This is the budget we are giving you to vote on, because we have to publish it 30 days ahead of time. So it would help us a lot to also have a better feel. So as I said, last year, we looked at a budget in December that, for December and the beginning of January, we got a scare that we had a budget we thought was gonna be like a 10-cent increase. Then we got some numbers that looked like it was gonna be over a 20-cent increase, and then we got some other numbers, we were back down to like a 12-cent increase. And when it all sugared out and the legislature got out and everything got voted, one-time money got approved, it was a pretty level budget. So if you go and say to everybody, hey, we're gonna increase your taxes 20 cents, everybody's ready to hang us. If we can go and say, hey, we're offering the same thing at a pretty level budget, people are pretty happy. So that's why we're gonna ask you to move the meeting till April.
Okay, so will everyone get a notice?
Yeah, just like you got a notice for this meeting.
For this meeting, okay, okay.
Yeah, so what would happen is, instead of us having to have this booklet, the budget voted on, the booklet ready by the end of January, we would have the booklet ready by the middle of March, and it would go out 30 days ahead of time.
So there'll be more time for discussion and for people to.
Yep. And also, the other thing that happened too is we formed 2 bigger districts. So in Wyndham Central, we now have the West River District, which is I kind of call it the Leland and Gray towns. It's not all of them, but it's several towns. And they vote their budget about the same time we do, so it does create some issues in central office. We haven't had our business people and our superintendent to our last few meetings because they've had some pretty important West River meetings. If you've heard about what's gone on over there, there was a big uproar because they were looking at maybe a 40-cent tax increase. And last week when we were meeting, they were meeting and they cut a lot of money out of their budget kind of late in the show. Which creates a lot of work. So we're trying to also spread it out so that the business office doesn't have it get like in December when you have to get your end of the year stuff done and you got to get all you've got holidays and you've got people here and there and everywhere. We're trying to put it off at a little bit better times. And it also, like I said, it gives us a couple extra months to maybe, deal with some issues that come up.
Rich, you have a second.
Go ahead.
Would that allow us to have more meetings like this since we're planning earlier?
We meet twice a month.
Twice a month, okay.
Every month.
Open to the public.
They're always open to the public.
Okay.
The first and third Mondays of the month.
So we're off a little last month just because of Martin Luther weekend, and also we're required before the annual school district meeting, we hold 2 meetings. One of them we have to hold within 10 days before the vote. So we hold that in the town opposite of which we're gonna vote. And every year, the annual meeting moves, so in even numbered years, it's in Dover, and odd numbered years, it's in Wilmington, Wardsboro. And the only reason it's in Wardsboro in odd numbered years is we did it in Wardsboro the first year because the governor was coming here, so that's when we formed. And so we'll always meet within the week before, we'll meet in the other town, and then the week before that, we'll meet in the town where we're gonna hold the meeting. So we always do 2 informational meetings, 1 in each town.
Good.
I was just gonna say that we meet first and third Mondays every month. The first Monday is here in Wardsboro and the third Monday is in Dover. So those are open meetings and come anytime, please.
I just have a question about that article. I guess you just said, Rich, that you guys have done this before in Dover where you've had the vote in May?
No, we have done that, but we've never warned it so that we never officially moved the meeting day. We would do it from the floor at town meeting. So what we're doing here is asking you to just do it now, and that would be our new annual meeting date.
And how would this affect us electing our board members when we normally do that on the floor?
It doesn't matter.
But we'd know it ahead of time in March?
Yeah, so we would have a new board
on
member.
Town meeting day.
Yeah. No, because that's when you vote for your members.
Sure.
That is one of the reasons too. We can't do it with the board members because by statute, it's when you're elected. But if you go back to the first 4 articles or first 4 articles, it says for the fiscal year to serve July 1st. So when you elect a moderator, he's a moderator to the next, he doesn't take, so let's just say at the next meeting, you run for moderator and you beat Dr. Backus. You don't assume the position until July 1st. So you don't go ahead and start running that meeting because we elected you to start July 1st. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
So what does this warning look like then if the meeting's not until April?
Same exact.
Oh, it's next year.
Right, but you would have the budget and everything figured out isn't it the point to push this
Right, so we
published
probably,
budget?
oh, you mean what would the timeline
So this
look like?
warning, you have to warn for the.
Right, we have to warn 30
the
days.
school directors for town meeting day.
Yeah, it wouldn't be in the warning. 'cause-
That would be in the.
So there'd be 2 warnings. There'd be a
is this
town
year.
meeting day, school
It
director
is.
warning.
It
and
is,
then there'd be the
right
warning
now,
for the
when you go to your
April
town,
meeting.
when you look at your town meeting warning, you'll see at 11 o'clock, there's an article to elect from the floor a school director.
Yeah, Article 4.
And
So
you'll
those 2 would be carved out of this and it would just be the school
Right.
warning.
And then you also, in Dover, we have, on the town meeting warning. So the school board members also sign the town meeting warnings, I hope, in Wardsboro and Dover. I know we got 5 signatures in Dover because Andy brought it. And then everybody's supposed to show up last week at the town clerk's office in Wardsboro and sign.
I didn't have to, Alicia. I met her at the country store.
I didn't do it.
So we got 3 signatures on Wardsboro instead of all 6. So,
Where we live.
yeah, so that would be a little bit of a difference, but.
Gotcha.
And the other difference is if the position changed, if somebody, like if I decided not to run, I would have worked on some of the budget stuff.
Sure.
But I wouldn't be there to defend it at the annual meeting.
Right.
Yes, Andrew?
Rich, that's an excellent question. And,
Make it dressed up for nothing.
yeah, you did a great job. And there's a lot of other sort of unforeseen consequences of voting our directors the way we do. And one question I've been thinking about, because of some of these unforeseen technical sort of difficulties, is whether or not we would like to vote our directors at our annual meeting. So in other words, we show up on February 11th this year, perhaps April, whatever next year, and vote either from the floor or by ballot for our directors. It would be logistically much easier and cleaner, and you wouldn't risk not warning something properly. And it also might help with attendance at that annual meeting, because studies show that more people show up if they can make a difference, if they can vote on actual things and make a difference. And it might help the attendance for our annual school meeting if we did it that way. I don't know how people feel about it. I thought about bringing that up perhaps under other business at
Well, let's
at
do
our
that,
annual
Andrew.
meeting. Yeah.
So the next article is any other business, so that's when we would bring this kind of stuff up. Now, don't forget too, last year, like Andy said, is because we're required to when we form the district by the state, last year we voted by ballot in both towns, which was different in Wardsboro. So we went to the voters at the annual meeting last year and said, do you want to go back and vote for your Dover person at town meeting by ballot and the Wardsboro director by the floor, from the floor? And we had discussed that for the year right after we became a district, even though we weren't operating. We brought that up several times, and the vast majority of people from Wardsboro, and we wanted to respect the individual towns because there are some differences. We were trying to keep things so that it wasn't a huge change. And that was one of the things, that people in Dover seemed to want to vote at town meeting by ballot, and the people in Wardsboro really seemed to want to vote from the floor and not by ballot. Just because it's what everybody's used to. But I will tell you a quick story, and one of our administrators got yelled at by some parents because in Dover they said, it's tradition that we always have the graduation at the town hall, and unfortunately they'd only done it for a couple of years at that time because town hall had never been winterized, so it was really never open. They'd always done it at the gym, and they were so upset that they had to do graduation at the gym. So I said, well, I've been to 12 graduations, and 10 of them have been at the gym and only 2 at the town hall. So if you really want tradition, it's really at the town hall. So it's funny what becomes tradition and what becomes the norm. So, we can definitely have that discussion. Will you look into that? Will you be able to have some factual information for us next week?
Sure.
So the other thing is too, sometimes we discuss stuff and we don't know what the ramifications are. We don't know, we don't know what the answer is if we can do that. One of the things I would love to see is that when we vote for the person, whether it's from the floor or by ballot, that their position becomes effective July 1, because that makes sense, because that's when the fiscal year starts, that's when the new budget starts. So your board, and that's why we changed the moderator and all those other positions to go with the budget year, which seems to make sense. But I believe we asked about that when we formed, and we got told we couldn't do that. So, but again, there was a lot of things they told us too, like they told us it was a merger grant, we get to keep the small school grant, now they're changing that a little bit. They told us we'd all get $100,000 each to do the study, and it was $1,000 each district. So, some of the things the state told us weren't exactly as they told us either.
Is that through the agency education?
No, well, it's the state of Vermont. Don't forget too, the legislators make laws, and then the agencies get to make the rules that follow those laws, and then the courts decide if they really did follow it or not. So there's a whole, it's just becomes, you know, you change something in one place, but it affects a bunch of other different areas, not just the agency of ed, but sometimes human services and administration, so we've learned a lot. I mean, Andy's called, I'm sorry, Andrew, has called and asked questions up there in Montpelier, and gotten different answers from different people who work for the same people. You know, and we had a person when we were doing our study that did, who was supposed to be our kind of our consultant, and is supposed to know everything, and we relied on them for some stuff, and he told us there was one thing we wanted to do, and he said, you can't do that, you can't do that. We said, well, we're gonna leave it in the articles, because if we don't do it, we don't think we can get the people to vote for it. And we left it in the articles, and it seemed to have been fine, even though our consultant, who was supposed to be the expert. So I don't think there's any educational experts. There's people that know a lot, but.
Rich?
Yep.
Andy, when you bring that information next week, can you just include what it would cost us to run an Australian ballot election, since it wouldn't be run at the same time as another one?
Sure.
Well, we couldn't do an Australian ballot, because that would have to require a whole day, day of the meeting.
Yeah, I mean, we could. So what I wanted to do is just discuss possibilities, you know what I mean? Right. And that would be relevant. My feeling is it probably cost virtually nothing.
You would know when I don't,
right.
So.
But I'll look into that for sure.
More data, the better.
Yep.
Excuse me, so is there any more so that's pretty much gonna be your annual meeting next week, on Tuesday, 7 o'clock, over Town Hall, not the office, the one over by the library. Cool. Everybody, no other comments, questions? Sure.
Just, so all the line items in the budget, they've already been approved for 2021?
No.
No.
The board approved them to be published and warned. So that's what we're gonna present at town meeting.
Okay.
The annual school district meeting. The voters, the annual school district meeting, then will get to approve them.
Come to vote.
Or disapprove them.
And Tuesdays when they vote, those articles will say.
Can we make time to go over this? Can you and I make time to go over this? Sure. Yeah.
Are you happy with that, Bill?
Very much so.
We all good? I don't know, there's side conversations. Yes, sir.
I'd just like to say thanks to the board and to Anita and everybody else who put all the work into this. Fantastic. Nice
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
I'd like to say thanks to Lori for all the numbers.
So something, just so you're aware too, if you look at the name on yours, we had some lines move a little bit, so your last name is right, but your first name is probably wrong. I think mine came from Randy, not Richard.
No, but you added my ex-husband.
Oh, hang on.
Feel free to drop that.
Hang on. Wardsboro was, Anita cleaned up the Wardsboro list,
All I
so.
did was match names with addresses, and if two people had the similar name and the same address, they got
No
one.
one on the mailing list. What I think happened was one
Well,
column
you said
shifted a
Jackie's
little
list.
bit. So got the last name and address right, not the first name. Okay, thank you, everybody. We're gonna move on, because we got a lot of stuff to do tonight, so we appreciate everybody coming, and we hope you learned something.
See you Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday, 7 o'clock, be there or be square.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Can we add pay warrant?
Okay, yeah.
I should get it somewhere. It's falling apart.
Yes.
You can get rid of, under old business residency policy, you guys approved that last week.
Yeah, but we got some comments on it.
On the affidavit, not the.
No, we didn't post it, we didn't approve it because we wanted to have it discussed. Did we vote to post it? No, I thought we said we wanted to discuss it here.
I don't think anybody had any issues with it.
I did read your article,
Yeah, I
man.
think that's my mistake.
Wow.
I thought you posted it, and then I saw it on this and thought, I was incorrect. I'm slipping.
Peter, what
Yeah, that's what confused me was right.
In the minutes,
the
did we
article.
move to post and vote to post the residency?
No.
I don't think we did.
I don't think that was voted.
No, it wasn't.
I think that was discussed.
Right.
Okay, hey, Bill.
Good, then it's on there.
I've been quoted in the newspaper as saying something at a meeting when I wasn't even in the state. So don't always believe everything in the paper.
And
I'll run
Some
a
other
correction.
flip
No, you don't need to run a correction. I just,
and Bill, apparently
No,
you were
don't.
at our meeting last week.
Yeah, I noticed that. Hey, you two.
No, you weren't. At least not according to the paper.
Bill's saying, quick, make move up here.
Come on up here.
Is there anything
You
else?
two are hiding back there.
We didn't mean to, I mean, we
Okay.
didn't expect that many. Did you add communication?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Okay, members of the public, except for Anita, everybody left us. And review and approve the minutes of the January 27th, 2020 meeting. So obviously, we want to make a correction that Bill wasn't there.
Before we get to that, do you have the communications? That letter was asked to be read.
Yeah, I'll do
Okay.
that under residency.
Oh, okay.
It's specific to that.
Correction. Yeah, we're still going back up to the top.
Yeah.
You mean the bottom?
So anyways,
Minutes?
I need a motion to approve the minutes
So moved,
As amended.
as amended.
as amended, thank you.
You gonna second that?
I'll second that.
Okay. So Dwight made the motion to amend it with removing Bill from the list. Rick seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, so old business equities, just on there for a calendar. Website design and communications is kind of the same, no?
It's different.
Okay, website design, right, we're gonna,
I would like to get that on the agenda for our first meeting after our annual meeting.
yeah, let's discuss it at the next meeting. Next meeting after the annual meeting is gonna be pretty busy. So I think to give it the time it deserves, I'd rather see it go into March. Maybe our first meeting in March.
I think we can start the discussion.
Okay.
I can keep this start pretty short.
Okay, let's see, because we'll see how much we accomplish tonight, because we've got a bunch of stuff we haven't done for the last 3 meetings. Okay, so residency policy. So we had the verification of residency that we discussed at length at our last meeting. So everybody was fairly pretty good about it, but one of the things is it is a pretty major policy, and we wanted to definitely bring it up in Wardsboro, but everybody left. So, remember that we're voting on a policy, we're gonna have to post a policy, and then the affidavit and the additional paperwork after that is more of a administrative function on how to show for residency. So we have, we had the policy, we've discussed it. Mark, I will get to this letter in a minute, okay?
I didn't say anything again.
I'm just letting you know. So is there any comments from anybody in the public or out there about the residency? Yes, Bill?
I just wanted to thank Dwight and Mark for their very extensive and thorough evaluation. I thought it was really helpful, the edits that they provided before you guys received the draft you're looking at. They took it very seriously and it was really helpful. Thank you.
I have a few more type ones, but just in the affidavit, not the policy.
Okay.
Okay, so the affidavit we don't vote on, so we can just give that.
Right, that's why
Yeah.
that's why I was.
Okay, how about from the board, besides Mark's typos, or the typos Mark found? I shouldn't say the Mark's typos.
I have one comment.
Go ahead.
We are missing an other section. So we've got renters, we've got homeowners,
We're missing a section on what I would fall into, where I'm living in a house that's owned by a trust. All those utilities happen to be in somebody else's name. The way I see it, though, that could be handled directly through the superintendent rather than in a policy or in the affidavit.
I think you're right, because having been a principal in a place that has this, you do have unique situations.
Yeah.
And you want to be responsive to your fellow new citizens. But I think that it may not fall exactly under one of those two categories, but it can be explained, you can add other things that add to it.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to bring it up, but like I said, my belief is that it can be handled on the procedure level, not the policy level.
So that would be, go ahead.
So you're saying, but based on the policy, you wouldn't fall into any of these categories?
I would not qualify
Okay.
for that policy.
Hang on a second, Nina. Because the other thing is, so like, what if I'm Bill's best friend from the Army, and then I move into Bill's house?
That's
Because
not right.
I'm down and out, and Bill says, hey, I've got a spare bedroom, you and your son can live, or I've got a basement.
Yeah.
It'd be a non-leaseholder category?
Right, but don't we have something like that in there?
We would ask them
You.
to.
Well, it would be in the affidavit, he said.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
the affidavit
like,
is gonna-
in this case, a trust would have to write a letter saying that,
Exactly. We've had in the past
Yeah.
where, you know, people will write a letter saying that this person is staying with me, and you just need to have procedures and policies in place to make sure that there are some hoops that are real that people go through.
And we had that one time, and then I called the guy up and I said, hey, you really wrote this letter? Because I know your house pretty well. I was surprised he would write the letter.
And as you guys all point out, I mean, if this policy leads to other challenges, then we'll just change the policy.
Good.
Well, could we put a stipulation?
Nina.
What's
No,
that?
I'm just,
Oh.
Nina had a
Could be a
comment.
stipulation where it said we have a student who does not meet any of these criteria up to based on the affidavit, we can make exceptions or something along those lines, where we're adding a language, because you get in some trouble there, but.
So I don't think we, as a group, want to hear the
Yeah,
exceptions.
right.
Because, you know, like, my child has some special needs, and my house we live on the second floor, so I moved into Matt Martin's basement for the school year, so then my child can get out and do stuff, and then that's kind of putting us, I think we need to maybe have, if we have to, then if our administrative team deems, you know, the person to reside in Dover for whatever reason, that we can accept that.
that's how I felt, and I feel like that affidavit it requires enough other things, driver's license and things like that, I think that from a administrative perspective, there are enough arrows in their quiver to be able to make that determination.
Anita, did you?
Well, that's the category. It's occupancy or non-leaseholder or non-owner. Like if you're a caretaker on a property and you get a place to live on an estate, you don't own it, you don't rent it, you don't have a lease, you're just living there to be the property caretaker. You're an occupant, not a resident. Or what are you?
Yeah, but you're supposed to get a W-2 to show the value of that, because you're supposed to pay taxes on it.
Right,
Yeah,
but-
So on your tax return for the state of Vermont, you're gonna,
Right, there'd be a 1099 miscellaneous.
and again, you know, remember, we're not here to run a school, we're here to oversee a school. Lori, you can leave, we're all set. No, I'm sorry, well, I know.
Budget's done, go.
No, I'm just saying, don't, she's all packed, she's ready to go, I thought she was out of here. Lori, thank you, I don't mean to run you off.
Good night, everybody.
You know, so there's, you know, I think we have to allow our educational professionals, you know, there's a lot of stuff that came up after Irene with families, you know, there's a lot of leeway given to families that claim displacer because of, You know, and we put a lot of people up that's houses were fine, but they just wanna stay in a hotel for a while, so,
Yeah.
you know, but that's not for me to decide, it's, you know.
I think we're all pretty much saying the same thing.
Okay.
Because we trust our administrator.
And just remember, this is not permanent, you know? If there are problems, if these things come up, then we would come back to you and go, hey, we need an additional.
This is getting abused, everybody, we've got 12 people living in a basement with children
Exactly.
in one house.
Right.
You would come to us and tell us that.
And the procedure.
If you can.
It does
For you guys.
ultimately come to
Ultimately,
us.
because I've had a lot of experience now with this, is you guys are the deciders. We are the recommenders. We are the deniers or the acceptors. But
Yes, this
everybody
is-
gets to appeal to you guys.
Right, so this says it's required to fill out the affidavit, and these are the items that may be asked within, may be asked, so you're, you know, based on the affidavit, we'll make a determination of what they want, so it's, I think it's all in there.
Yeah, as we always say, the policy should be as broad as possible.
Right.
Cause we don't wanna tie their hands too much. Okay, so we got a letter to the River Valley Board. I understand that much discussion is taking place regarding residency and the financial impact of tuition in towns. The division between resident and non-resident for tax purposes can be a strain on the school budget and a concern for taxpayers. However, I urge you against taking up a more restrictive policy on residency at this time. Homestead is available to those who, and she's got in parentheses, own and occupy a homestead as your domicile as of April 1, 2020. Question, she's got number 1 from Government Vermont Tax Property Owners Homestead Declaration. That means you would have to move in the first 3 months of the year, which eliminates most homeowners their first year of residency in any new home. This policy basically guarantees that most new residents to any town would not qualify for homestead in their first year. Therefore, those residents are not paying the resident tax rate for the first full year their children attend town schools or receive tuitioning. Act 60 and the homestead tax laws are challenges we as Vermonters created. We created these problems on a state level, and that is where they need to be fixed. The new policy and affidavit taken from Stratton Boards of Education is unwelcoming and almost an accusation to new families that their intent in joining our town is malicious. Is that how we want new families to feel? Vermont as a state is struggling. It is struggling to attract new younger generations to move here and stay here. Policies like this one almost guarantee that our town will struggle as well. Let's take a different approach. How about we welcome new families with or without children to make this town and their new or former second home a primary residence. Welcome them to bring their children, their business, their sales and meals tax dollars here full time. Welcome them so their town has more power when we want tech companies to invest in our infrastructure. Welcome them so we have more students to diversify our classroom. Welcome them so we have more businesses and more customers for existing businesses. Welcome them so that we have a new generation of police, firefighters, and EMTs. Welcome them. I think I read that right, I'm sorry. There will always be people who will do things for the wrong reasons. Yes, there should be a plan of action should we find errors in residency. Yes, there should be a plan of action should we find errors. However, let us not spurn the good people in our effort to keep out the bad. Have our policy assume the best in people. Thank you, Lisa Mandino, Dover resident.
And we had 2 people that said the exact opposite at the last meeting, just for the record.
Yeah, I think there are some incorrect assumptions being made in the writing of that letter.
Yeah, I don't think we're trying to keep anybody out. We're
No.
just trying,
Yeah.
if you're a resident in Dover and if you built your house and you show your intent to be there, it's, you know.
Is that one, yeah, so I have a clarifying question. What does she mean though, so it takes a year to establish residency?
So-
Well, what she's saying is if she moves in August 1st,
Yeah,
so her child goes to school starting in September,
right.
well, you don't get to fill out your
Tax form.
until April 1st, because it's where you domicile on April 1st.
Right.
But yet, you can still, people move into town, we don't have an issue with that. Just
yeah.
prove your intent was to really be there.
Your property tax form, if you purchased it, a letter from a landlord,
That's what
We've
the
given them other,
affidavit-
the homestead thing is a really easy
Oh, yeah.
thing
It
to
just
use.
kind of takes everything else out.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier.
Exactly. Right.
So if they don't have the homestead, they've got other ways to prove it, and our policy has that in
Yeah.
there.
Right.
So I would say that, yes, we have taken that into account.
I think one of the assumptions that she's coming up with is that by not having that homestead, that new resident is going to be paying the non-resident tax, which isn't the case. The state will determine whether they're a resident or not.
That's right.
But it still has no bearing on school stuff.
Right.
Which,
You know what I mean? It's
correct.
got no bearing on
Right,
what
that's
we're
a good
doing
thing.
here,
Yeah.
not to shut down.
No, no, I agree.
And that is a state issue. That must be then,
That's part of what
up
she's
here
talking
where she
about.
says we create these problems on a state level, and that is where they need to be fixed. And I do take a little offense, I didn't create the problem. If they'd listened to me, we never would have had Act 16. So, excuse me, but they haven't made me benevolent dictator yet.
Try it.
Okay, so anyways, I think her letter is not, I don't, well, she's saying she doesn't like the affidavit, the Stratton affidavit too. But we're not voting on the affidavit, we gotta get the policy in first.
I would tell you that
and-
Mark and Dwight took a serious scalpel attack to the
Well,
affidavit.
and, yeah, we made it a whole lot nicer, but also a new resident isn't going to look at what they've got to do to become a resident before deciding to move here. So they can get that affidavit, once they've moved here, and they go to the school and say, okay, I've got a 5-year-old kid who needs to go to school. So I don't think that is a turnoff to people moving here.
It will not deter them from moving here.
Yeah.
They've already
So,
done
so let me
exactly.
I would say
just,
also-
so let me correct something real quick though, make sure I'm right. So she says, I urge you against taking up a more restrictive policy on residency at this time. Our policy is basically the same policy both schools had.
I didn't touch your policy at all.
Exactly the same.
Right,
It's the same
so
policy.
it's the same policy,
Yeah.
so
Not more
that hasn't changed, so.
What has changed is the
Right.
affidavit.
And so this new policy, it's just a new policy because it's gotta come from Wardsboro and Dover into River Valley.
Correct.
And it gets a different number.
So I think we can let her know that it isn't a new policy.
No.
And that, the affidavit, if she has concerns about that, that's an administrative function. So she should express that to the administration, what she's concerned about.
And I would add that I think that the board has been very thoughtful in taking the original affidavit and structuring it to meet the needs of the River Valleys.
Right, we just didn't take the Stratton
You
verbatim.
didn't just boilerplate it.
Right.
So I feel comfortable that we've addressed her concerns beforehand, and if she had been at the meeting, she may have seen, we could have told her that, so.
But I think you're right, that if she has further questions about the affidavit, she can see me, she can see Matt, she can see Tim.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah, I'd also take exception that she's suggesting we're not encouraging families to move into town. I think that we certainly are, and in no way we're trying to restrict any families from moving here. I think we want to encourage them, completely the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, we've done the higher tuition and rate, and
Right.
we've kept it, and we haven't tried to
And
reduce
we're
it.
expanding programs. And,
We're trying to
you know,
make- yeah.
Absolutely. We're not trying to
I think
restrict
we-
anyone from attending.
I think we've done a lot, and one of the things I want to talk about with the website is some PR work to increase that even more.
Okay, so I feel like we've addressed her concerns.
So do we,
I was gonna say, since we're on policies, I forgot to, when you asked for additions.
No,
or deletions.
let's do this policy first, then we
Oh,
can
okay.
come back to if you have
Okay.
another policy
so
thing.
do we have to vote?
I think we're ready to vote on this.
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
But we want to post.
That to post F-13 as currently presented by the superintendent.
The policy of 13.
The policy F-13, correct.
Okay, so I have a motion, do I have a second?
Sure. Rick?
You can cut and paste
Second.
now.
Now it really happened.
Rick's like,
Now it's
I
right.
foretold
Now
it.
it's right.
You made it real.
Now
You
it's
are.
news.
I'm gonna read your stuff more
I
often.
know, there might be more secrets than there.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, good. Okay. Did you have another policy thing
I
under
did,
old business or new business?
Both, I'm not really sure where it fits.
Okay.
It's the complaint policy that we spoke about at the
Right.
last meeting.
That's new business.
That's
okay.
new business,
That's new business.
and I
Oh,
did
it's right
not-
there, never mind.
Yep. Okay, so, hi Tammy. Your buddy left you?
Yeah, she's all alone.
I know, you wanna come up and sit with us for a little while?
You won't let Lori leave.
Just keep going on and on until no one's left.
Okay, so we had, last meeting, we had presented to us by both building administrators, their continuous improvement plan, and we just asked that everybody actually look at it and read it and give us an idea what you thought. Thank you, Nita. Oh, well, you had one more question. You
Yeah,
didn't-
I just wanted to ask you guys if you wanted me to write the follow-up after the February 11th meeting and get that all distributed.
For the bucket.
Bucketville said they'd hold it. I can shoot a short memo to the other news outlets, post it wherever I need to.
So,
Like a
we,
press release.
yeah, we hired Anita to do our kind of publicity around the annual meeting, and she says she's nowhere near the amount we budgeted.
Nowhere.
So it's not gonna put us over.
No.
And she does such a wonderful job with it. I'd love to let her continue this.
I agree.
Right, and on the contingency that it doesn't pass, and you gotta sit down and do it again, you'll be able to get that news out immediately with some other stuff. On contingency.
Why would you even toss?
Because I said contingency. So I just wanna know your posters and everything worked out okay, your notices, your blurbs, you got what you needed, the press got what they needed, so I think
And
everybody.
we got no comments. We asked for any comments on the booklet, and nobody really commented on the booklet. They just.
Not this
Yeah,
week.
I tried to get that budget cleaner and, get rid of the colors and all that, so next year we know what to do
Yeah.
and make it perfect.
Okay.
All right, thank you,
Hey,
everybody.
it's a really good job, Nina. I'm really glad to be
No, it
able
was
to work
fun.
with you on this.
I always learn a lot when I participate with you guys.
Okay.
Do you want the word contingency in the minutes in some connection?
You know me, I
It's
have
transparent, baby.
to
Put it in
cover
there.
all the news.
Hey, I think Peter's
Thank you.
walking
Good night.
stick is
Thank
back
you.
there if you want
Happy
to
to
take
see
it to
you.
him.
No, I don't have a walking stick.
Bye, guys.
Oh,
Right.
good man.
I got
Okay,
mine
so
back.
the continuous improvement plan, was on the plan from Matt and Tammy. So we got to review it last time, but we've always said too, we like to do things in both buildings. So if there's no questions, we can just entertain a motion to approve those as submitted.
I'll make a motion.
There was nothing that we.
And I'll second.
Okay, so Dwight moved, Mark seconds it. Is there any other discussion? Have you guys got any comments after the last?
I thought they were both very well written.
It's great.
Thank you.
As a non-educator, I understood it. So,
It was great.
It's always
Okay,
good.
so
Not
you
too many
ready?
acronyms, right?
yeah, exactly.
Are you ready to vote?
Yes, certainly.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, motion passes unanimously. We did the 21 budget information complaint policy. Brought to our attention after the last meeting when we said, hey, if you have a complaint, here's what you do.
We don't have a policy.
And
Except
for some reason, the policy never made it in transition. So, Bill has a policy for us.
Oh, he has copies of it.
So this is a standard thing that has been in the books for years and,
Oh, you're so good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
for years and years and years. The other one we had was much shorter for some reason.
Well, they redid it. This is from the VSBA. Nothing
Yeah.
was changed.
The other one was like a third of this size.
This is
Okay, anyways, so this is the one that Bill, so policy of the River Valley is to see that complaints about school personnel are considered in a timely manner that is fair to all parties. The district places trust in its employees and desires to support their actions in such a manner that employees are freed from unnecessary, spiteful, or unjustified criticism or complaints. Resolving complaints to be encouraged first bring the complaint to the individual concerned. If the problem cannot be resolved with the individual concerned, it should be brought to the attention of the immediate supervisor or administrator. The complaint should be in writing stating the issues and supporting facts. The individual employee also should be given every opportunity for explanation, comment, and presentation of the facts as she sees them. If the issue is not resolved by involvement of the immediate supervisor, the complainant may refer the issue to the principal for his or her review and decision. In the event the principal review does not lead to a satisfactory resolution, the complainant may submit the issue to the superintendent for review and decision. In cases of alleged discrimination, the complainant should follow the procedures accompanying the anti-discrimination policy. Please tell me you have an anti-discrimination policy for River Valleys.
I'll have to look.
I think there is. When I
Okay,
looked
so
through them,
I
I
think
remember
that- I think
seeing
you guys
one.
did it in
So here's
17.
my new request. I've only been making this request for 20 some odd years. Please, somebody satisfy me once in my life. I would love every time we come to a board meeting, no matter what building we're in, there's 2 books up on the front of the table. One would be a policy book of all the current policies, so we could open the book and see. And the second thing would be the minutes of the last year's meetings, so that if somebody says, hey, I think we discussed that a little while ago. And the third thing I would love to see is Lauren's articles, so that we would know what's gonna happen in the future. But anyways, I would really like that, guys and ladies, if we could, because it would just make this a lot easier.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place to raise it, but Matt, you had put together a great spreadsheet for the Dover policies. And I would love to see that for our policies.
It's called the table of contents.
Yeah, it's the website's one thing. But what he had put together.
No,
had
the table of contents is the policy book. There should be a table of contents.
in the book.
Right.
Which we don't have.
Right. But I think we're gonna see it the next meeting. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
Lauren, we're gonna see the policy book.
I'll say you have already. And
Okay.
then,
Then it will show up.
Yeah.
You know, and
I
people
understand- I
wonder,
understand the text.
and people wonder why I enjoy school board meetings so much. If the above steps do not resolve the concern of the complainant, he/she may request a session of the board for the purpose of reviewing the superintendent's decision. If the school board decides to request of the complainant, it shall invite all parties involved, including the appropriate school and supervisory union administrators, to attend a meeting for purposes of presenting facts, making further explanations, and clarifying the issues. The board shall conduct such meeting in a fair and just manner and shall render a decision. It is the intent of the board and the right, it's the intent of the board that the right of the employees under collective bargaining agreement of Vermont law be protected through the administration of this policy. Okay, so I got a problem with this policy, which the other one was a lot easier to understand. This is fine to understand, and I think it kind of, some of it's more procedure, like, you know, having a hearing, what the board's gonna do. But this doesn't address if I have a complaint about something else in the school. This is specific to,
Personnel.
right. So,
That came up at the last meeting.
yeah, cause, and the last meeting, the reason we brought it up was because there was an issue, not about a person, but more about a program. Everybody stare at Matt and Bill for a minute.
See what they're doing over there.
Hey, quick, get them on camera.
I don't care what policy they adopt,
No, but,
I bring it to them and they can make the call.
no, I know, the VSBA has more stuff in it. I mean, it's more.
They don't, there is no model policy for what you're asking.
It's been, this has been
Really?
vetted.
Really?
This is a model policy,
Right.
but there's not a
Oh, okay.
model policy for general complaints. What Matt just shared was the old Dover policy, which takes the guts of this and just turns it into 5 lines.
Right, which
you-
was,
You could have that as well.
well, could we
And
keep,
since Matt has copies of it, I think it'd be a good time to
so,
share.
well, so
Because you
That'd
can
be
compare.
great, so I don't have to pull it up.
can we have 2 policies?
You
Could
can
this
have as
be
many
public
policies as you want.
complaints about personnel and the other one be public complaints about the educational institution?
Or just public complaints.
You can have whatever you want.
Okay,
Just take out.
Your person at the VSBA who overwrote this, the word complainant is not compliant.
Yeah.
If this is everybody's policy across the state,
It is.
they probably ought to
You beat me
look at
too,
those.
you beat me too, I saw that thing.
and you went to Leland and Gray,
I
too.
know, and I can spell.
Where is it?
Can't.
It's in a couple of spots.
Yeah.
Matt, can you
It
pass
says-
yours out, please?
Matt's gotta
The
go.
compliant should be in writing.
Oh, I
This is
see.
yours.
Okay.
This is just
Yeah,
yours from
complainant.
2012.
The compliant
But,
may submit. Ooh, that might get you in real trouble.
And
Can
it's
you do
different, like Bill said, it doesn't exist anymore.
what is it?
This is the old Dover
That's
one.
the old Dover.
The old
It,
complaint
Bill,
procedure.
is D10 considered one of their?
This is good.
Required?
recommended.
It's a recommended, okay.
It's not required. But I do kinda like it, cause it gives a
Well-
little bit more guidance if your complaint is specific to personnel. And it will help us remember that we don't wanna just let them come to a hearing.
Well, I would think it's.
Can you make sure Peter gets one too, if you got an extra?
Yeah, I would think it'd be good to have a specific policy for personnel, I think that's a good idea, but I also like this idea.
So
of a
this one,
procedure.
complaint procedure can just be apostrophe non-personnel.
Yeah, we could manipulate that one and just make it not about people.
Yeah.
And it's about people that have concerns. I mean, it's not even a complaint, it's
Right,
really,
right.
you know, hey, I wondered why my kid didn't get picked to last in kickball yesterday.
Those are good ones.
Mark, did you say this was in the handbook? Matt?
This was a Dover policy.
Is this in the handbook?
It is not presently in any
I
handbook.
thought something was in the handbook.
No, we thought it.
No, we thought it was.
Okay.
So this is something, obviously, we adopted in Dover before River Valleys. I mean, you can see it goes back to '08.
Yeah.
And what it was is it was basically, what was our general complaint policy for everything.
That's
I
great.
do like the one Bill gave us. I do like the other complaint procedure. I don't want to become the River Valley Unified School District of policies, but we do get a lot of complaints, and I think before they come directly to the board, they ought to get to go to the administration.
I agree, I think we're getting complaints, that'd be nice if they went to the chain of command before they came to us.
I agree, I think we need an official
Yeah.
procedure for them to follow.
Well, you don't have one?
All right, so you want me to do like a work this up, so it's non-personnel.
Yeah.
And then that one that I showed you is one that'll be specific to personnel.
Yeah.
Great.
Except for the complaint, not the complainant.
The complainant.
Compliant.
Compliant.
We want them to be
You want the
compliant
compliant to
when
be
you tie them up.
compliant.
It's just
I
spell
want the
check.
complainant to be compliant.
Okay.
Well, it's spell
You
check
want a
would pick that up.
compliant complaint?
Yeah, right.
It's just poor editing.
Well, I mean, I can bring these both back to you guys here next week.
Well, hang on a sec. Are you guys okay with the public complaint one?
With the
For
personnel.
personnel?
I'm fine with the corrections, yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so that one again, because this is our first time, so we won't be able to do it, we'll do it the next meeting in Dover.
Okay. So I can.
But I
make it-
consider this one having been presented in Wardsboro.
Yes.
This next one, Bill, if you can get to to Mattatammy, if you're not gonna make it, then we can discuss that in Dover, but we wouldn't vote to post it because it really hasn't been presented yet.
Yeah, I'll do it.
So is everybody okay with that?
That's fine. Can we, for these, since we have to discuss it, post it,
Make it.
and adopt it,
Right, so you
Doesn't-
adopt it
doesn't-
after it's been posted.
right, doesn't that give us enough opportunity to discuss it, that we don't need to do
We'll take care of it.
presenting of it in both towns?
Well, we kind of agreed when we first started that before we did any kind of policies or procedures or anything major, that we would present it, in both towns. We would discuss it in both towns before we move forward.
Okay.
So, I mean, it doesn't really affect us, and this will give Bill a chance, and they'll be adopted on different nights, so it'll give people more of a reason to come out and visit us.
Well, that's good. That's good guidance. It was good thinking of Matt. That's good.
Is everybody good? Okay. I was gonna do, I don't know where this fits in, but it could have been old business, I guess. So, I guess, following the last meeting, there was a letter from the parent in regards to the IB program. So, Matt said attaches the letter you asked for from the parent from our last board meeting. In terms of data regarding the IB programs, we're now at the end of our second year, so we will be surveying the staff, parents, and students asking questions similar to those that were raised at the meeting in an effort to get a sense of community support. It is part of our reflection cycle. I expect the surveys to go out in March and be able to report the findings to the board in April. This should allow us to make programmatic changes. I should make Matt read this, or budgetary recommendations if needed. I met with the parents in the front row on Friday, had some good questions, and I think they're satisfied with my answers, and, I did receive requests for more detailed line item budget. I don't know how much more detailed it gets. Well, that's all the line items are broken down.
I assume just an explanation of the line items.
she thought maybe somebody in the board referred to that, and I just couldn't remember.
Well, I said in the old days, I used to have a whole
Okay. Maybe
cheat
that's what it-
sheet.
Maybe that's what it was.
Okay, so this is like 2.5 pages. You mind reading this?
You wanna take the first couple paragraphs? We'll share the.
It has come to my attention that you are unaware several parents have great concerns regarding the implementation of the IB program. I would like to have concerns regarding IB placed on the board meeting agenda where we'll be able to discuss all concerns within this letter and any other concerns brought to you from other members of the community. Please let me know when this can happen. I am unable to attend the board meeting scheduled for February 17th, and it is vacation week. I would also like this letter to be made available to everyone attending the meeting. Also, okay. First and foremost, I would like to remind you I had written a letter to the school board on November 23rd. This letter was in regard to another issue, however, it included some of my concerns with IB. Within this letter, I stated the following. We also want to know your thoughts on the Dover School after the implementation of the IB program. We do not feel it is appropriate to force a child to take action on a topic they have discovered to be so complex. We also do not feel it is appropriate for students to be graded on who they are. Children are graded on being an inquirer, knowledgeable thinker, communicator, principled, open-minded, caring, risk-taker, and balanced. Giving a child a low grade on being caring is not going to help that child. Children who tend to be mean are usually dealing with a lot of hurt the school knows nothing about. Slapping a grade on it will only make it worse. My own children have come home feeling they are stupid because they received a low grade on thinker. I received a letter back from the school board dated December 17th, which stated, regarding concern about the IB assessment and grading practices, the school board has directed the administration to provide a report on these practices at the next school board meeting, which took place December 16th. Please notice that the letter from me from the school board was not only received after the next board meeting had already taken place, it was dated after the board meeting took place. Had I been made aware of the report that was going to be discussed at the meeting, I would have made it a point to show up and elaborate more regarding my concerns with IB. Unfortunately, I was not granted the opportunity. I would like to take time now to explain to you my concerns regarding the IB program and the negative consequences this has had on my children. My eldest, should we be reading something specific to their children? They gave it to us and asked that everybody be given it.
You should not be talking about specific children.
That, this letter has already talked about letter that was referred to in executive session.
Yeah, which is fine. Because it has nothing, it's general, it's about an educational issue.
You
It's
can
not-
read it without.
No, I'm just saying that
Okay.
that information wasn't already brought out into the public because it had been in an executive session. Where
No, but the concern regarding IB assessment and grading practices, that's not an.
no, I agree, it wasn't the
executive
content,
session
it was just that it hadn't yet.
You want me to take over?
No, because I'm gonna
He's
skip
on a
all
roll.
of this.
Okay.
The school had a strong, dedicated team of teachers. It was clear to us children were their top priority. There are many things I would have considered above beyond my expectation. Children in primary grades participated in an annual play, and the 5th and 6th grade classes put on an annual play as well. Not only was this a fun way for students to learn, they were given the opportunity to experience working together as a group, memorize lines, create scenery, and practice public speaking. When IB was first mentioned and the conversation started, I felt the program would exhibit little change as our teachers were already implementing the core values in the classroom. Children were already taught to think outside the box, to ask questions, to see there's a much bigger world around them. I didn't have any concerns other than it seemed foolish to pay for a program that sounded quite similar to what was already happening. Fast forward a few years, staff turnover is ridiculous. There are 2.5 calendar years. They're just talking about the different teachers in the building. Enrollment is not increasing. It appears to be at a slow decline. This year, we had new students in every grade except for one, including 5 in the 6th grade alone. However, we lost more than we gained. Last year, we started the year with 93 students. Even though we gained about 10 new students, this year we currently have 90 students. Test scores are dropping. I am sure you've already noticed this. The question is why? Students are losing valuable classroom instruction time. Students are required to do several inquiry projects throughout the year. On top of that, sixth graders have to do an exhibition project. There are way too many hours being dedicated to these projects. There's a lot of time being wasted. There's no way for a teacher to know how much a child is actually reading when the child says they are doing research on their Chromebook. Are they actually reading articles the whole time? Or are they just scrolling through and not really reading anything? What about fundamentals? I want to see more time spent on reading, writing, spelling, and basic math facts, but we don't have time for that anymore. Teachers are showing signs of burnout. Besides the fact that we've seen a lot of staff turnover, I think teachers seem overwhelmed. They don't get the same feeling of commitment to the students they did before we implemented IB. If you look at the school website, you'll find it is very out of date. After clicking on IB from the main menu, it opens to a page which includes the statement, "We hope to be prepared for request authorization in the fall of 2017. I would have expected this page would have been kept up to date by the coordinators and would tell me what each class is doing. When you click on classrooms, you're given a list. First and second graders listed as combined classroom, which they are not. If you click on sixth grade, you will see pictures of eighth grade child's class and their homework assignments from 2 years ago. This is a clear indication to me of the overload of the staff. If teachers are so thin they can't keep their web page up to date, what else is being overlooked? Teachers are not implementing IB the way it was described to parents in the beginning. I was under the impression that becoming an IB World School meant we would see change in the curriculum as a whole. It is a method of teaching, integrating multiple subjects into one. Students wouldn't necessarily have history for an hour, then work on writing for an hour or so. Their history lesson would incorporate some writing and everything would be flowing together. This is not what is happening. My children make comments that they had to do about what they had to do during IB time. They are also working on IB projects. The kids are making this separation because that's how their day is set up. Perhaps IB time is actually combining a few things, but the facts that there is a set portion of the day for IB tells me it isn't going as planned. Parents still don't understand IB. I had to go online to confirm how many units of inquiry there actually are. One would think, considering this is year 3 of implementing IB, and the fact that I'm quite involved with the school, I would know this, but I don't. After searching our website, I finally found a list of units of inquiry on an outdated classroom page. I was told at the board meeting on January 27th, 2020, you haven't really gotten any negative feedback regarding the IB program. This is due to a lack of understanding. How do you expect someone to argue something they don't understand? Unless you're one of the few families left to experience Dover before and after IB, you have nothing to compare it with. The program itself doesn't seem that bad until you factor in all the negative impacts. Our students still don't understand IB. They may be able to point out when someone is being an inquirer, but beyond that, they don't get it. My children still get upset when given a low number on a thinker or knowledgeable. To them, it means they are dumb and or stupid, and I can understand why. Report cards say thinker means to apply thinking skills to problem solving. How exactly can a teacher decide if a child applies thinking skills to problem solving? They have no idea what is going on inside that child's head. Students are being forced to take action on topics they don't fully understand. We experience this firsthand. It is required for students to have an action piece in their project. What counts as an action piece? That lies in the discretion of the teacher. Federal laws have been violated. Part of our sixth graders' educational record was published in a local newspaper without our consent. Students are being taught that if you had a few articles online, compared some data, and make a few phone calls to someone more knowledgeable, you'd be able to make a more concrete opinion on what you learned. It is commendable to try new things. However, it is wise to be able to acknowledge when something isn't working. Our children's education lies in our hands. It is our responsibility to provide the best education we can. I am requesting we remove the IB program from next year's budget school curriculum. So, Matt, you were doing some work on this. Why don't we schedule a board meeting to talk about IB? So, we have a meeting in Dover after the annual meeting where we can clean up anything that we haven't gotten done in the last 3 months because we keep putting it off. So Mark wants to do technology. We do that the first meeting in March.
That's the,
just
Dan.
before town meeting, so that we could do the meeting in March. But you're putting out your survey, so you wouldn't be ready till April? So why don't we plan on having a meeting why don't we plan on putting this on the agenda and devoting a block of time to it, the second meeting in April? And would you respond to the parent, just let them know that we plan on doing that? And ask them to just take any reference out. Don't make it specific to their children, then we can use that, we can present that letter at that meeting.
Second meeting in April, you'd like them to re-present their letter?
Yeah, just take out the specifics to their children, just, the generalities, I think would be more appropriate, then we can hand the letter out.
April 20th.
Because I didn't read anything that was specific to.
I don't have a calendar in front of me.
So that would be our
Then.
school break week.
Right.
Yeah, well, and then we're into May, so you're into graduation,
Well, I
then
just
you're
didn't know
into
if you would push the
June.
meeting back to the 27th, because there's still one more Monday in April.
Probably would.
Then I don't know why we say the first, third Mondays, because
Constantly.
half the Mondays we don't use. And not everybody gets breaks, some people still have to work, whether it's school break or not. And, I don't know, it's up to you guys.
Well, we started as board, I'm not sure I can be at that meeting either.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
On the budget, my understanding was, and I don't remember if the number was 4,500 or 9,500, but that's the expense, the annual expense for maintaining ID
I think there's a
certification?
$9,500 licensing fee.
Okay.
The 9,500 is just for the license fee.
And then there's all the continuing ed and.
PD.
Yeah.
So obviously, I would like a chance to respond to this letter, because there are many things that are just not true in there.
Yeah, but I think if you just respond, I don't think it's what they're asking for.
Right.
I think they're asking for a meeting to bring up their concerns.
So you're asking for something on the agenda?
For April 20th.
So-
What exactly you put it on the agenda?
A discussion about the IB program.
So it's an open forum for parents?
Right. So if there's a lot of parents
I
that,
mean, it might be weird if it's during a spring break.
and again, it'll be weird if it's not in Dover, if we do it in Wardsboro, and if you don't do it in April, then you're not gonna do it in May because it's close to Memorial Day, and then you're not gonna do it in June, and you can't do it over the summer because it's, school break. I mean, I understand, but we gotta, we've got stuff that we have to do as a board, and this is something we really should discuss, because obviously somebody spent a lot of time to write a 3-page letter, 2.5-page letter. I just, so anyways, I'll defer to the board, because I'm just one member. 1/6 of a vote, which is 20 per, no.
As a rule of thumb,
You're
I
25%
think we
tonight.
stick by Monday and the first and third Mondays. I think
Well, here's a stupid question. Matt, are you around that day?
I don't know.
I don't think that's a stupid question at all.
Vacation, I mean, it's not a contract day for us, so I don't know for sure.
I don't think your days are contracted as specific days. I don't think in your contract it says you'll be there April 1st through April 5th.
It's not a
I mean,
day.
it's just, it's X number of days for the contract.
Right.
Is there a reason we wouldn't do it on April 6th? I agree with you, we should.
It's in
wait.
Wardsboro.
Oh.
So, that's like we're scared to bring it up in Dover where it's happening.
And March 16th 's too quick.
Well, Matt doesn't have a survey.
I won't have data by then.
Right.
I mean, we told them we'd like to, do this with a little warning so we can have the data. So then what I'm saying is you're into May, so you're close to Memorial Day. I'm sure somebody will be at Kuwait, or there'll
What
be
if we
some.
switch April meetings, just in April?
Well,
Not the date.
No, I know,
The
but where we have it, but that, we've always
Yeah.
said the first, I mean, we're never gonna win. there's always gonna be somebody who's gonna be upset with the decision we make, I guarantee it.
I think switching the Woodsboro and Dover Mondays in April is a better option than doing the fourth Monday, personally.
The only reason I'm mentioning this is because in the letter, it talks about the inability to come on
Right,
on a
same thing.
February 17th vacation day.
Right.
So we probably don't want to replicate that
Yeah.
and set it up for
Them not to
April
be able to
20th.
come, yeah.
I think you're exactly right that we want to keep the consistency of first and third. And it is a switch, but I think we could give enough notice that the April meetings could be switched.
Or switch the meetings to the location.
Just the location.
Just
So you could do
location.
April 6th in Dover. That would give us enough time for survey?
Well, yeah, yes.
Not really.
Maybe, but it's tight. It's gonna
It
be
is.
tight.
Well, then do it the first one in May.
Well, is there any reason to just not do the 18th? There's nothing else on the calendar. May 18th is the usual third Monday. It avoids the vacation possible conflict. You can still have the vacation one on the 17th as planned.
May 18th?
So you wanna have just a special meeting and just do the IB?
Or just have it be part of your regular meeting.
Let's do it
Just
May 8th.
in May instead of
May
April.
18th. That way you're responding to the parents' availability. It gives us a little bit more time to publicize the meeting and get the word out and make sure people know and can be there.
From perspective of getting responses to your survey, is that a more comfortable time frame?
I think so. I think May would be good. April 6th would be a little tighter. We could probably pull it off.
But we want to do this well.
But we really want to do
You're
this
looking
well.
at
Yeah.
30 months of implementation.
I mean, this is a programmatic evaluation that's not that unusual to look at a program. It's something that we do all the time. And we've even talked about it you've talked about it as a board, you know, every few years you check in and see if the momentum is still going in the direction that you thought. So this, doing a programmatic evaluation is not.
I'm good with the second meeting in May.
May 18th.
But I just want everybody to know that I don't wanna hear in April that, oh, I got vacation scheduled, or, oh, wow, that's really close to Memorial Day, because that's what tends to happen. In the beginning of the year, when we reorganize, we say, we're gonna meet the first Mondays in Dover, in Wardsboro, and the third Mondays in Dover, and then we change them all. I mean, and we make a commitment as a board member to attend board meetings, whether there's school in session or not, and I'm sorry, but in 20 some odd years, I missed 2 school board meetings, and one of them I was out of the country, and one of them was my second meeting because I had made a prior commitment before coming to the board. So, we need to have a little bit of a commitment, because what happens is we wind up rediscussing the same thing over again, because somebody didn't make this meeting, they make the next meeting, they wanna make their points heard, which is fine, that's why we have 6 members, and that's why we invite the public, but, I don't know, it gets, sometimes I feel like we're paddling upriver, and the river's getting faster and faster, and
The issue isn't just the board members attending, it's also the issue of the public being
right, well, and if it's that important to the public, they're gonna attend.
And I think from the public's perspective, having the consistency is important also, so that they're not having to look up a
So
calendar every
they're not
month.
here on the first Monday of the month saying, I thought this was the meeting.
Right, okay.
And again, we've announced it, we have, I've never heard anybody come to us and say, hey, the first and third Mondays don't work,
It's day after Easter.
May 18th.
I don't feel happy.
Is May 18th Easter's?
No, the April meeting is day
Oh,
after
yeah.
Easter, I believe.
So we should have lots of hard-boiled eggs.
We should, plenty of eggs.
I hope you bring me some, 'cause I don't have any kids. Go ahead, Bill.
Can the board give Matt permission to at least reach out to the parent? He
No,
he won't respond to the letter, because that would be part of the discussion, but just so that.
But respond, just that we can't hand the letter out to the public, because it's too specific. Maybe you can just kind of let them know, Matt, Unless you
Yeah.
feel uncomfortable, we can ask the superintendent to do that.
No, I feel like I can let them know that the board tried to read the letter but found that it seemed.
We can't be specific
Too
to
specific, yeah.
specific children.
Could they create a redacted version?
Especially when they, if they could just
Yeah.
fix that for us so that we can hand it out,
Yeah.
because that's what she requested.
That's fine.
And we want to respect her request. And we do want to have a discussion. We don't want to hide this. I mean, we want to be open about it. How's STEAM going?
Fantastic.
Thanks. I read that in the paper last week. Okay, are we good, folks? Okay. So we have contractual. It's
continuous
after
improvement
9. No, we already approved them.
We did, we approved them.
Oh, did I went to the.
You're out.
Great.
It was quick. It's the quickest thing we've done all night.
All right.
Bill, when do we see you again?
You'll see me on the,
Don't hang on. Don't pack up because this answer is gonna.
Next Tuesday.
you'll see me on the 11th.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Well, I'm good if you don't come to that, but
You are?
yeah. I mean,
Thank
no. You know
Okay.
what? We've never had-
You're a district voter. You
We've
need
never
to be there.
We've never had the superintendent at an annual
I would
meeting.
love not to be there.
No,
I would be there on this one in, so March
So the first meeting in March?
March 16th.
okay.
Oh, their birthday.
So I'd like to ask for an executive session on a contractual issue, and we'll make it short. But we won't make any decisions, so,
So moved.
No decision, so filming can go.
yeah, filming can go.
This is a good turnout for a public hearing, actually. We usually have maybe, upwards of 5 people, so, or excuse me, information session. So I'll introduce myself. My name is Sarah Seves. I'm special counsel with the Vermont Department of Public Service. And we thank you for coming to this information session regarding the joint petition filed by Southern Vermont Cable Company and Comcast for approval to sell Southern Vermont Cable's cable television system assets to Comcast. So before I get started, can everybody hear me okay? Okay. As I said, I'm with the department. I am, for all intents and purposes, the lead attorney in this case. This is kind of a form of litigation. And so I am the go-to person for the actual procedure. This is my colleague Clay Purvis, our Director of Telecommunications, and we also have with us Carol Flint, our Director of Consumer Affairs. And we're here to answer any questions you have of the department. We also have representatives from Southern Vermont Cable. We have Ernie, and please say your last name for me. Shalaba, thank you, from Southern Vermont Cable, as well as Eli Emerson. And then from Comcast, we have Dan Glanville, Melissa Pierce up in the back, and Jerry Tarrant. So the purpose of this information session is to just give you really an overview of the regulatory process involved for the proposed transaction, as well as to answer any questions you might have regarding PUC procedure, because I realize it's not very intuitive if you don't do it every day. And this is kind of an informal session prior to the public hearing, which will be on the record. This is not on the record, but I do see we have
public access here, so it will be likely be on your access channel. So that said, we do have representatives from Southern Vermont Cable and Comcast here, and I will offer them up to answer any questions you may want answered, because the difference between this and the public hearing, of course, is you can't get any questions answered during the public hearing portion. That's really just an opportunity for the Public Utility Commission to take your comments. What else? So I'll just start with a real broad overview of procedure. We at the department represent the public interest in utility regulatory cases such as this. We're separate from the Public Utility Commission, which many of you may know. They are the tribunal that will actually make the decision in this case. We are, for all intents and purposes, like the prosecutor, but we represent the public interest. So we, the department, requested a full litigation schedule in this proceeding, meaning that there will be discovery conducted. We have already served discovery questions on the joint petitioners. We served that on Friday, and if you follow the case in EPUC, which the PUC will explain during the public hearing, you may have seen those questions. Many of the public comments that were filed in this docket informed our discovery questions, so I thank you for those. What else? Once discovery is conducted, then we, the department, will file pre-filed testimony that is informed by the petition that was filed, the testimony that was filed, as well as the responses to our discovery questions. And then we'll have an evidentiary hearing in a couple months, and that will be in Montpelier. So next steps will be for the joint petitioners to answer the department's discovery questions. That, I believe, is going to happen on February 14th. And like I said, we will craft our pre-filed testimony based on those responses in addition to the petition that was filed. And that is where we will recommend that the PUC either grant the petition or deny it. And so that's kind of a general outline of how the procedure works. If you have any questions on that, me or one of my colleagues will be happy to answer those. We have business cards that I'm happy to offer up, and you can also access our information on our website, publicservice.vermont.com. Yes, sir.
Can you spell your last name for me, please?
My name is Sarah Aceves, A-C-E-V-E-S.
Thank you.
I think yes.
Thanks for coming down, and we appreciate you coming to us to hear us out. Do you have any sense of what the timeline might be for this process?
Yes, so actually just today, the PUC adopted a schedule, and that was issued on EPUC. So the schedule goes through April 3rd, and we are right now at the February 3rd public hearing. So we have a few deadlines between now and April 3rd, which is when the evidentiary hearing is. The main ones being the department will file our testimony in the case on March 3rd. And then the petitioners will have a chance to serve discovery on us after they read our testimony on March 6th, and we will respond to that on March 13th. There's also room in there for motions to intervene, which the PUC will explain, but in this case, BCTV did file a motion to intervene, and we will be responding to that this week. And those are the main deadlines. So April 3rd is the evidentiary hearing, and that will be in Montpelier.
And the PUC will issue an order after that April 3rd hearing.
That's right. So after the evidentiary hearing, the PUC will consider all of the testimony in the case, as well as various conversations that happened during the hearing, and then they will issue an order either granting or denying the petition. Any questions? Yes?
petition is for a certificate of public good, correct?
That's right, yes. So, well, the certificates for, or I'm sorry, the petition's for a number of things. One of them is for a certificate of public good to be issued to Comcast, and the certificate of public good that Southern Vermont Cable currently has would be revoked. That's just the way the process works. Anything else that we can answer for you as far as the department goes? And remember, the petitioners are here as well if you have any questions you want answered from them. Okay. Yeah.
Can articles or terms be added to the certificate of public good, and what does that process look like?
Yes, so there can be conditions that are added. Procedurally, that can happen in two ways. The department, through its testimony, can recommend that certain conditions be included in the certificate of public good. I should mention that Comcast already has a certificate of public good to serve a number of towns in Vermont, and they have conditions in that. The other way is for the PUC itself to come up with certain conditions. Yes.
One of the considerations that I've been looking at as one of the legislators who represents this area is continued expansion. And while we appreciate what Ernie's done over the years, we keep wanting to try and expand to people who don't have it. And Clay, I think you mentioned at one point that Comcast has a certain amount of miles that they are committed to. Can you go over that piece again?
Yeah, that's correct, and I'll ask Dan Glanville with Comcast to also assist with that question. But in Comcast CPG, when the PUC awarded a CPG, it required, I think, 350 miles of construction during the length of its CPG. So we anticipate that if Comcast is awarded a CPG here, for the Southern Vermont Cable property, that its commitment to build 350 miles could be satisfied in the Southern Vermont Cable area, as well as the other towns that Comcast is already certificated for. Do you have anything else you'd like to add to that?
I have a general statement. Do you want me to read that?
Whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
So good evening. Thank you to the college for welcoming us here this evening, and also thank you to all of you. Happy to take some of your questions. So the CPG that we currently have in the state has a requirement in it that we serve 350 additional miles during the term of the CPG. In the filing that was recently filed, we specifically outlined and requested that we be allowed to build that mile requirement in this service area of the new CPG. Our goal is to continue to expand services across the footprint as you identified. We have a long history in Vermont that dates back to 2006 of building in areas that required further expansion, and we hope to continue that. We are open to considering additional areas and continuing to build in those areas so that we can continue to service people who want and need our services.
Yes, sir.
This 350 miles of construction, is that predicated on new construction, or is that upgrade to bring fiber to areas that don't have it?
It's unserved areas. So we currently have, whatever we have built today, that 350 additional miles is in addition to what is currently built. So it's new construction.
So it's no guarantee of any upgrade to fiber or upgrade of existing networks?
Well, I think the thing that we have done across our footprint throughout our tenure here in Vermont, across New England and across the country, is to continue to invest multi-millions and billions of dollars into our network with the expansion of fiber in that network, and so that we can continue to provide additional and upgraded services. And I'll give an example of that. For instance, I live in Western Massachusetts, and when I started in the industry in 1998, our high-speed internet product was 1.5 megabits down. Today, we have multi-gigabit platform that's available across our footprint. The same speeds that are available here in Vermont are the same speeds that are available in Boston and other major cities across the country. So our goal is to continue to expand fiber into the network, continue to work to enhance electronics that are available on our network and in consumers' homes so that we can continue to expand speed as we have done over the past 2 decades of providing this service.
But there is no mandate or requirement within your proposal to do that, to upgrade to fiber for areas already served, correct?
So there is not a technology requirement to upgrade. There is a requirement to continue to expand services.
Yes, sir.
How many, the 350 miles of new construction, what does that represent in terms of the construction you've already done in Vermont, and how many customers do you serve currently?
We serve a little over 100,000 customers across Vermont. So the 350 miles is, so I'll give this as an example. When we entered the Vermont marketplace in 2006, we absorbed some requirements from our predecessor to continue to build our network. We met those requirements to build that regulatory required build from 2006 very quickly after that. And from that period, we continued to expand our network at an average pace that exceeded 50 miles per year of non-regulatory build miles.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm with BCTV, and we did submit a motion to intervene. I was just looking at the schedule. Would the deadline for our pre-filed testimony be March 3rd?
You will likely have a different schedule adopted by the PUC, since we have this one set with the department already. And that will be based on when, if and when you're granted intervener status. So I think in today's order they said, well, let me look at it so I don't misspeak.
I was just looking at the non-petitioners thing.
That's right. So this says the schedule may be modified as needed if additional parties intervene and require discovery. So I think that's probably a conversation that we can have between BCTV and the department, possibly the petitioners, and we can figure out the schedule that might work better, or if you want to have a uniform schedule, that's something we could talk about. If you want to have your own schedule, that's a possibility as well. Other questions? Yes, sir.
Are there any requirements to continue to serve seasonal customers? Because I know this area will have a lot of people that are looking for just seasonal service.
And Comcast can answer that for you.
We have a long established seasonal program across our footprint here in New England, as well as across the country. So we continue to do that as a business need, and continue to do so without regulatory requirement.
You mentioned the 350 miles that you're required to add. What is that as a percentage of your existing miles? And can we assume that that same percentage would apply to the, I think it's roughly 100 miles that Southern Vermont Cable currently has?
So I don't have the percentage here with me off the tip of my tongue. I can tell you that we will build those miles likely before the requirement requires us to be complete on that. We also look at multiple ways to continue to expand our network. Recently, we have partnered with the state on several public-private partnerships for further expansion of the network. I will say that those requirements under the CPG are completely separate and distinct from the 350-mile build requirement. So anything we do in the public-private partnership realm with regard to any state dollars allocated is separate, and we still have our requirement to build. Even without those, I think a thing worth saying is that our actions probably speak for themselves in the sense that we built what was required in the post-Adelphia build, and then we had an unregulated period where we had no requirement to build. We built on average, in some years it was 75 miles, in some years it went down to about 40 miles, but on average it was about 55 miles per year during those years. So we would have the 350 miles required to be built. We'll continue to look at programs that may exist for us to partner to build. In addition to those, we have what we call BAU, with business as usual, where we will continue to build in the residential marketplace as well as the business marketplace and any residences that might be built as a result of those expansions.
So you don't know what percentage what miles you have in Vermont?
I don't have that detail with me right off the tip of my tongue. I can get it though.
This 350 miles without knowing how it relates to your existing installed base, quite frankly, is not really a relevant number.
I have a couple sort of one-on-one practical questions. So if this happens and I just want internet service, no TV, and I want cell phone, can I get that at a reasonable price?
Yes.
Right answer. Good. And my email service is with SV Cable. What will happen to that? Will I have to change the email address?
We will eventually, in all instances where we have a migration that occurs, we have migrated emails over a period of time. So more likely than not, we will have a migration of emails.
Last question.
Yes.
For some unknown reason, where I live in Newfane, I have deeded rights for cable because at one time in the history of SV Cable, they used my property for a dish garden. Will that still stand?
So I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
In my property, once upon a time, there was a dish garden that belonged to SV Cable, and they used my property with a deeded right to have free cable forever. I don't watch TV, but just curious, will that be acknowledged?
You have an easement right of that?
Something like that, perhaps. But yes.
I have to look at the easement. But if there are easement rights, we would abide by what is in the easement.
Okay.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you going to have, Comcast going to have a physical presence for your returning of equipment? In Pennsylvania, obviously, we used to live in Pennsylvania, you had places where if you change your equipment or if you return your equipment, you would take it back to the drop-off place in a mall or something. Is Comcast going to do the same thing here? Because I'm assuming we're going to have to swap out our old SV boxes for new Xfinity. But are you going to come in and take it? Or are we going to have to go to a location, get the new equipment, and hook it up? Because frankly, it's not that hard to hook up. And that's what they did in Pennsylvania. You just got the new box and just plugged it in, and the instructions just took over and did it. So I'm not sure which.
Yeah, so we will have a team of people that are physically present during the migration to ensure that it is as white glove an experience as possible so that that transaction can take place. One of the things that exists with regard to some of the service is that video traditionally is a very forgiving service with regard to what they call signal loss or anything of the like. And one of the things that we like to ensure, and I'm sure Ernie as well likes to ensure that, is when we do that transition, we have to ensure that signal loss is at a minimum. A, to adhere to FCC standards, and B, signal loss can result in sometimes a less than favorable experience to customers. So our goal is to have people in the facility to ensure that any signal loss or cable leakage that exists can be corrected with the installation of any new equipment that would be required. And we will do so in be neighborhood by neighborhood directly involved with customers.
So you'll go through it, like for Amazon Prime. Will you test like Amazon Prime or Hulu or something to see if there is a signal loss? Or will you just in general hook up to the house modem, I'll call it, and see if there is a signal loss at that point?
So our technicians will have meters with them that will enable them to properly hook up the device to determine if there is any signal leakage that they can correct.
So you said you'd have a team available during the migration, but his question, I'm not sure I heard the answer to one of his questions, which was, will there be a brick and mortar location when people are upgrading their equipment, or
it fails,
or what? Yeah, or returning failed equipment, or whatever. Is there going to be a brick and mortar place to do this in Windham County?
So at this time, right now, our plan is to be active with regard to being in the field for the migration that would take place. I will tell you that we have, as is filed in our comments in the proceeding, that we do have relationships with many entities that enable the drop-off of equipment should be returning of equipment take place. In addition to that, we have the ability for our technicians in the field for delivery of equipment. One thing we are actively looking at is that we have been expanding our Xfinity store presence across our footprint across the country. And one of the areas that we are primarily looking at right now is the greater Brattleboro area for an Xfinity store. I don't have anything definitive to tell you here this evening on that, but it is an area that we are actively looking at for the placement of a store.
Sir.
Speaking about Brattleboro, I looked at the rate structure in Brattleboro a little while ago. Do you think that the rate structure will apply here as it does in Brattleboro, or are you going to stay with what Ernie's been set up?
So we will migrate customers to an Xfinity experience. As a result of that, though, every customer that will be migrated will be able to qualify for new promotional pricing. Some of that is available for the bundle offers that are available, and after that, the price structure that exists for the Brattleboro area would be very similar.
And I'll just quickly mention that these are questions that the department has asked of the petitioners in our discovery questions. So we should have answers to, more in-depth answers to those, I hope, in a couple of weeks. Yes.
So,
I'm sorry.
So I just want to make sure everyone has a chance. So
okay,
you've been asking, waiting.
The technicians that will be servicing the area, will they be physically living here in Windham County, or will they be coming in from out of state? And how many will there be?
So we have a source of technicians that serve the Vermont area out of our facilities in Vermont, that live in Vermont, work in Vermont. We also have technicians that will sometimes, in necessity, cross over from Massachusetts, which is the greater Greenfield area, to service if there could be storm issues of the like. But we do have a physical presence of technicians in the state of Vermont.
Right, but meaning that they could be coming down from, I could be waiting for someone to travel from Burlington or a couple of hours away as opposed to a technician that lives here.
So we have 1 and 2 hour service windows that are scheduled for our visits from technicians. Our technicians are assigned their work orders before the day of service, and those 1 and 2 hour windows are scheduled so that they can meet the requirement of the customer in a particular place.
I'm not likely to see the same person 2 times in a row, though. Yes, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I think that would be a fair belief that you could actually see the same technician on multiple visits. But our goal and hope would be that you don't have the need for multiple visits, that one visit would be able to solve any issue that you might have.
Yes, ma'am. In the white vest, though.
I have a question about the timeline. There are a lot of homes that you have to service to get the system up and running. What's going to happen to our cable service in the meantime? I mean, is suddenly Southern Vermont's going to be shut off, your people haven't come, and we have nothing?
So that's a very good and fair question. There is a requirement in the agreement that we have with Southern Vermont Cable. Well, Southern Vermont Cable will, after the regulatory approval, will continue to operate for a period of time. We will then roll neighborhood by neighborhood. Customers will be notified directly of a time and place that works for them in order for us to make our services available to them. It is our plan that there will be zero interruption of service, but for the interruption that will take place immediately at the time of the appointment to the turnover of the new services.
Yes, sir.
I want to start by thanking Ernie for tremendous customer service experience. Come to our house a number of times, literally during snowstorms. I mean, what can you say? I'm going to get some of the details wrong on this. We're in the West Hills, and our internet was made available by some of our neighbors got a grant of some kind to actually put it in, and then we committed to a few years of paying above market rates to support that. I just wanted to make sure that someone had looked at the verbiage in that grant and made sure that this is all consistent with whatever happened.
Yes, Connectivity Initiative Grant, right? Yeah. Yes, we have.
It might be a CIAC too. I'm not sure of that.
It was the BBID project.
That was the
Okay.
BBID. Is the okay? That was the VTA.
Okay.
Grant, yeah.
Yeah, we have looked at that, and that would transfer over.
Yes, sir.
Looking at some of the public comments that have been filed online already, one of the major themes is customer service. And I guess I'd like to throw it back to you to say, tell us about what sort of metrics you use for customer service and how you would expect that apply to Wyndham County.
So it's a good question. I thank you for the question. About 5 years ago, Comcast made an active direct investment in increasing customer service because we recognized at the time that we needed to do better as a result of that. So across the board, we engaged in additional training for employees, but on top of that, we made a significant investment in our call centers across New England to better service customers on a regular basis. In addition to that, we implemented a Net Promoter Score variation so that we could directly poll customers immediately after a transaction to find out what went well, what we could do better, and how we could improve service to customers. We have seen a significant improvement in customer service over the last 5 years. In fact, some recognition as a result of J.D. Power's surveys last year was some of the first that we had received in significant time. We believe that whether it be our video service, our internet service, or other services that we offer, that we are in a highly competitive marketplace here in Vermont and across the country. And we believe that responding to the needs of customers in order to ensure their satisfaction is the way that we succeed in business. We take customer service seriously. We believe in advancing the needs of it. And I can give you my promise that in my 22 years in being with the company, I have seen significant improvement in the last 5 years. I will tell you that on a particular day, we could have an instance that is escalated to us, but we do focus on it in order to resolve it in a way that is satisfactory to the customer.
Thank you.
I could take the metric question. One of the things that will happen for customers that are served by Southern Vermont Cable now is that when you transition to Comcast, Comcast will then be reporting on customer service for the metrics that they're regulated under their current service quality plan. So that reporting will be for your service area in addition to their current customers. They'll be rolled right into that report. So if you want to see Comcast service quality reports, you can go right to ePuck, epuc.vermont.gov, and you can look at their service quality reports and see the metrics there and how they've done across the Vermont territory.
I think we have maybe one more question.
Yes, you've been waiting.
Okay, well, actually now I have two questions. You said something about your competitors. So I have the experience of managing my mom's finances down in Florida for like the last 15 years, and she ended up with Comcast. There were no competitors, and after her introductory promotional period was over, the bill just ramped up and up and up for the minimal service that she wanted. Who are your competitors in this area, and what and the second part of the question is, what happens after you mentioned, we would have an opportunity to come in at a promotional rate, but those end, and then you get told, oh, the promotion is over. No, you can't go back on that because that was a promotion for new customers only. Watch your TV or your mail and see if any new promotions come up. They never do. So who are your competitors, and is there anything? I mean, I have a friend who lives in Vernon. Her bill with Comcast just went up like $50. She's not happy. She's getting rid of almost all of her service.
So it's a good question. Traditionally, cable television, which is the regulated portion that we're here to discuss, when we first entered the marketplace some 50-something years ago, they were primary providers in a particular town that were the only providers. But today, if you look at the video marketplace is served one of the highest penetrations of digital broadcast satellites are available here in Vermont. So you'll see the Dish Network and the DirecTVs, which are direct video competitors to us. In addition, one of the some of the competitors that are outlined in our filing is the over-the-top providers for video and streaming video programming that is available across multiple marketplaces. That today I could name 5 to 10 of those that are actively available for people to choose. Those are direct video competitors. You are correct that when I spoke of promotional pricings, that promotions do expire. Traditionally, you'll see our promotions for new customers are in the 2-year time frame. But even at the expiration of promotions, prices do increase with those, but there are options and multiple options available for consumers to choose from in that particular consideration.
I think we're out of time for questions, but I don't want to speak for the petitioners, but I think they would likely make themselves available after the public hearing if you have additional questions. But I think we're turning into a pumpkin already. So we thank you, and we'll turn it over to the Public Utility Commission now.
All right, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Great. We're here tonight for a public hearing in case number 19-4845-PET, which involves a joint petition by Southern Vermont Cable Company to sell substantially all of its Vermont assets to Comcast and for a CPG for Comcast to own and operate Southern Vermont Cable Company's television system. My name is Micah Howe, and I'm a staff attorney at the Public Utility Commission. The purpose of this segment of tonight's meeting is to hear from you, members of the public, about the proposed acquisition. Today's hearing is not the only opportunity to submit comments. You can also provide written comments through the Commission's electronic document management system, which many people have already done. We've received quite a few comments in this case. You can also submit comments by direct mail or email. Just be sure to reference the case number 19-4845-PET when submitting your comments. You can also subscribe to this case in our document management system, EPUC, and receive email notifications when documents are filed in the rulemaking. I have placed up. Yes, sir.
It's hard to hear. Do you have a mic or something?
I don't have one. I'll try. I'll yell louder. Are there some here? Oh, okay.
Can you repeat your name and that number again,
case
please?
number?
The
Yes.
case number and your name.
Yes, it's Micah Howe. I'm a staff attorney at the Public Utility Commission. And the case number is 19-4845-PET. I have placed a few handouts. Sorry about that. Up on the back there on participating and finding our websites and getting involved in the process. I also placed several copies of the schedule in the case, and that will have the case number on it if people are interested. This hearing is being transcribed by a court reporter, and a transcript of the hearing will be available on EPUC along with all of the other documents filed in this case. If you wish to speak tonight, there was a sign-in sheet that was up in the back. I have it here now. I've got a number of names on it. If you didn't see it and didn't sign in and do wish to speak, just let me know and I can bring it up to you. The sign-in sheet is just to help the court reporter keep names straight on the record. So at this point, we'll open up the floor to public comments. I see we've got microphones on either side, so if I'll call the first name on the list, and if you didn't sign up and would like to, just let me know. Sign up? I'm gonna sign up. Okay. So the first name I have is Core Trowbridge, I believe.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Core Trowbridge. I'm the Executive Director of BCTV, or Brattleboro Community Television. BCTV has contracts with both Southern Vermont Cable and Comcast Cable to provide public, governmental,
I know you're reading, but
yeah.
Can you slow down a little bit? While
Sure. I can hand this to you.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, that's not that useful, right? Okay. Public.
Vermont Cable.
Okay, good. And Comcast Cable to provide public, governmental, and educational access, or PEG access television programming and services, which is required by the state of Vermont for cable providers. BCTV's contract with Southern Vermont Cable is for services to the towns of Dummerston, Jamaica, Putney, Newfane, and Townsend. The contract with Comcast is for Brattleboro, Guilford, and Vernon. Together, these 8 towns constitute BCTV's service territory. Each town in our service territory receives staff coverage of their select board meetings and town meeting day. Residents can join BCTV and learn how to use video production equipment to create their own shows that air on our cable channels and online. Municipalities and nonprofits may have additional meetings and events covered for a small fee or at no cost if produced by a volunteer. These services, along with our studio and editing facilities in downtown Brattleboro, where residents can create their own shows, enable BCTV to fulfill our mission to promote civic engagement and transparency, and to empower community members to share their knowledge, views, and creativity without prejudice. BCTV's financial stability as a nonprofit and its ability to provide these services relies on a federal funding mechanism established in 1984 through the Cable Communications Policy Act, by which cable providers, in exchange for the right to install their infrastructure in the public rights-of-way, are required to allocate a small percentage of their revenues to a public benefit, which in Vermont is designated to support local PEG stations. Through this mechanism, local cable subscribers provide 80% of BCTV's funding, while the remainder comes from donations, underwriting, and income from production services. The public benefit that residents receive is video coverage of their local government meetings, along with access to video production equipment, studio and editing facilities, and support for creating and distributing their own shows. BCTV annually produces 1,200 hours of new content each year and has won numerous national awards for overall excellence. BCTV has applied for intervenor status in this proceeding to ensure that the conditions and benefits related to PEG access will be equalized for all towns in our service territory following Comcast's acquisition of SVC. Regardless of which cable company serves the towns in our service territory, BCTV provides the same level of benefit. There is a difference, however, in the contracts that BCTV holds with the 2 corporations due to the difference in the size of the companies. Rule 8.4 of the Public Utility Commission, which governs PEG access in Vermont, places a cap on the level of funding from cable providers. Most of the contracts between cable providers and PEG stations like BCTV provide for funding at the cap level, which is 5% of gross revenues for operating funds plus less than 1% for capital expenses. There's an exception in Rule 8 for small cable systems with gross receipts from cable services of $2 million or less, and for this reason, our contract with Southern Vermont Cable stipulates a lower level of funding. So we would be seeking to equalize the funding level once all of the towns are served by the same provider. In addition, there are benefits that Comcast customers are entitled to receive through its CPG, that should be available to Southern Vermont cable customers following the acquisition. Most notably, access to PEG programming via the interactive program guide. In 2 weeks, Comcast will move BCTV's channel numbers from Channel 8, our public channel, and Channel 10, our government and education channel, to a PEG territory higher up on the channel lineup with new numbers of 1075 and 1085. You heard it here, folks, first. The move is the result of a new condition in Comcast's recent CPG requiring that information about PEG programming be made available on the interactive program guide as it is for all other channels. As a result, customers will be able to search for and record BCTV's programs using their remote, just as they're currently able to do for all other channels. Comcast CPG, along with BCTV's contract with Comcast, contains other terms and conditions that will benefit Southern Vermont cable customers, such as future provision of HD channels for PEG programming. In short, BCTV calls for all residents and customers in its service territory to have the same funding, benefits, and conditions related to PEG access in a timely manner following the sale of SVC to Comcast. The final issue BCTV wishes to raise here on behalf of its producers and viewers is that of signal quality. When Southern Vermont Cable applied for renewed CPG in 2010, its customers could only receive one channel, Channel 8, and one of the main issues to be resolved at that time was significant signal quality problems on Channel 8 that were well documented by complaints from frustrated producers and viewers. After the CPG renewal process, which addressed this issue and mandated provision of Channel 10, Southern Vermont Cable changed the way it receives BCTV signal from Comcast with the result that picture and sound quality improved to a satisfactory level. 10 years later, however, we are again witnessing significant signal quality problems due to outdated equipment. While all of BCTV's content is created in high-definition digital files, after leaving our digital broadcast server, it goes through two 1970s-era standard definition analog RF modulators for transmission to Comcast and from there to SVC. This transmission process not only lowers the resolution of the programming, but also degrades the quality. In fact, over the past fiscal year, the annual report that BCTV is required to submit to the state and cable providers documented 6 major incidents of signal quality failure that were reported to Comcast XOC Operations Center. Comcast technicians attempted to address the problems but had difficulty due to the age of the equipment and lack of training to troubleshoot obsolete equipment. One of the state's criteria for issuing a CPG to a cable operator is whether the operator can provide adequate and technically sound facilities, equipment, and signal quality. Comcast has stated that it meets this criteria by providing excellent signal quality and 100% digital picture and sound to its customers, and points to its record of investment in infrastructure to support advanced video services. To deliver on these plans and promises, Comcast should provide reliable 100% digital transmission of BCTV signal and should add HD channels for PEG access content in the near future. In conclusion, BCTV has a stake in these proceedings because it has a contractual relationship with both Southern Vermont Cable and Comcast. We ask that the state ensure that there are equalized obligations, conditions, and benefits, including funding levels, among all involved towns now served under separate provider CPGs and contracts within a reasonable time frame. BCTV will continue to advocate for improvements to signal quality and updated transmission methods, including the provision of HD channels for PEG content, until locally created content is delivered to customers in the same resolution and quality as commercial channels. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Brattleboro Community TV.
Thank you. Next up we have Mike. I'm going to go with Morawicki.
I should ask you to say it in Polish.
Please don't. And I'm going to put this sign-up sheet, I'll just put it over here by the microphone, so if anyone does want to speak, to get through this list, they can just jump up and sign in. I think so. So how is it pronounced?
In Polish, it's Morawicki. Most of the people here know me as Mike Morawicki, though. And for the record, I'm Mike Morawicki. I'm the one of 2 state representatives for the Wyndham 4 District of Putney, Dummerston, and Westminster. My partner, Nada Hashim, is here as well. So currently, Southern Vermont Cable serves Putney and Dummerston, so I'm not speaking for the other people from other towns here, but hopefully some of what I say will resonate for them as well. And first of all, I want to give a shout out to Core here for all their good work at BCTV. They not only help people get to meetings that they wouldn't otherwise, whether it's a select board meeting, a school board meeting, or local events, but they help bring the work of the legislature closer to home. And being 100 miles away from Montpelier, it's not easy for people to get there. So thank you, Core, and I hope we can help maintain all that BCTV does for our community here. While I know it's important for a lot of people to have the entertainment value of what cable can bring, I think the primary reason I'm here is for continued broadband access. Almost 100 years ago, Vermont went through the process of being electrified because we realized that to join the rest of the world, we needed electricity. And I think similarly, broadband access is what will continue to connect us to the world and help bring Vermont to a place that the rest of the world enjoys right now. And whether it's businesses, students, or now telemedicine, that access is essential. And one of the pieces that I especially hope that we can continue expanding. I think the number of customers that Southern Vermont serves in Putney and Dummerston registers in the hundreds, while there's over 4,000 people. So we've got a lot to go. If we want equal opportunity for all, we've got a ways to go, and I'm hoping that Comcast, out of that 350-mile allocation, can continue to expand in this area for those reasons that I stated, to bring the world here and to help make Vermont a more friendly place for those who want to stay and for those we want to attract here. The other consideration that I hope we can help set some benchmarks, and I appreciate what was said over here, is Ernie and his crew have always been right there on the job when someone's had a problem. And wasn't in common sight to see Ernie himself up on the ladder, hooking your house up or trying to fix something. And don't know that we expect that personal amount of service, but I think we do hope for the level of service to continue. Because we're a rural area, we understand there's challenges here, but Ernie always met them. And I'm hoping that we can set some benchmarks for what kind of service we can expect in the future. I think that speaks to what I can say for right now. But again, I don't know that there are other options. We know that there is a challenge from Ernie leaving, so the fact that many of us have waited a long time to get any access, we appreciate that there's at least one option going forward. And moving forward, I also want to remind people that the state's well aware of the expansion needs right across the state, and that's why last year we passed a bill to start the planning process for local municipal utilities, such as EC5 up in Norwich. So stay tuned to that. That may be something that becomes a partnership that allows us to get to that last mile. I've worked for 3 governors now, and they've all promised we were going to have broadband to the last mile, and we're still waiting. So let's keep pushing. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, I have Claudia Peachman Blocker.
So my name is Claudia Teachman-Blocker. I live in Dummerston on the Route 5 side. We've been very happy. We don't have any problems with our services. Very happy. You've provided us with just the amount we need, not too much, not too little. I'm the sole proprietor of a small home-based business. I travel for work, but a significant portion of my income is derived by the use of internet to inform my customer base and to receive and fulfill orders. I have a concern that, based on what I'll explain later, that the internet service will become cost prohibitive for my small business, causing me a financial hardship, particularly after the introductory promotional period of 2 years. I'm saying this because as almost the sole person responsible for my mom's bills and finances for the last like 15 to 20 years, and she lived in Florida in a huge area, I wouldn't even call it a town. Comcast became the sole provider down there. They had no competition other than Dish or, you know, some other kind of nominal cable network. And my mom was on a fixed income, and yes, she had a wonderful promotional first 2 years, but when that ended, she was told, okay, she no longer qualified, or I was told she no longer qualified for the promotional service. There were all these other packages and bundles available, so we bundled, but that came at a cost. And then the 4 channels that she watched as a little old lady, maybe an hour a day, weren't on the low-cost bundle, they were on the expanded bundle. So I watched as her bill went up and up and up to the point where she was about ready to throw in the towel, but we wanted to have her programs and have access to her through TV and through phone and internet. So we just kept on paying. But it was really disappointing and frustrating to see that. I have an acquaintance who lives in Vernon that I was just speaking with today, telling her that I was going to be coming to this event. And she said, oh, what, Comcast? She said, I've had them. I've had a bundle with them. And it just went up by $50 a month. I'm canceling almost everything. I'm going to get rid of my landline. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of that. Because she said she's on a fixed income. She can't afford it. And yes, they offer other promotions, or they tell you, no, I'm sorry, your promotion is over. You don't qualify for the next reasonably priced thing because you're no longer a new customer, and what you have to pay for is exorbitant for a person on a fixed income. I don't know how this can be addressed, but I just felt like I needed to say that. And I've been really happy with the service, and that the prices have not skyrocketed in the time that I've been with SV Cable. Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
You're here.
Thank you. Next up, I have John Field.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Field. I live on West Hill Road in Putney. I first just want to say how distressed I am about this dilemma we're in. I can't say enough about you, Ernie, and the kind of business model, and not just the model, but the way you've delivered local, dependable, human service to us. I was very involved in the struggle to get our area of Putney wired. We had no coverage till what, Ernie? What year did you come in with service finally? Did you connect us? Sorry?
4 years ago.
4 years ago. Up till 4 years ago, we had nothing. We had HughesNet. We suffered under that behemoth. We had, and people couldn't, students couldn't do their work. My wife, who's a physician, couldn't do her medical records. I couldn't do my work. It was a mess. Nobody, our governor made lots of promises. Our then governor, Shumlin from Putney, made promises which he did not keep. The only person who came up to the bat was Ernie and his company. I echo what other people have said about how Ernie will answer the phone sometimes, will come out on the truck when someone snapped my fiber cable. Ernie and somebody else came out and worked for about 5 hours in the cold fixing it. I'm speaking today out of real desperation because what we have is a David and Goliath situation. Only in this case, David is going to be, Ernie totally deserves to sell out, have a retirement or whatever he's going to do next. He's earned it in spades. And this is not to say anything about him not deserving that because he certainly does it. I've never seen such a finely run company. On the other hand, the Goliath in the room, represented by Mr. Glanville and others, what many people don't know, I just checked the stats today. The landscape here is that Vermont, I took this right off the net, Vermont is served by 11 cable television companies. including the two largest, Comcast and Charter, which together have more than 90% of the market. Not what Mr. Glanville said, a highly competitive marketplace. And if you dive deeper into the weeds, you'll see that Charter and Comcast have had a very symbiotic, collaborative, merger-like type of relationship. So I'm not even exactly sure whether they're competitors. You might remember in 2015, Comcast tried to buy Time Warner Cable, which would have been a disaster. Check the public record on what kind of comments were made about the horrors of services, some of the things that Claudia mentioned and other people have mentioned on the written record, leading to the denial, thankfully, of that. It would have been a horrific merger. But in that merger, interestingly, Charter and Comcast were very palsy-walsy in terms of a deal they were going to make it look like this was still, they weren't going to, dominate the marketplace. I want to say that while Mr. Glanville talked about the 350 miles, he didn't tell you that his company sued the state of Vermont and the PUC, the Public Utility Commission, twice, not once, but twice. Why? Reading from the newscast, the news release, September 1st, 2017. Comcast has sued the state of Vermont to try to avoid a requirement to build 550 miles of new cable lines. Comcast's lawsuit against the Vermont PUC was filed Monday in U.S. District Court in Vermont and challenges several provisions in the cable company's new 11-year permit to offer services in the state. One of the conditions in the permit says that Comcast shall construct no less than 550 miles of line extensions into uncabled areas during the 11-year term. Comcast would rather not do that. Mr. Glanville didn't tell you that. Yes, 350 miles, I'm guessing there was a settlement in that case, and they settled with the 350, but they were suing Vermonters to try to not do any of it. But then again, in February 2018, cable television giant Comcast is suing the Vermont Public Utility Commission over the panel's decision to require the company to expand its network and step up support for community access TV if it wants to continue doing business in Vermont. A key issue in the services Comcast must provide to local community access systems that carry municipal government and school board meetings, as Mike acknowledged Core for doing, a key issue is to do with that. The 26 community access systems have been pushing against resistance by Comcast for high-def video, greater ability to operate from remote locations, and inclusion in the interactive program guides that Comcast customers can use to decide what to watch. The PUC, formerly known as the Public Service Board, in January issued a new 11-year permit for Comcast. In July, the panel rejected the company's request to drop some of the conditions attached to the permit. In a lawsuit filed Monday in U.S. District Court in Burlington, Comcast argued that the PUC, quote, exceeded its authority under federal and Vermont law by imposing numerous conditions on Comcast's continued cable operations in the state. I'm assuming there was a settlement in that. I don't know how that spun out. I want to remind people that aside from its unsuccessful attempt to totally dominate the market in 2015 by taking over Time Warner Cable, which was stopped, I read recently tonight or earlier today that according to Consumer Reports, Comcast CEO and scion Brian Roberts has already admitted there is no real competition in the cable marketplace thanks to decade-old monopolies. That's the CEO of Comcast. Finally, I pulled up something which was gobbledygook to me, but which the suits and the lawyers in the room know of, 2466C, which is from the PUC's and I guess the state of Vermont's operating laws, Internet Service Network Management, Attorney General Review and Disclosure. And I'm just hoping, although I don't have a solution as what to do instead of Comcast taking over Ernie's wonderful business, I want it noted that here in this 2466C, the Attorney General shall review the network management practices of Internet service providers in Vermont, and to the extent possible, make a determination as to whether the provider's broadband Internet access service complies with the open Internet rules contained in the FCC's 2015 Open Internet Order, And then there's a lot of numbers, but I'll say it for the record. Protecting and promoting the open internet. Docket number 1428, report and order on remand, declaratory ruling on order 30 FCC RCD 5601. And the Attorney General shall disclose his or her findings under this section on a publicly available, easily accessible website maintained by his or her office. I hope that the Attorney General will make that available in terms of many of the written complaints that have come in to Comcast. And I will end just on this very recent report from, it was actually a Comcast-owned station that I got this from, a local NBC affiliate. December 6, 2019. Our Senator, Bernie Sanders, unveiled a plan on Friday, this is reported December 6, just a little more than a month ago, to expand broadband internet access as part of a push to boost the economy and reduce corporate power over Americans in his high-speed Internet for All proposal. He calls for the internet to be regulated like a public utility. He argues that the internet should not be a, quote, price gouging profit machine for companies such as Comcast. The proposal would also break up what Senator Sanders calls internet service provider and cable monopolies. It would stop service providers from offering content and end anti-competitive mergers. Senator Sanders concludes, access to the internet is a necessity in today's economy, and it should be available for all. We're going to take on the greedy internet, telecom, and cable monopolies and put an end to their absurd price gouging. I end by just saying I don't know what the answer is. I would love to see a publicly funded cooperative buy out Ernie instead of what I see as a Goliath. And it's not just me, but people all across the country have seen this. Thank you.
Next up, I have a Neil Pelsu as a maybe.
Yeah, we'll make it a definite. Name is Neil Pelsu. I live on Newfane Hill, and we have had at least 25-year working relationship with Southern Vermont Cable, because right at the present time and up until it is no longer Southern Vermont Cable, their head station and several dishes and a tower, receiving tower, are on our property. And as many of you have spoken tonight, Ernie and his brother Sam and his crew have spoiled us with the level of service which they provided. I've seen Ernie down at the head station at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, not on a nice warm July evening, but on a cold December or January evening. And you've all seen him out working in his bucket truck or on a ladder. So in whatever direction this goes, Comcast needs to know that we as Southern Vermont Cable customers are going to be keeping a very fierce eye on maintaining that level of service. And I did not get to ask this question during the earlier session, so I will, since we can't get answers to questions right now, I will offer it as a comment. But if I've been hearing things correctly this evening, they've talked only about internet and video and television. And Southern Vermont Cable, as we know, also provides telephone service. And my question would have been, is the telephone service included in this acquisition proposal? So I have every confidence that Southern Vermont Cable, Ernie and the crew have full belief that Comcast can provide a level of service. But hearing discussion tonight about the introductory promotional service and then going on into the regular subscriber rates, is an additional concern that I hope that your organization will pay particular attention to, because there are quite a significant proportion of residents in this area who are on fixed incomes and low income, and any jumps like the woman earlier told about in rates would be equally disastrous to the residents in our area. So I know that your job is to keep an eye on those types of things and be well assured that the current Southern Vermont cable subscribers are going to be doing the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Alan Seymour.
I live down on Route 5 here in Dummerston, and I've been a customer of Ernie's for a long time. I've kind of pushed him along a little bit at times because I had quite a business of producing video things for the car business, and I relied on communications and video transmission quite a lot. Ernie always came through. I think the question I asked earlier about whether or not the rates in Dummerston or in our area would be the same as they are in Brattleboro is kind of one that not many people have taken on to, but if you think Ernie's rates have been, I would say, a little higher than Brattleboro's, and I would expect that maybe when this happens, we'd come down to the Brattleboro rate structure, and I would hope that there's some way that we could guarantee that, because that would answer a lot of the questions about the promotions. I looked at it tonight just before I came up here, and I checked to see what the prices were in Brattleboro, and they're somewhat less than what Ernie's had to charge. So I'm just wondering if we can be assured that that will equalize.
Thank you. Go with Chris Leroy. Close?
Yeah, actually you were really close, yeah. My name is Chris Lenoir. I'm president of the board of directors for Brattleboro Community Television. I wanted to echo some of Cora's remarks about our organization's choice to file for intervener status in this proceeding. But I did want to just address some of the general concerns in the room about local techs being dispatched to handle service calls. And being a Brattleboro resident and somebody who's a Comcast subscriber, I know two techs who are fellow graduates of Brattleboro Union High School who are responsive to come out for calls. So there is local presence for that sort of thing. Back to the formal remarks about our decision to file for intervener status in this proceeding. The decision to do so had the unanimous support of BCTV's board. I want to point out a lot of them live in these service areas that are going to be impacted by the sale of Southern Vermont cable to Comcast. And as Cora stated, our primary goal is to ensure that we provide the best resource possible for people in our coverage areas. The media landscape in Southern Vermont is without a broadcast television outlet to report on what's happening with local select boards, school boards, and other municipal entities, which, as Representative Murwicki pointed out, makes BCTV a critical resource for government transparency and citizen engagement in the democratic process. Indeed, we have been told by members of the local print, radio, and digital media just how important our coverage is for them to effectively do their jobs at times. BCTV has enjoyed a wonderful relationship with Southern Vermont Cable. We wish their leadership the best with future endeavors. Our preliminary conversations with Comcast about the impact of this acquisition leads us to believe that we will be able to continue to fulfill our mission to viewers in Putney, Dummerston, Newfane, Townsend, and Jamaica in the same and perhaps even better manner as we have over the years, and we look forward to working with Comcast to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Last name on this list, and I'll grab that list as soon as this next speaker is done. It's Joel Blooming.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Joel Blooming, live in Jamaica. Just to make people aware that there is a proposed alternative for internet service, which is a broadband study that's being done right now by the Wyndham Regional Commission to implement broadband to the last mile, as the expression goes, and people should look at it for future development. We've just begun the study, and we're looking towards a survey which you'll be approached to comment on. So there is alternatives as far as internet is concerned and streaming. That is not an alternative for television.
All right, thank you. The next speaker I have is Stephen West.
Hi, Steve West, as you said, easy to pronounce. I live in Dummerston. Everybody said a lot of the things I wanted to say, so if I'll just congeal what's in my brain. I'm a computer repair guy. I've been working in the area 20 years now. I have never had a good experience with Comcast, ever. Great experiences. I'm a Southern Vermont Cable customer right now. Grateful for that. I was excited to leave Brattleboro and live in Dummerston so I could be a Southern Vermont Cable customer, and I have successfully never paid a dime to Comcast in any form. And I hope to never do that. I guess the crux of what I'm driving at is I don't think I have another choice for internet where my home is. I think Consolidated Communications doesn't go to my house on Middle Road in Dummerston for some reason. Comcast isn't, and then dishes, I suppose, which I never wanted to do. So I guess I'm curious about the monopolistic implications of this, and I don't know enough about the law, et cetera, to even speak to it. But I'm kind of over a barrel, and as a guy who fixes computers and needs internet, and I haven't watched TV since the middle 80s, with the exception of BCTV, great local community affiliate. I used to be on the board. But I have no interest in television, but I am very interested in internet, and as was said earlier by Mike Merwicki and others, like this is it's like a utility. It's something that we all need. You can't not have it in many ways. I mean, I suppose you could, but for most of us trying to run small businesses, you kind of gotta, bad English, but you have to have some form of decent speed internet. I lived in West when it was still dial-up. The second I left, it went to DSL. I was like, what? So I'm chasing this to try to stay current, try to have my own business and run my business and be able to help other people. But I'm telling you, as a guy who's been doing this for 2 decades now, I can't think of a time I haven't had a problem dealing with a Comcast modem or a Comcast intervention in some way. So that all said, my hope is that we just have options, and if this is the way it's going to have to go down, which I'll either do without internet or move, because I'm just not going to do business with Comcast. I'm sorry, it's just where I'm at. I know too much, I hope it goes well for everybody else who does do business with them, and again, no slam on Ernie, well deserved. I mean, as you've heard said here many times, this is why we love Vermont, this is why we love small business, this is why we support one another, because you show up, you have a first name, we're all calling him Ernie, for God's sake. We're not calling him Mr. Comcast, or, So this is why we choose to live here. Let's also acknowledge that as electricity comes, phones come, people grouse about, oh, those damn phones are gonna ruin everything. Times move on, and Vermont is a small 625,000 people. This is what it is. But you also get people coming out like this to talk about this. It's important. It matters. It not only matters to us as individuals, but we're concerned about our neighbors. We're concerned about how everybody is. And I'm concerned that when a monolithic, monster-sized, multi-billion-dollar corporation comes into the pristine condition of Vermont, you can stand there and talk very eloquently about all kinds of promises and how great it's going to be, and it just isn't ever, So I'm concerned that we're going to get a lot of bait and switch here. So my hope is that we, in this room and others, continue to lean in and press, and as was said, we'll continue to watch and watch and watch, because this is how stuff happens under cover of the night, where sure we're going to be nothing but good to you, and then lo and behold, it's not. So I guess my wish is that we stay vigilant, and that Ernie gets to retire and do what he wants to do, and that Comcast is held to task like any corporation ought to be, and they have a record of not really being held to task very well. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Mr. West, next up I have Bob Meyer.
Hi, I'm Bob Meyer. I live in Putney, about a mile through the woods from Mike. And I hate to say it, sound redundant, but geez, Ernie, thanks for everything. My concerns, with Comcast are the delusion that there are alternatives to doing streaming from satellites. You obviously have not done any research into the signals capability in the valleys that we have here. I've had Dish and a few other providers out there. They can't come close to getting any kind of a signal anywhere. So that is not a viable option. That is a lie, or you did not do due diligence, which would not surprise me. I'd also like to make the comment that many years ago, I was one of the founders of BCTV, and we had to fight regularly with the Public Service Board and Time Warner at the time to get them to do anything, even to be held to their contracts. These big conglomerates go along with the public service, the certificate of public good, say we're going to do all this stuff, and then they sue you shortly thereafter, and it's easier for the Public Service Board to go, yeah, okay, you're kind of providing a good service. We're going to let you back out of all the promises that people wanted you to, that agreed to give you that power to have this monopoly, and it is a monopoly. And that's something that people have to remember. It is not a business, it is a monopoly. A business is a competitive venture. And Ernie, if I could wave the magic wand and get you to do something else, I want you to be able to retire too. I have to agree with everybody here. I have never seen such good service and the quality. Also admitting when, oops, that was our mistake. Everybody does that, but not the companies like Comcast. I'd also like to note that on the internet there's this wonderful little site called the Downtime Detector, and Comcast is regularly up at the top for the most complaints from everybody all across the country, and particularly in the Northeast. When you're that big, you have a problem at your main junction point, you wipe out huge swaths of territory. And I've watched that. There was a major problem, I think about 2 weeks ago. A lot of issues with everybody was having problems with internet. Looked like it was focused in New York City. But in general, Comcast has never gotten out of the orange for most of New England. They have not resolved the problems that are there. And for a big corporation that's making billions of dollars, they should put a little more effort into it. I challenge the Public Service Board to hold them accountable to their certificate of public good. That is something that has never happened here. It's always been backed off. Sorry, you may have good intentions, but the track record isn't that good. And other than that, damn, Ernie.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. And the last name I have is Chris Olson.
Hi, my name is Chris Olson. I'm a resident of Dummerston. I just want to speak a little bit more in the abstract. We've had a lot of people here, as was mentioned by Steve, that everyone is referring to Ernie by his first name and thanking him for the service. I'm also a very satisfied customer. And in addition to just like an intense work ethic, I would say, there's a level of accountability that we have as people in a small community. We know that Ernie is the person that we complain to if we have a problem, and he doesn't want us complaining to him. It's a pretty simple formula there. Contrary to the Supreme Court, corporations are not persons. And therefore they don't have that level of accountability. So we are left, by that logic, to the principles of free market and competition to ensure that we get satisfactory service as customers and people exchanging goods and money. But as has also been discussed, in the absence of competition, we don't really have a free market. And there, again, we have no competition. We have no insurance that anything Comcast says that they will actually be held to, because what else are we going to do? I just want to finish up by saying Joel Blooming mentioned there is currently a grant-funded study, feasibility study, business plan in the region. Talk to your town clerk, find out who the town lead is. We are Vermonters. We can build this ourselves. Ernie did it. Let's figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone else who did not get a chance to sign up want to speak before we go off the record? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence O'Neill. I'm a recent convert to the School of Ernie. About 18 months ago, I approached Ernie about building out cable for our road in Putney. We were surrounded by cable, but our road had none. We had 13 unserved homes. Through Ernie and the Bratt Development Corporation, we were able to get a grant from the state and get cable built out. The neighborhood is happy with the service. Ernie was out at 11 o'clock one night ensuring that we had service, so I understand about that. I don't think any of us here grudge him his retirement, and that is not, we are not here to fight you on that. My concerns are the articulated statements by Comcast, which they made on January 23rd, about the fact that they were raising rates for their internet customers in order to support programming packages and their new streaming network. So not because they're improving internet service, but to support other parts of their business by 3.6%. And through the wonders of the internet here at the college, we were able to just do the quick research. The introductory package for a mid-level internet speed is about $40 a month for 2 years. When that 2 years expires, that rate doubles.
1 year.
Excuse me, 1 year. In 1 year, that rate doubles. So this going from an introductory rate to something not reasonable happens relatively quickly. I think what the PUC, and hopefully the Public Service Department, needs to ensure is that we have some sort of protection written into this public certificate of public good that can't be litigated out of, some sort of price protection. If they're going to be granted this CPG, there needs to be a price protection built into it. The other thing it needs to have is some sort of guarantee of customer service. If you get on the internet and look, that is the #1 complaint about Comcast is their customer service. Everything from rude operators on the phone to people not showing up to problems not being resolved in anywhere near a timely manner. So that needs to be something that needs to be included as a condition of the Certificate of Public Good. They also, I believe, their 350-mile build-out commitment is sort of hedging on what the governor signed last June that Mike referred to. The governor signed a measure that was designed to expand our fiber network, not just build out to areas that are unserved, but also to expand fiber, high-speed fiber, to all of us. So we're not just on coaxial cable. And there are subsidies already provided to provide extensions into these areas by the state. I think we need to have a commitment from Comcast that they will honor that legislation that was signed by the state. That they will commit to a build out of not just coaxial cable that carries their television signal, but fiber for high-speed internet to support the modern economy that we have, that the governor hopes that we will build so we can bring more people here. Again, I understand this is not a hostile takeover. Ernie wants out of the business. He would like to be sitting under a palm tree somewhere with a golf club in one hand and a martini in the other, I'm sure. But I just see this because there will be a lack of local responsibility for all of our services. You know, we'll be calling, the gentleman said New England call centers. I always wonder about that when someone answers in a foreign country. Is that where you are really, New England? That is my comment at this point. Again, I think we have been spoiled, as has been articulated. Ernie has a good business model. He follows that model. He provides a quality service. I don't think it's something that we are not entitled to. We pay our rates. Obviously, he makes a profit or he wouldn't have been in the business for 20 some odd years. So we're paying for what we get, but we get good service. I'm not sure we're going to be paying for what we get if we go with Comcast.
Thank you. Any further comments before we adjourn?
Can I add to my comment?
Absolutely.
Can you say your name again, please? I'm sorry.
Alan Seymour. I kind of had a unique experience today because I have part of my job at the Brattleboro ski jump is to get the internet hooked up there. And of course, that's a Comcast connection. So I've kind of dealt on both sides of this, and I don't know if anybody else in this room has dealt with Comcast or has any service with them, so they might not understand what I'm talking about. But anyhow, we have to get this hooked up, we have to call Comcast, and they come out. And I must say, today's experience was quite pleasant, and it's always been pleasant with them wherever I've had to deal with them. They come when they say they're going to come. The people that come to work and do the hookups are from Hinsdale or from Brattleboro or somewhere, and we talk about various things we all know together. It seemed like I was talking with Ernie's crew, the same things. So I don't know that Comcast in Brattleboro is quite the big ogre that everybody's saying about it. Plus, as I've been harping about rates, their rates are somewhat, and I don't want to say considerably, but they've been somewhat lower than Ernie's rates. And those aren't introductory rates, those are the standard rates. So I'm not sure that they're being represented fairly. That's all I would say.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Yeah, just sign in, please.
And say your name also.
Jay Palmazano. I've lived here for 3 years, and I've been from central Vermont and moved down here 3 years ago. I've had Comcast up in college, at my home, and like you said, it's never been a big concern. I'm actually all for the sale and happy for that. I just wanted to make that a comment, kind of pigtail off of yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Last chance. No takers. Okay, well, thank you everyone for coming out tonight, and we are adjourned.